In the study, a servant-like figure knelt on the floor, his face full of terror, trembling uncontrollably. The attendant beside him respectfully reported to Su Huai, who was seated, "Master, we have investigated thoroughly. This man is indeed a spy planted by Prince Chi in our mansion, and he has been lurking for 2 months." Su Huai listened to the attendant's report while leisurely sipping his tea. His fair fingers pinched the lid of the teacup, then suddenly paused, and the lid fell back onto the cup with a clatter, startling the man on the ground into a shudder. He casually lifted his eyelids to glance at the servant, then beckoned to him, saying, "Kneel closer." The servant dared not disobey, for after serving in the mansion for so long, he knew well what kind of man Su Huai was. He knelt forward in terror, defending himself. "Your Excellency, please see clearly. I have never done anything to harm you." Su Huai looked at him, his gaze unusually gentle, yet chilling, and said slowly, "What did Prince Chi send you to do here?" At first the servant remained silent, only begging for mercy repeatedly. Su Huai then leaned down slightly, and suddenly reached out, grabbing him by the nape of his neck, and pulling him closer. His hand was cold like a poisonous snake, coiling around, making the servant so terrified he could barely breathe. Su Huai said slowly, "Speak, and I will spare your life." The servant was terrified and had no choice but to confess tremblingly, "Prince Chi. Prince Chi has always wanted to build a friendship with you. He means no harm. He just asked me to note your daily movements so that he might seek your acquaintance." Su Huai said, "Is that all?" The servant barely managed to say, "I swear it's." But before the last word escaped his lips, unexpectedly, he suddenly pulled out a half-foot-long dagger from his boot, and with desperate resolve, as he was closest to Su Huai, he lunged and thrust it straight at the Prime Minister's chest. "Kill him. If I can kill him, I will have accomplished a great deed and never have to fear again." And this was his perfect chance. The attendant behind was startled, but it was too late to stop it. Yet before the dagger's tip could even touch Su Huai's chest, he caught it with one hand. The blade simply passed through his fingers, not harming him in the least. The servant's face twisted in fury, and he exerted all his strength, yet could not push the dagger any further. Su Huai's expression remained unchanged. With effortless ease, he took the servant's hand and forcibly turned the dagger around. The servant's face changed drastically as he saw Su Huai, with an air of nonchalance, reverse the dagger and aim it at him, then with an irresistible force slowly drove it into his chest, directly into the heart, and throughout the process the servant could not resist at all. When dealing with those who fell into Su Huai's hands, he never liked to give a quick death. He preferred to take his time. The sound of flesh being continuously pierced was heard as the dagger sank in inch by inch until only the hilt remained outside. Blood covered Su Huai's hands. He twisted the handle of the dagger, then let go, and the servant slumped to the floor. His long, beautiful fingers curled slightly, and blood dripped down in winding streams. The attendant stepped forward to examine the servant, discovering that the dagger had been hidden in a secret compartment inside his boot. He knelt in apology. "It is my negligence that allowed him to seize the opportunity." Su Huai cast a faint glance at him and said, "Go receive your punishment later." Before the attendant withdrew, he asked for instructions. "What about Prince Chi? How should we handle it?" Su Huai said, "Just fulfill Prince Chi's wish and build a good friendship with him." Just then the mansion's steward arrived, respectfully reporting from outside the door, "Your Excellency, there is a young lady at the mansion gate who claims to be your fiancée." Su Huai rubbed the blood from his fingers, not even raising his eyelids, his voice slightly rising. "Fiancée." After a moment's thought he added, "Just because she says so, you believe her?" The steward replied respectfully, "I was skeptical as well, but the young lady carried a token. When I saw it, it was a perfect match for the Wanfeng pendant that you wear on your person, Your Excellency." Su Huai said, "Where is the jade pendant?" The steward replied, "She said she would only present it to you in person after seeing you." It was not hard to imagine that the young lady was afraid that if she handed over the pendant too easily, the mansion might deny it later. The steward thought to himself, she was still too naive. If the Prime Minister truly wanted to renounce it, he had plenty of ways. After a moment, Su Huai said, "Handle it, and bring her in." The first part of the sentence was directed at the attendant, as there was still a corpse lying on the floor, and the latter part was spoken to the steward outside. Liu Yao stood before the minister's residence, gazing up at the imposing estate. Its owner, Su Huai, was the current Prime Minister, and indeed her childhood betrothed. She had originally intended to disregard this engagement entirely, but unfortunate circumstances now required her to make use of this place, so her betrothed, dusted off and re-examined, would have to suffice. She waited at the gate for some time before the steward emerged at his leisure, his gaze cool and indifferent. "Miss, please follow me." Liu Yao stepped across the threshold into the minister's mansion and headed toward the flower hall. The hall was dimly lit. Before she could even cross the doorway, her eyes caught a figure standing with their back to her, clad in white, impossibly slender, washing their hands before a wooden stand. Having finished washing, he took a cloth from his attendant, and as he dried his hands, slowly turned around. Liu Yao caught a clear view of his face and couldn't help but blink in surprise. Along the way, she had already heard numerous rumors about him. They said he was a consummate flatterer and treacherous minister, deeply favored by the emperor. Entrusted with handling memorials and issuing edicts, he had orchestrated the downfall of many loyal officials and generals, amassed a powerful faction, and dismantled rival political camps with ruthless efficiency. Whenever he moved against a court official, entire networks fell in his wake. Among officials none spoke of him, without trembling with fear and gnashing their teeth, daring neither to protest nor resist. As for ordinary citizens, they painted him as a ferocious demon, so terrifying that even ghosts would take another route to avoid him. For such a sinister figure, Lu Yao had imagined her first impression of him to be that of a cunning, seasoned, middle-aged man. After all, she knew her betrothed was older than her, though she had no idea by how many years. By her estimation, someone who had risen to the position of prime minister must be at least a full decade her senior. Yet nothing could beat the reality before her eyes. She had never expected the notorious treacherous minister to be such a young man. Young, yes. But where was the terrifying demeanor everyone spoke of? Far from being fearsome, he was remarkably handsome. His face was strikingly beautiful, with sharp, well-defined features, yet the slight upward tilt of his eyes gave him a dangerously alluring charm, as though he were born to wreak havoc among women. He lifted his eyes and glanced at Lu Yao. Though the look was gentle, it carried an innate tenderness that made her pause faintly. He then lowered his gaze once more, methodically, wiping each finger with deliberate care. The steward stopped at the entrance of the hall and gestured for Lu Yao to enter. The moment she crossed the threshold, a faint stirring in her nostrils carried a scent from several paces away, and her steps faltered. There was a deep, heady fragrance on him, mingled with the faint metallic trace of blood. Lu Yao remained exactly where she stood at the doorway, taking not another step forward. Su Huai noticed her slight frown and handed the cloth back to his attendant. "Didn't you come to see your betrothed? What is it? Are you afraid of me?" Perhaps she should just abandon this fiancé after all. Whoever wanted him could have him. Handsome men were rarely decent fellows. As she pondered this, Su Huai raised an eyebrow, his gaze growing even more languidly affectionate. "Where is the token you brought? Let me see it." Lu Yao retrieved the phoenix pendant and held it between her fingers. It was exquisitely crafted, translucent, and warm to the touch. A matching jade pendant hung at his waist. The two formed a perfect pair. "Bring it here for me to inspect," Su Huai instructed his attendant. Su Huai settled lazily into the armchair, tugged at the hem of his robe, and took the pendant from his attendant's hands. He turned it over between his fingers several times, examining it with the leisurely appreciation of one admiring a rare treasure. She was merely a country girl, while he was the prime minister of an entire dynasty. If he refused to acknowledge this engagement, she had no means to force him. After all, a slender arm cannot contend with a mighty thigh. Yet after glancing at the pendant, Su Huai looked at Lu Yao and said simply, "Indeed, you are my former betrothed, Lu Yao." He accepted so readily. Was this going too smoothly? Su Huai propped his head on one hand and looked toward the steward, who immediately bowed in anticipation of instructions. "Take her to a courtyard and arrange accommodations," he ordered. "Aren't you worried this jade pendant might be something I picked up?" Lu Yao asked. Su Huai's gentle gaze seemed to pierce straight into her soul. He countered, "Aren't you the one who should be worried?" "I think I'll manage," Lu Yao replied. "I hope," Su Huai said, "that I as your betrothed will meet your expectations." Within half a day, the news spread throughout the prime minister's residence that a fiancé of the Grand Chancellor had arrived. Lu Yao was taken to an ordinary courtyard to stay temporarily, and soon everyone in the mansion came under various pretexts to catch a glimpse of this fiancé. The result was universal disappointment. So she's not a fallen noble lady or from a distinguished family, but a country girl. How utterly shabby. Just wait and see. If the Grand Chancellor pays her no heed, we'll know her true worth. In the capital, there are countless princesses and noble ladies who admire the Grand Chancellor. When will it ever be her turn? Such remarks, though seemingly spoken behind Lu Yao's back, were conveniently made loud enough for her to hear. It was clear that everyone in the mansion was waiting to see how Su Huai would treat her. If Su Huai completely forgot about her, then anyone here could trample on her. Later, Su Huai indeed did not inquire about her, even once, let alone appear before her. He seemed to have completely forgotten that there was such a person in the rear courtyard. The matron assigned to Lu Yao's courtyard was surnamed Su. Originally, Matron Su worked in the kitchen, where she could eat well and skim a little off the top, so her life was fairly comfortable. Later, the steward sent her to attend to the Grand Chancellor's fiancé. She thought it was a good assignment. If she served well, she might rise in status. But who would have guessed that this fiancé was nothing but a dullard, a total disappointment? The Grand Chancellor couldn't even remember her. He had only arranged for her casually. How could he possibly marry her in earnest? In the end, Matron Su gained nothing and wasted her time. How could she not be furious? That day when she brought Lu Yao's meal, she spitefully spat into the bowl several times, then slammed it onto the table and said, "Eat up." Lu Yao hadn't even picked up her chopsticks when a foul, rancid stench assailed her nostrils. On the white rice lay a few yellowed, wilted vegetables, sticky and unappetizing. Seeing Lu Yao not moving, Matron Su snapped, "What do you need me to feed you?" Lu Yao looked at her and said, "Can't you bring me proper food?" Matron Su sneered, "Why don't you take a look at yourself in a puddle? Do you really think you're the mistress here?" Lu Yao's indifferent attitude infuriated her, and she snarled, "You won't eat. Fine then, starve. Let's see how long you can hold out." As she walked out, she cursed, a lowly country girl dreaming of turning into a phoenix. Keep dreaming. But just as her words fell, a sweet, charming voice rang out from ahead. "Matron Su, who are you so angry with?" Matron Su looked up and saw a woman gracefully entering the courtyard. Her small, delicate face was as sweet as her voice. Matron Su's face instantly broke into a flattering smile, a complete transformation from moments before. She quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, why have you come here?" Are you here to see the Grand Counselor today? Please go to the front hall to sit. Don't dirty your feet in this place. The woman's eyes curved as she glanced toward the room. I'm not here to see my sworn brother. I heard that my brother's fiancée has arrived, so I came to see what she looks like. Matron Sue sighed. What else could she look like? She's from the countryside, utterly destitute. No comparison to your highness. As she spoke, Lu Yao walked out unhurriedly and stood at the door, coming face to face with the princess Matron Sue had referred to. Lu Yao was dressed in plain cotton clothes, worlds apart from the princess's splendid attire and jewelry. Yet despite her simple garb, she lacked the dirty, unkempt appearance typical of country folk. On the contrary, she was so clean that even standing before the princess, she did not seem inferior or humble. The princess in the courtyard kept smiling, examining Lu Yao with an innocent, guileless look. Matron Sue immediately barked at Lu Yao in a ferocious tone. This is Princess Qingla, the younger sister of Marquis Guangning and the sworn sister of our Grand Counselor. You must not stare at her highness with such disregard for rank. You should kneel and pay your respects. Though Lu Yao did not kneel, she still bowed to the princess. She understood the principle of following local customs. I am new here and unfamiliar with the rules. Please forgive me, your highness. Princess Qingla waved her hand. It's fine. So you are my sworn brother's fiancée? Lu Yao replied yes. The princess giggled. How curious. I've never heard my brother mention you before. Matron Sue said. The Grand Counselor allowed her to stay here temporarily, but he hasn't said a word about her since. How could he truly care about her? Princess Qingla remarked. Perhaps it was a whim of my brother's. But she knew that no woman had ever caught Su Huai's eye, let alone gotten close to him. He was the prime minister skilled in manipulating power, but he was utterly indifferent to women. His mansion had never housed a single concubine. In the past, any woman sent by other officials, or who tried to sneak into his bed, had met a miserable end. So now she had come to see for herself what kind of being this country girl was, since Su Huai had openly acknowledged her. After all, he had never acknowledged anyone before. After Princess Qingla had seen her, she found her unremarkable and did not stay long. She turned and left. Matron Sue accompanied her a good distance out of the courtyard. Princess Qingla handed Matron Sue a jade pendant and said in a gentle voice, "Give this to her from me as a welcoming gift." Matron Sue quickly took it. The princess shot her a sidelong glance and said with a cold smile, "This is my personal jade pendant. Do you know how to give it to her?" Matron Sue paused, then understood instantly. In the afternoon, Lu Yao returned to her room and immediately noticed that her pillow had been disturbed. She lifted the pillow and saw a jade pendant lying beneath it. It was also a white jade pendant. She picked it up. The quality was decent, carved with auspicious birds and cloud patterns. Turning it over, she saw the characters Qing Lu engraved on the back. The Qing Lu princess's jade pendant. Under her pillow, holding the pendant, she raised an eyebrow and examined it, then let it drop to the ground. She casually stepped on it, grinding it slightly, and heard the crisp sound of jade shattering. Soon after, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Immediately, Madame Sue along with two unfamiliar matrons stormed in aggressively. Madame Sue angrily demanded of Lu Yao, "Her Highness's personal jade pendant is missing. Today she only came here. Did you steal it?" The other two matrons also said coldly, "That is an imperial gift from the palace to each princess to verify her identity. You could have stolen anything else, but you dare to steal an imperial gift." Lu Yao said, "Today the princess did come here, but I never approached her. How can you speak of theft?" Madame Sue said, "You still dare to argue. We'll search and find out." Saying that, she led the other two matrons into the room with great fanfare, pretending to search everywhere, while scoffing, "A country bumpkin like you can't even be presentable, dirty and disgraceful." Madame Sue, grumbling, made her way to Lu Yao's bed, flipped open the pillow, and exclaimed loudly, "You still say you didn't steal? Then what is this?" Madame Sue grabbed the jade pendant and waved it triumphantly in front of Lu Yao, saying, "Now that you've been caught red-handed, what do you have to say for yourself?" They gave Lu Yao no chance to defend herself and immediately seized her, dragging her out, adding, "The princess and the prime minister are waiting in the front hall for an explanation. You can say your piece in front of them." Indeed, the inner chambers of this mansion were full of trouble. In the end, Lu Yao had no choice but to cooperate, saying, "Since that's the case, I'll go with you." When Lu Yao was escorted into the hall by the matrons, she looked up and saw Su Huai seated in the main seat. He was dressed in a dark blue long robe today, with his hair loosely tied in a bun at the back of his head, appearing very casual and relaxed. He was holding a blue and white teacup, drinking tea. His slender fingers complemented the porcelain, clean and white. His half-lowered face in the soft light of the hall looked almost bewitchingly beautiful. Lu Yao caught a faint, elusive scent from him, and after taking 2 steps into the room, she stopped, refusing to go any further. She had only realized after entering this door before that this fellow might be incompatible with her. At least the scent was not agreeable. Princess Qingla said understandingly, "Brother, it may not necessarily be that my future sister-in-law took the jade pendant. But since it is an imperial gift," Su Huai comforted her, "don't worry. Since it was lost in my mansion, we'll search carefully." As soon as Madame Su entered, she immediately reported, "Your Excellency, Your Highness, this servant indeed found the princess's jade pendant under Miss Lu's pillow." Su Huai slowly lifted his eyes to glance at Lu Yao, then extended his hand toward Madame Su. Madame Su hastily and respectfully handed the jade pendant to Su Huai. Time and again their meetings were all because of a jade pendant. Su Huai examined it front and back, then asked Madame Su, "Is this Qing Li's jade pendant?" Madame Su said firmly, "Yes it is." Princess Qing Lu then said, "Since it's found, brother, please don't blame my future sister-in-law. I suppose she was just momentarily confused." Lu Yao did not defend herself, and Su Huai remained non-committal for a moment. Then Su Huai handed the jade pendant to Qing Lu, saying, "Take a close look. Is this yours?" Qing Lu reached out to take it. It was also a white jade pendant, but the moment she touched it, her movements involuntarily paused slightly. Upon closer inspection, the color of the pendant's cord was lighter, and the carved patterns were different. Most importantly, the back did not bear her name. This was not the one she had given to Madame Su. However, how could a country girl possess such a valuable item? It must have been obtained through improper means. Therefore Qing Lu composed herself and replied, "It should be, I suppose. I must have mixed them up. I wasn't wearing the imperial gift today, but this one." Su Huai pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze slightly to look at Qing Lu, saying, "As I recall, the token for our engagement was also this Luan Feng pendant. Did you misremember, or did I?" Under his gaze, Qing Li's heart sank and her face turned pale. He merely looked at her, his eyes still gentle, yet inexplicably like knives scraping across her face, making her skin burn red. Su Huai asked gently again, "Did you misremember, or did I?" Qing Yu's eyes flickered with embarrassment, nearly brought to tears. After a long pause, she struggled to force out a few words. "I must have remembered incorrectly." Su Huai remarked, "It seems this is not the jade pendant you were looking for." He then instructed Nanny Su, "Then look around some more." Princess Qing Yu could no longer bear to stay, and hastily fabricated an excuse before departing in embarrassment and indignation. The elderly maids in the hall also hurriedly retreated. The once bustling hall instantly fell quiet, leaving only Lu Yao standing by the doorway, and Su Huai seated in the grand chair. Lu Yao glanced back at the maids' somewhat hasty retreating figures, as though someone might devour them had they lagged even a step behind. She thought she should probably retreat as well. But just as Lu Yao turned to step out the door, Su Huai behind her was still playing with that phoenix pendant, his voice neither warm nor cold as it came floating over, "Don't want the betrothal token anymore." Lu Yao then remembered the object was still in his possession. Since he was asking, he presumably meant to return it to her. So she turned back and suggested, "How about you just throw it over?" Su Huai looked at her and said, "We are betrothed. Must we be so distant with each other?" Lu Yao replied matter-of-factly, "But we are not yet husband and wife. Men and women should maintain propriety." Su Huai nodded and said, "Once we are married, we will share a bed and sleep together. It would be prudent to familiarize yourself with me in advance." He spoke with such ease that it sounded as though they had been deeply in love for a long time. Lu Yao fell silent for a moment, unable to think of a better retort, when he added, "Come and get it." After a brief standoff, Lu Yao still mustered the courage to walk toward him. He leaned against the grand chair, watching her approach, his gaze piercing, scrutinizing her, as if attempting to fathom her innermost thoughts. Lu Yao stopped 2 steps away from him. Just as she reached out to retrieve her jade pendant from his hand, he unexpectedly remarked, "Are you holding your breath?" Lu Yao's hand paused slightly, accidentally brushing against his fingers. His fingertips were warm, but Lu Yao had no time to savor the sensation. She immediately swept her hand across his palm, hoping to snatch the item and withdraw quickly. However, he suddenly closed his fingers, timing it perfectly, and enclosed both the jade pendant and her hand within his grasp. He drew his arm forward, pulling her. Lu Yao was startled, and before she could react, her entire body was pulled off balance, tumbling straight toward him. Fortunately, her reflexes were quick. She caught hold of the chair's armrest in time, barely supporting her body and preventing herself from falling directly into his arms. The whole incident occurred in the blink of an eye. Su Huai's face was now extremely close to hers. She had accidentally exhaled just now, and his rich, fragrant scent grew even more potent upon their proximity. Sensing trouble, she immediately held her breath again. If she had known earlier that his aura clashed so badly with her, she would never have rashly come to claim him as her fiancé. Su Huai observed all her movements and asked, "Do I not smell pleasant?" Lu Yao gazed up at his handsome, yet sinister face, deeply suspecting that her avoiding him like the plague both times had angered him, and now he had found the perfect opportunity to torment her. A scheming villain was indeed narrow-minded. Lu Yao, speaking contrary to her heart, replied, "No, you smell wonderful." Su Huai said, "Prove it. Smell me." Lu Yao said, "I'm afraid I'll be overwhelmed." Su Huai replied, "Then keep holding your breath." Lu Yao tugged at her wrists, but although he appeared calm and composed, his grip was unyielding. If she refused to breathe today, he could simply hold her and watch with amusement as she suffocated on the spot. Su Huai said, "I've seen plenty of games of playing hard to get." Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise, "You actually think I'm playing hard to get with my life on the line?" Su Huai said tenderly, "But it doesn't stop me from enjoying being pursued this way." Lu Yao thought this person must have some serious mental illness. She tugged again, but instead of loosening his grip, he pulled her 2 inches closer. His breath hovered faintly around her nose, and her palms, gripping the chair, began to sweat. Eventually, Lu Yao felt as though her mind could no longer breathe. Unable to tolerate his amused attitude as she gasped for air, a spirit of "if you want what you got" it suddenly took over. She leaned forward and kissed him briefly on his thin lips. Su Huai paused, clearly surprised by her boldness. No woman had ever dared to touch him in such a manner before. His lips were warm. Lu Yao lingered not a moment longer and said, "I've shown you what a kiss feels like. Are you satisfied? You love playing hard to get. Let's see how well you suffocate then. Su Huai's intense stare made her uneasy. I'm not satisfied. Come in, he called. Little did they expect that this very scene was about to be witnessed by his attendant recklessly entering the hall. The attendant named Jianzheng was known for his swift and decisive actions. Upon entering, he was stunned to see his master being flirted with by a woman, his mind going blank for a moment. Fortunately, his body reacted faster than his brain. He immediately darted out of the hall, as though he had seen nothing. Su Huai's command to come in was clearly meant for him. Jianzheng hesitated before steeling his nerves and walking back into the hall. Lu Yao could hold it no longer. Taking advantage of Su Huai's momentary distraction, she deftly twisted her wrist and finally slipped from his grasp. She immediately stepped back a few paces to create distance and said, "You discuss your matters. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and hurried out of the hall. As she passed by Jianzheng, she couldn't resist a glance at him. Thank goodness for this treacherous lackey. His timing was impeccable. After Lu Yao departed, Su Huai remained seated in his chair, his expression unreadable, neither pleased nor angered, merely raising a hand to slowly wipe his lips. Jianzheng stood with his head bowed, yet could feel the chilling atmosphere in the hall heavy with oppression. Jianzheng understood. His master was displeased. But he couldn't determine whether it stemmed from his sudden intrusion ruining the occasion or from being kissed. That Miss Lu had departed with such decisiveness, and all her fire had been directed at him. Su Huai's voice was exceedingly calm, yet it sent an inexplicable chill down his attendant's spine. Have you lost your voice? Or must I beg you to speak? A shiver ran through the attendant's heart, and he quickly continued, Your Highness, there have been some leads on the reclusive medical sage you have been seeking. Su Huai raised his eyelids slightly to look at him. Having served his master for years, he knew well that the worse his mood, the gentler his gaze appeared. The look he was receiving now seemed to say, if you cannot finish in one breath, should I test whether you can take your last breath right here? The attendant felt a chill and hastened to continue. Though we have not yet been able to trace his whereabouts, it is said that his direct disciple has entered the mortal realm. Su Huai asked, entered the mortal realm? Where is he? Jianzheng replied, Your Highness, forgive me, but I have not been able to locate him yet. Su Huai stared at him for a moment, causing sweat to bead on his forehead, then said, You haven't found him. Are you mocking me? Jianzheng answered, I would never dare. Su Huai stated, Follow the old rules. Jianzheng saluted, yes. He knew this was going to happen. He would have to take the blame for that Lu woman. After escaping Su Huai's grasp, Lu Yao feared he would track her down, so she fled to a secluded corner of the Prime Minister's residence garden to rest and compose herself. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon her and highlighting a fine sheen of perspiration on her forehead and temples. She had been sitting for quite some time now, yet her limbs still felt weak and unsteady. Earlier in the hall, being too close to Su Huai, she had unavoidably caught the scent clinging to him. That rich, pungent fragrance was the aroma of Angelica sinensis infused with rare beast blood to amplify its medicinal potency. Though she could not fathom what ailment required such a powerful remedy, the scent was fundamentally opposed to her constitution. Angelica sinensis suited a man like him perfectly, but her current physique was unusually sensitive, rendering her unable to tolerate that particular aroma. Meanwhile, after Lady Qingla had left the main hall earlier, she marched silently to a pavilion with a dark expression, while Nurse Su followed behind, trembling with fear. As Nurse Su saw her turn around, she hastily began to explain, My lady, this servant. But barely had she started, when Lady Qingla suddenly struck her violently across the face in a fit of rage, and Nurse Su immediately fell to her knees. Lady Qingla seethed with indignation. What have you done? You've made me lose face before my sworn brother. Nurse Su pleaded, My lady, please calm yourself. This servant truly did place the jade pendant beneath the pillow. I don't understand how this could have happened. Lady Qingla roared in fury. How dare you present something that does not belong to me? Are you blind? Nurse Su had not paid much attention in truth, only knowing it was a white jade pendant found where she had hidden it with no idea it was some betrothal token. Nurse Su immediately declared, It must be that wretched girl. She's the one behind this. She swapped the pendant and deliberately humiliated your ladyship. Yes, it has to be her. A dark shadow crossed Lady Qingla's eyes as she said, You'd better find my jade pendant first, or I'll have your head. Yes, this servant will go back and find it right away. After resting for a while, Lu Yao prepared to return to the inner quarters, but unexpectedly ran into Jianzheng while passing through the central courtyard. Good heavens, he was being punished. Kneeling on the ground with his upper garment removed, the other attendants were delivering rod strikes to his back one by one. Just from the sound of the blows cutting into flesh, it was clear the executioner was showing no mercy whatsoever. Lu Yao stood aside watching for a while, then moved around to his back and saw the welts covering his entire back, oozing blood beneath the skin. The person striking him had measured his force precisely. While the flesh underneath was bruised and bleeding, the skin itself remained unbroken. She circled around him, watching intently with the unmistakable air of someone enjoying a spectacle. Jianzheng, drenched in sweat, lifted his eyes and followed her movements with his gaze, grinding his teeth in anger. These beatings were entirely undeserved. If not for this woman, he would not be suffering punishment at all. And she had the audacity to just stand there and watch. Jianzheng asked, Have you seen enough? Lu Yao rubbed her chin and remarked, You don't need to beat someone so harshly when he's one of your own. Jianzheng, breathing heavily and coldly, replied, "If you have nothing else to do, you'd best leave quickly." Lu Yao responded, "Then why would I need to rush off?" Jianzheng was rendered speechless. By the time Lu Yao returned to the rear courtyard after enjoying the commotion, she found a crowd of servants gathered at the entrance, also watching the spectacle. Seeing her approach, they parted way with expressions ranging from curiosity to disdain. Princess Qingla stood in the courtyard at that moment, her room door wide open, the place looking as if it had been turned upside down, with belongings scattered everywhere. The princess turned and spotted Lu Yao, a forced smile curling on her lips as her eyes glinted with suppressed malice. "My esteemed future sister-in-law has finally returned." Matron Su had rummaged through every corner, but found nothing. Frustrated, she demanded, "Where have you hidden the princess's jade pendant?" Lu Yao stepped carefully over the shards of porcelain, making her way to the eaves. "If I had hidden it after such a thorough search, you would have surely found it by now." She glanced at Matron Su and added, "Perhaps it was you who hid it. After all, in this courtyard it's only you and me, and the princess's pendant was lost right here." Matron Su's face turned ashen. "Don't talk nonsense. How could I possibly steal the princess's belongings?" Lu Yao said, "In any case, my room has been searched and nothing was found. Whoever hid the pendant has nothing to do with me. Princess Qingla, please do as you wish." There was still one room left unsearched, Matron Su's. Since the princess was determined to retrieve her pendant, she ordered coldly, her pretty face darkening, "Search the room next door." Her two matrons immediately entered the adjacent room. After a brief rustling, a sudden exclamation rang out. The princess went to the doorway and saw one of the matrons retrieving a worn cloth bundle from under a table leg. When unwrapped, there lay her jade pendant. But upon closer inspection, her fury blazed. Matron Su took one look, her legs gave way, and she dropped to her knees, sweating profusely. "Your Highness, it wasn't me. This servant didn't do it." Lu Yao said, "Your Highness, perhaps you should not blame Matron Su." It seemed she was momentarily confused. The princess clenched her palms so tightly her face turned white with rage. The tone Lu Yao used was exactly the same as the one the princess herself had used with her adopted brother in the main hall earlier. Lu Yao added regretfully, "What a pity it is for this imperial bestowal from the palace." Matron Su, not knowing its value, used it to prop up the table leg and inadvertently crushed it into several pieces. Now it can't even be reassembled. Indeed, the jade pendant under that rag had shattered into 4 or 5 fragments. Matron Su, seething with indignation, cried, "You vile woman, you framed me." Lu Yao retorted, "Earlier you were certain I had stolen the princess's pendant. Now it is found in your room. Who is framing whom?" The onlooking servants, though not particularly fond of Lu Yao, could not deny the evidence. They urged Matron Su, "Old Su, you'd better confess now. Yes, if the princess forgives you, the prime minister might spare you. Everyone makes mistakes, just admit it. The princess is so merciful. If you don't confess now, do you want to wait until you face the prime minister? If this reaches the prime minister, you might not survive." The tone of these admonishments was precisely that of persuading a thief to reform. Matron Su, unable to clear herself despite 100 tongues, was overwhelmed with grievance. Sweat pouring down her face, she slumped to the ground and wailed, "Heavens above, it truly wasn't me." In the end, Princess Qingla ordered her own matrons to slap Matron Su repeatedly, venting her fury whether or not she was guilty. An incompetent wretch who spoils everything. Matron Su's face was swollen from the blows. The princess, with a show of magnanimity, said this jade pendant was an imperial gift. Damaging it would cost you your life, even if you paid with it. But since you are a matron in my adopted brother's household, I will spare your life. Matron Su had to thank her profusely, and the servants all praised the princess for her kindness and generosity. Under the watchful eyes of all, Princess Qingla could not do anything further to Lu Yao. She smiled and said, "I wronged my future sister-in-law today. I hereby apologize." Lu Yao replied, "Not at all, Your Highness. The important thing is that your pendant has been found." As soon as the princess stepped out of the courtyard, her eyes turned dark and gloomy, filled with a somber malevolence. She arrived at a pavilion, and soon the swollen-faced Matron Su was brought there. With a single glance from the princess, Matron Su knelt tremblingly. Lady Qingla slowly unfolded the cloth to examine her shattered jade pendant. After observing it for a while without response, nursemaid Su grew increasingly terrified. Suddenly, Lady Qingla's eyes turned vicious, and in a frenzy, she smashed the jade fragments violently against nursemaid Su's forehead. The sharp edges carved several bleeding wounds into her brow, yet the old woman dared not flinch or cry out in pain. "My lady, I swear on heaven it was not I who did this. I truly placed your jade pendant beneath her pillow as instructed. It must have been she who shattered it and framed me. Even with 100 times the courage, I would never dare such a thing." Lady Qingla drew a deep breath to steady herself, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. She had assumed the girl from the countryside was entirely insignificant, devoid of talent and beauty, of lowly and humble birth. Yet she harbored delusions of marrying into their family as his legitimate wife. She could have dismissed her with the slightest effort. Yet unexpectedly she had been bested by that wretch. How could she possibly swallow this indignity? Lady Qingla looked at nursemaid Su and declared, "I will grant you one final opportunity. Succeed in this, and all past transgressions shall be forgiven. Fail, and you shall bear the consequence yourself." Nursemaid Su hastily replied, "Whatever my lady commands, this old servant shall execute with her very life." Lady Qingla gritted her teeth and commanded, "Disfigure her face." Let her see if she could still wear such an arrogant expression before her. Lu Yao rarely ventured beyond the modest rear courtyard where she temporarily resided to wander the vast minister's mansion. Yet whenever she did wish to stroll about, no one in the mansion dared to stop her. For the chief minister had never explicitly forbidden her movement within the residence. If she had gone to seek him out directly, that would have been reasonable. After all, she was his betrothed. But unexpectedly instead, she asked after the location of Jian Zheng's quarters. Jian Zheng had just completed his punishment and was wiping the sweat from his body, changing into clean clothes when he prepared to step outside. To his surprise, a clear and melodious whistle suddenly echoed from beneath the shade of a tree in the courtyard. Jian Zheng started turning to find Lu Yao leaning against the tree. His expression grew strange. When had she entered? He had not noticed her at all. Then his face darkened. If he had heard correctly, was she whistling at him? As if he were some stray cat or dog to be called over. Jian Zheng spoke coldly. This is no place a young lady such as yourself ought to be. Lu Yao crossed her arms and remarked, to speak honestly, compared to your master you appear remarkably reasonable. Jian Zheng's heart skipped a beat, and he warned, you had best not let your master hear such words. Lu Yao raised her brows and asked, are you afraid he will discover we speak ill of him here? Jian Zheng immediately distanced himself, insisting, who is we? Whatever ill you speak has nothing to do with me. Lu Yao let out a sudden laugh, seemingly amused by his reaction. That smile curved her peach blossom eyes into gentle arcs radiating youthful brilliance. Jian Zheng could not help but pause, momentarily stunned. Then she raised her hand and tossed him something. He caught it instinctively, a cool, pristine white porcelain flask. When he looked up again, Lu Yao had already turned and walked away. Her voice drifted behind her, no need to thank me. Consider it repayment for your assistance in helping me escape earlier. Jian Zheng's expression darkened further. What did she mean by helping her? As though they were on the same side. He had merely been unfortunate enough to stumble upon the scene. Had he known this woman was making advances toward his master in the main hall, he would have kept a wide distance or drawn his sword to strike her down immediately. Anything rather than suffer those beating sticks himself. Before long, Lu Yao had already left his courtyard. Jian Zheng opened the porcelain flask and brought it to his nose, inhaling a faint medicinal fragrance that was wonderfully refreshing. It must be a healing ointment. Yet he found it strange. How could a country girl possess such medicine? As he pondered this, Lu Yao's voice drifted over the courtyard wall once more. Do not tell your master, or I shall claim you speak ill of him behind his back. You would only end up with another beating. Jian Zheng. Though Lu Yao had shown some intention to reciprocate his help, she was hardly a benevolent soul. Since her fiancé was problematic and difficult to deal with, she would first cultivate relations with his loyal subordinate, who knew it might prove convenient in the future. No loss there. As night fell, when Nanny Su returned to the courtyard, Lu Yao had already tidied up her room. Nanny Su threw the sour and foul meal from daytime back in front of Lu Yao, saying viciously, I haven't settled the score with you yet for framing me today. How about this? If you eat this bowl of food, I'll mercifully let you off. Lu Yao asked, I'm not stupid. Would I feed it to you? That single remark instantly enraged Nanny Su, who lashed out at Lu Yao with a stinging slap, her fury matching the same forceful aggression that Qinghua Junshu had shown her earlier in the day. She intended to make Lu Yao pay for all the injustice and resentment she had suffered before the princess that day. But just as the rough fingers brushed against a strand of hair near Lu Yao's ear, Lu Yao suddenly kicked the bench beside the table, striking Nanny Su's knee precisely. Though it appeared Lu Yao had not exerted much force, Nanny Su felt her knee go numb and her legs lose all sensation. The next moment she was tripped and sent sprawling onto her back. Blazing with fury, Nanny Su saw Lu Yao calmly pick a teacup from the tea tray and place it before her. She scrambled to her feet, immediately desperate to tear into her on the spot. Nanny Su had long concealed a shard of broken porcelain in her sleeve. Without hesitation, she lunged at Lu Yao with it, intent on pinning her down. Even if the princess had not given her this task, she was determined to ruin Lu Yao's face today. Lu Yao sat on her stool, her expression serene and composed. She tilted her head slightly, drew a modest black hairpin from her hair, and held it delicately between her pale fingers. Facing Nanny Su, who pounced like a ferocious bear, she casually tapped the pin against the cup. The sound was remarkably crisp, its lingering tone soft, yet penetrating as though drilling into one's mind. It struck Nanny Su's brain with a sudden shock. For a moment her thoughts went blank, then a tightness seized her entire skull. Nanny Su glared viciously at Lu Yao and raised the porcelain shard to slash at her face. But Lu Yao's slender, articulate fingers moved with uncanny dexterity, striking 2 or 3 more notes. The pitches differed, yet wove together into a melody that drilled into Nanny Su's ears, swelling until her skull threatened to burst. Overcome by the dizzying pain that followed the stimulation, Nanny Su could no longer think of attacking Lu Yao. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her head, so nauseated and wretched that she nearly vomited. Breathing heavily, Nanny Su's eyes swam with shock and fear, though resentment dominated. Glancing up at Lu Yao, she saw her seated upright before the table, posture straight and graceful, her hair loosely gathered half up, with dark strands cascading to her waist, an ineffable composure of serene elegance. In the lamplight, that calm profile gave Nanny Su an inexplicable sense of dread. Recovering slightly, her head still throbbing, she cried through gritted teeth, "What sorcery have you used on me?" Lu Yao raised an eyebrow. "You call this sorcery?" As she spoke, she twisted her finger and struck the hairpin twice in varying tones. Nanny Sue felt each blow land directly upon her skull, making her flinch and grimace in agony. Unable to endure it, Nanny Sue crouched on the ground and moaned, "Stop. Stop hitting it." Lu Yao fetched 2 more cups and inverted them before her. With 3 ordinary porcelain cups arranged, she rested her chin in her palm and lazily tapped the hairpin, tones shifting from light to heavy, high to low, driving Nanny Sue to beg for mercy through her torment. Echoing Nanny Sue's earlier words with quiet detachment, Lu Yao said, "How about this? If you eat this bowl of food, I'll mercifully let you off." At first Nanny Sue refused, but soon she could not hold out. She had no choice but to lift the bowl and force the contents into her mouth. The moment she swallowed the first bite, she vomited. The rancid stench mingled with the foul odor of her own saliva made her gorge rise to the breaking point. "Do not waste it," Lu Yao said. She spat it out and was forced to eat it again, finally swallowing the entire bowl bit by bit while retching. Nanny Sue fled the courtyard in utter disarray, screaming, "Help! Help! That person wants to kill me." Lu Yao slid the hairpin back into her hair, rose from her seat, and turned to right the toppled chair. Before she could reach it, a sound of cracking porcelain echoed from the table. All 3 cups she had tapped, some overturned, others inverted, shattered simultaneously at the sound. When Lu Yao finished steadying the chair and looked back, the table was littered with shards of broken porcelain. The porcelain of the Prime Minister's mansion was simply not built to last. Meanwhile, Nanny Sue had fled and, thoroughly frightened, dared not return throughout the night. The following morning, the tranquility of the Prime Minister's rear courtyard was shattered first by a startled cry, "Someone has drowned." A corpse floated in the pond behind the courtyard. The coarse cloth garments bobbed in the water like a plump mushroom. The servants scrambled to haul the body ashore and could not help but exclaim in shock, "It's Nanny Sue." Nanny Sue had drowned silently and without warning. When a life was lost in the Prime Minister's mansion, Lu Yao soon found herself face to face with Su Huai again. He seemed to have taken a rare moment to listen to the full account of events, and Lu Yao couldn't help but suspect that it was precisely because the situation was unfavorable to her that he had the leisure to show up. A servant said, "Mama Sue usually had no enmity with anyone. Only yesterday Miss Lu had a very unpleasant quarrel with her." Mama Sue claimed that Miss Lu had stolen the princess's jade pendant, but the pendant was actually found in Mama Sue's own room. The pendant shattered. Mama Sue said she didn't break it. She said, "Miss Lu did." The servants spoke one after another, laying out everything that had happened yesterday in full detail. Su Huai sat in a grand armchair dressed in a blue robe, his black hair coiled with a jade hairpin. Lu Yao had to admit that his attire was extremely plain, yet few could wear such plainness and still become a scene unto themselves. He sipped tea and listened as if he were watching a play. His fingers played with the teacup, long distinct with the refinement of a scholar, yet without the frailty typical of one. Another servant said, "Last night when Mama Sue rushed out of the courtyard, she shouted." Su Huai waited for the rest, but when it didn't come, he lifted his eyes and gave the servant a cool, indifferent glance. The servant shuddered and hurriedly continued, "Mama Sue shouted that Miss Lu was going to kill her. Many of us heard it." Several more servants came forward to testify. She instantly became the prime suspect. Su Huai turned to Lu Yao and asked, "What do you have to say?" Lu Yao thought to herself that yesterday she had not only had an unpleasant quarrel with Mama Sue, she had also had an unpleasant quarrel with the very man seated in the hall. She said, "Mama Sue's drowning has nothing to do with me." Su Huai raised his tone slightly. "So you mean they're all lying?" Lu Yao replied, "Even if what they said is true, it doesn't prove I'm the murderer." Su Huai asked, "Do you have any evidence to prove you're not?" Indeed, she did not. Last night, aside from Mama Sue, she had seen no one else, so no one could provide her with an alibi. Before she could say anything more, Su Huai, who was still very busy, decided not to waste time here. He straightened his robe and rose to leave, saying in the gentlest of voices, "Lock her in the woodshed for now. We'll deal with her when a decision is reached." Lu Yao rubbed her forehead and said, "Lord Prime Minister, shouldn't the benefit of the doubt apply?" Su Huai paused, his eyes subtly tilting upward as he studied her. Lu Yao inexplicably felt that he was in a good mood at that moment. He said slowly, "Here the benefit of the doubt does not apply. I hope you understand." With that, he gestured toward the hall, and 2 attendants immediately entered. He then gave his order in a leisurely tone, "Take her away." Thus, before Lu Yao could even attempt to defend herself, the 2 attendants flanked her, one on each side, and she could only watch as her feet barely touched the ground before she was dragged and hauled out of the hall. She saw Su Huai standing at the door, watching with an air of leisurely amusement. He must be utterly delighted inside, she thought. Lu Yao turned her head and looked at one of the attendants holding her. It was Jianzheng. She said, "Were the medicines I gave you yesterday all fed to the dogs?" Jianzheng paused. Yesterday he had tried the medicine and was astonished by its remarkable efficacy. After just one night, when he woke up this morning, all the pain in his back was gone. When he looked at his reflection in the water, even the bruises had vanished. The medicine was excellent, but business was business. Jianzheng remained upright and unyielding. "My master's orders cannot be disobeyed. Miss Lu, I apologize for the offense." Truly, he was a lackey through and through. Finally, she was shoved into the woodshed. The door was locked from the outside, and the sound of footsteps faded away, leaving her in peace. Mama Sue's corpse had already swollen from being in the water. It couldn't be left lying there. As soon as Su Huai left the hall, the steward promptly called for the body to be disposed of. Before long, Su Huai left the mansion. Sitting in the carriage, Jianzheng arrived after locking Lu Yao in the woodshed and immediately took the reins. Su Huai leaned back against the carriage wall, closing his eyes to rest. As Jianzheng drove the carriage slowly forward, he asked, "Master, are we going to the government office or to Prince Qi's mansion?" Su Huai replied, "Can't we go to Prince Qi's mansion on the way to the government office?" Jianzheng said, "Understood." A moment later, Su Huai added in a gentle voice, "I hope Prince Qi will find comfort in seeing me." Jianzheng thought to himself, comfort. Prince Qi would probably go mad when he sees the master. Last night, Prince Qi's mansion had burned for nearly half the night. The entire mansion was in chaos. When Su Huai heard about it, he had temporarily dispatched a squad of Imperial Guards to help extinguish the fire. The Imperial Guards arrived in the nick of time, and there were no casualties in the mansion. However, during the firefighting, certain old accounts were uncovered that Prince Qi could not afford to have made public. Those items were sent to the palace, and when the emperor saw them, he was seized with a great fury. When Su Huai's carriage came to a halt before the gates of the Prince of Qi's residence, a vast contingent of Imperial Guards was still turning the mansion upside down. The Prince of Qi, upon seeing Su Huai, gnashed his teeth in fury. This treacherous scoundrel wasn't he merely retaliating out of personal spite. Not only had his mansion been reduced to ashes, but he now faced a thorough investigation by the Court of Judicial Review. The Prince of Qi, disheveled and bearing scorch marks on his garments, would have charged forward had the Imperial Guards not restrained him. The Prince of Qi roared, "You treacherous minister, you corrupt the state and harm the people. Your downfall is inevitable." At that moment, Su Huai sat in his carriage, casually adjusting the hem of his robe, and said to the guard, "Do not stop him." As the guard stepped aside, the Prince of Qi, caught off guard, hesitated and did not rush forward. Su Huai then said to him, "You may come closer to curse." The Prince of Qi stammered, but not wanting to bolster his enemy's spirit at the expense of his own, continued to curse, "Villainous knave, do not think I fear you. When the officials submit a memorial to purge the court of evil, the first to be denounced will be you." Su Huai leisurely instructed his attendant Jianzheng, "Move the carriage forward a little. I cannot hear clearly." Jianzheng indeed drove the carriage closer to the Prince of Qi. This time the prince not only refused to advance, but instead retreated several steps. Jianzheng urged the carriage forward again, and the prince again backed away. Finally, when Jianzheng brought the carriage to the edge of the steps before the ruined mansion gate, the Prince of Qi had retreated behind the threshold of the main door, muttering defiantly, "Why you will come to no good end." With that, the Prince of Qi, cursing vehemently, ducked behind the door. What a wretched encounter, to have provoked such a plague. He had truly been dealt the worst of luck. He could no longer afford to grieve over his nearly completely burned family fortune, for what awaited him might be a prison meal in the Court of Judicial Review. The Imperial Guards observed that the Prince of Qi had thoroughly cowered. Yet in the entire court there were few who could stand firm against Prime Minister Su. Seeing the prince retreat, Su Huai did not linger, and said, "Let us go." Jianzheng then drove the carriage away from the scene. Meanwhile, the officials in the court who were implicated in this case were also in a frenzy, desperately trying to distance themselves. Those officials in secret cursed Su Huai's ancestors back to the 18th generation. "Bah, that son of a bitch of a villain." And this so-called villain then went to the Court of Judicial Review, perused the case files, settled the charges, and presented them to the emperor, ordering the entire group of conspirators to be searched, their properties confiscated, and thrown into prison, where they could curse to their heart's content. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news from the Prime Minister's residence, the Qingla Commandery princess was startled. "You say Steward Su is dead?" The servant replied, "Yes, it is said she drowned. Her body was found floating in the pond this morning." This was entirely beyond her expectations. Her expression unreadable, she asked, "What is the situation at the Prime Minister's residence now? How did my sworn brother handle this matter?" The servant replied, "The Prime Minister's fiancée seems to be the prime suspect. The Prime Minister has locked her in the woodshed awaiting judgment." Upon hearing this, the Qingla Commandery princess could not help but feel a secret satisfaction. Even if she could not deal with that Lu Yao herself, there were plenty who would not let her have an easy time. Did she think being the Prime Minister's wife was so easy? She should see if others would consent. Lu Yao had been locked in the woodshed for a day. By the angle of light through the window, she could roughly determine the time. The Prime Minister's residence was not lacking in those who would kick a man when he was down. Seeing that the Prime Minister had personally ordered her locked in the woodshed, they realized he did not care for her at all, so that day's 3 meals were exceptionally meager. Lu Yao glanced at the cold food and found it acceptable. At least it was not spoiled. But she did not touch it. She sat leaning against the wall, resting with her eyes closed. At mealtime, she took out a pill from her bosom and calmly placed it in her mouth. She had finally figured it out. No wonder that treacherous fiancé had so easily acknowledged her as his betrothed. It was because all manner of demons and monsters were waiting for her in this inner courtyard. He simply wanted to see how she would die, and perhaps even give her a final push. As dusk waned and night descended, the door to the woodshed loosened again and creaked open. A sliver of faint light spilled in from outside. Lu Yao looked up and saw a small head peering through the crack in the door, meeting her gaze. It was a young boy, who exclaimed in surprise, "Why is there a person locked in the woodshed?" Lu Yao, chin propped on her hand, said, "Would you like to let me out?" The boy replied with a righteous air, "You must have done something wrong to be locked up here. I won't release a villain." Lu Yao idle chatted with him. Then what are you doing here? The boy said, I came to get firewood. With that he entered the woodshed. Lu Yao, catching his scent, wrinkled her brow slightly. Musk. She looked at the boy's attire. Plain cloth, not like a master. So why would he carry the scent of musk? After entering, he avoided communicating with the villain, Lu Yao, and focused on gathering firewood from the corner. But just as he had stacked several pieces and bent to pick them up, a figure passed by the woodshed door. Whether because the door was left open or for some other reason, the person casually pulled the door shut and lashed it from the outside. Lu Yao had been in a corner on the other side. Neither she nor the little boy had been quick enough to stop the firewood room door from shutting. The boy turned and saw the door close, then rushed to the entrance and tugged at it with all his might, but it would not budge. Panicked, he slapped the door and screamed, yet no one outside paid him any mind. Well then, Lu Yao said, now you're locked in here with me. The boy turned to look at her, his forehead glistening with sweat. He seemed terrified and kept pulling at the door with all his strength. His breathing grew rapid and shallow, eventually becoming so labored that he struggled to draw air, gasping in great ragged breaths. With what strength he had left fading, he slowly sank to the ground, curling himself into a tiny cluster. Noticing something was wrong, Lu Yao rose to her feet and walked over. The boy lay on the ground, both hands clutching at his collar, gasping with the desperate wheezing cries of a trapped creature. Lu Yao furrowed her brow and squatted down to examine him more closely. This wretched child actually had asthma. Then why was he carrying musk on his person? That very substance could provoke his condition, and combined with his agitation and attack, was nearly certain. Lu Yao immediately turned the boy over and methodically unfastened his collar, then his belt, loosening his garment slightly so that he could breathe more easily. But as soon as his clothes were loosened, a small object fell out. Lu Yao looked and saw it was a scented pouch. A musk sachet. Lu Yao took a pill from her own purse, pried the boy's mouth open, and helped him swallow it. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder something about this child's arrival was deeply suspicious. He had asthma, yet carried a sachet that could trigger an attack at any moment. He happened to come to her, was shut inside with her by someone's doing, and then panicked into an asthmatic fit. Could such things truly be mere coincidence? Someone had likely guided him here intentionally or otherwise, knowing he would suffer an attack within these walls. Lu Yao watched his face turn purplish. Without timely treatment, there would be no saving him. The matter involving Aunt Sue was still unresolved, and now another child's life was at stake. Were they trying to send her straight to the halls of King Yama? This inner household was indeed teeming with monsters and serpents. Though whoever set this scheme in motion probably never imagined that she was someone who specialized in snatching souls away from King Yama's gates. Lu Yao stripped the boy's upper garment, curled her fingers, and pressed the corresponding acupoints on his chest with her knuckles. She then turned him over and tapped the acupoints on his back. He writhed in pain, cold sweat pouring down his face, but gradually the suffocating tightness in his chest eased. His frantic gasping slowed into deep breaths, and eventually his breathing steadied into a normal rhythm. Soon the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a woman's desperate cry, Jiejun. Jiejun, are you here? Didn't he go to help gather firewood? Someone else said. Go check the firewood room to see if he's there. When the group that had come searching pushed open the firewood room door, they found the boy lying half naked on the ground, his back covered in bruise marks from pinching and twisting. And sitting nearby, Lu Yao appeared as though she had just finished her work. The first woman to enter froze at the sight. The boy lay motionless on the ground in such a wretched state, and she nearly lost her mind. She lunged at Lu Yao, tearing and striking furiously, screaming, "He's just a child. How could you do this? I'll kill you, you venomous bitch." The woman's fury was terrifying as she attacked without first understanding the situation. Lu Yao dodged most of her grabbing and striking, but was unlucky enough to be scratched by the frenzied woman, feeling a burning sting across her neck. Others quickly wrapped the boy in clothing and checked his breathing. He's still alive? Hurry, go fetch the physician. And so some of them hastily carried the boy out of the firewood room. The few maidservants who remained urged her on. "Masher, go check on your child quickly. We'll settle scores later." The woman finally came to her senses, quickly rose, wiped her face, and shot Lu Yao a venomous glare through gritted teeth. "If anything happens to my son, I will make you pay with your life." With that, she hurried after the group. The maidservants who stayed behind looked at Lu Yao with eyes full of ice and loathing. "You were not content to ruin one Aunt Sue, you've now laid your hands on a child. How could the Prime Minister have such a vicious fiancé? The Prime Minister has always been kind to Jiejun. Now the evidence is clear. Let's see how you argue your way out of this." Lu Yao remained silent, offering no response. She reached up and touched the scratch on her neck. Though the skin had not broken, it was already swelling, and she knew blood had seeped beneath the surface. Returning home only after nightfall, Su Hua entered the hall to wash his hands and encountered a servant leading the doctor inside. He casually asked the steward, "Who summoned the doctor?" The steward replied, "Jia Jun was injured in the woodshed. When Lady Ma found him, she heard that Miss Lu had already strangled him until he was covered in bruises and lost consciousness. If it had been any later, I fear he would have been beyond saving." Su Hua lowered his head, slowly drying the water from his hands with a towel, and said somewhat casually, "Have the doctor do his best to revive Jia Jun first." The servant immediately took the doctor away. A moment of silence fell in the hall before Jian Zheng spoke up. "Miss Lu is new here and has no grievance with Jia Jun, as she ought to. Before he could finish, Su Hua glanced sideways at him, neither pleased nor angry, yet the look sent a chill down his spine. Are you speaking on her behalf? Jianzheng immediately bowed his head. This subordinate dares not. Meanwhile, the doctor reached Lady Ma and examined Jia Jun. Fortunately, there was no life-threatening injury. He had merely fainted temporarily. Before Lady Ma could even breathe a sigh of relief, Jia Jun developed a high fever. The woodshed was pitch dark. At first, several servants cursed and spat into the shed, forcing Lu Yao to retreat to a corner. Exhausted from all the commotion and seeing no reason to loiter, they simply locked the woodshed door and dispersed. Sitting in the darkness with eyes closed, Lu Yao was resting when someone passed by the wooden lattice window of the woodshed and suddenly threw in several pitch-black objects. The moment they hit the ground, they scattered in all directions, making squeaking sounds. It seems they had brought a whole nest of mice to keep her company. Someone outside spat and sneered. You wicked woman, you belong with these rats. Perhaps common sense dictated that a woman should fear such creatures. Therefore, locking her with a nest of mice would surely scare her half to death. It would serve as a lesson. However, the mice quickly scurried into dark corners, and surprisingly not a single one dared to approach her. For a while the woodshed was unusually quiet, as if all the mice had escaped through holes. Instead, Lu Yao felt somewhat lonely and said, Hey, you were specifically brought here to scare me. Aren't you going to fulfill your duties? The mice didn't even make a sound. She had never been fond of small animals. Not even mice, let alone ants, would come near her. They would avoid her. The first half of the night passed relatively quietly, but in the second half footsteps were heard outside along with flickering light. Lu Yao opened her eyes and woke up. She heard the lock outside the door being unbolted, and then a figure walked in the light, illuminating the woodshed brightly. Lu Yao saw Lady Ma again. The scratches on her neck from this woman hadn't yet healed. Seeing Lady Ma's hostile demeanor, Lu Yao knew she wasn't there for good. Jia Jun's fever had just subsided, but Lady Ma couldn't let go of the matter and had to come settle the score with this worthless person. As one of the influential ladies in the Chancellor's inner quarters, the moment Lady Ma gestured, two people immediately stepped forward and roughly seized Lu Yao on both sides. Lady Ma said viciously, My son has no grievance with you, yet you dared to use such cruel means to strangle him to that state. I will make you pay double. She instructed her servant to straighten Lu Yao's arm, while another servant stepped forward with a club. Break that arm of hers. Lady Ma commanded. The servant swung the club and struck hard at Lu Yao's arm. This country girl had no chance of gaining the Chancellor's favor anymore, otherwise she wouldn't have been locked up here. Clearly she had been abandoned by the Chancellor. Not only had she caused the death of Aunt Sue, but now she wanted to kill Jia Jun. Such a person needed to be taught a lesson, or she would never know the limits. Hence the servant wielding the club showed no mercy. The next moment, with a cracking sound, a pig-like scream echoed through the woodshed, astonishing Lady Ma and the other servants. As the club descended, Lu Yao suddenly jerked her arm, straightening the arm of the person holding her, so the club struck their hand instead. The whole incident happened in the blink of an eye, catching everyone off guard. By the time they realized what had happened, the servant's arm, holding Lu Yao, had already been brutally broken. The woodshed erupted in continuous screams and chaos. They hurriedly helped the servant out and went to fetch the doctor. Afterwards, Lady Ma was reluctant to give up and wanted to cause more trouble for Lu Yao. At that moment, the nest of mice in the woodshed was frightened again and ran out, darting around. Forced to stop, she quickly locked Lu Yao and the mice together inside. When Jia Jun wakes up tomorrow, she will definitely seek justice from the Chancellor. The following morning, Jia Jun finally stirred awake in a daze. Lady Ma hurriedly took him to the front hall to find Su Huai threw herself on the ground and cried out, Jia Jun is the only heir of the Zhang family, yet he was nearly killed last night. I implore you, Prime Minister, to see justice done. Su Huai instructed Jianzheng, go fetch her. Jianzheng went to the firewood shed in the backyard, opened the door to find Lu Yao sitting in the corner, and said coldly, My master wishes to see you. Lu Yao opened her eyes and glanced at him. So you're here to settle scores? Jianzheng replied. You knew what would happen, and yet you still dared to do it. Lu Yao followed him out of the firewood shed and walked toward the front. Jianzheng noticed her calm demeanor and couldn't help but add, Jia Jun's father was a servant in the Prime Minister's residence. He died saving the Prime Minister, who has since treated Jia Jun and his mother exceptionally well. If you truly hurt Jia Jun, the Prime Minister will not spare you. Lu Yao offered no defense. Upon reaching the hall, Lu Yao looked up and saw Su Huai seated in a high-backed chair. He wore lake blue robes today, his black hair like ink. As he lowered his eyes, fragrant steam rose from his teacup, softening the gentle look in his half-closed gaze. Lady Ma stood beside him with the child from yesterday. His face was still pale, but after a night's rest he seemed more energetic. Upon seeing Lu Yao enter, his eyes flickered with fear, and he shrank back into Lady Ma's arms. Lady Ma soothed the child while glaring hatefully at Lu Yao, saying, Don't be afraid, Jia Jun. The Prime Minister will surely bring justice for you. Su Huai cast a casual glance at Lu Yao, who had stopped at the doorway, and asked, I hear you caused trouble again last night. Lu Yao replied, I told you I'm not the type to stir up trouble, but you wouldn't believe me. Lady Ma turned to the child and urged, Jia Jun, don't be afraid. Tell the Prime Minister exactly how she treated you last night. Jia Jun glanced at Lu Yao, gripped the hem of Lady Ma's clothes, and summoned the courage to accuse her. She choked me. She wouldn't let me move, and it hurt so much. Furious, Lady Ma demanded of Lu Yao, Did you hear that? Do you have anything to say for yourself? But Jejun hesitated, then added, I couldn't breathe. After it hurt, I seemed to be able to breathe again. Lady Ma was taken aback. What do you mean you couldn't breathe? When I found you, she had already choked you unconscious. Jejun stammered. I was locked in the firewood shed. When I got panicked, I couldn't catch my breath. Then she grabbed and pressed me. She wouldn't even let me move. She was so fierce. The fact that Jejun suffered from asthma was no secret in the Prime Minister's residence. Hearing his words, it seemed he must have had an asthma attack in the firewood shed the previous night. Lady Ma had arrived full of indignation, prepared to condemn Lu Yao, but never expected Jejun's testimony to turn out this way. She insisted, Jejun, don't lie. She hurt you like that because she meant to harm you. Su Huai looked at the child with a gentle expression, though the boy seemed even more frightened of him. Su Huai asked, she pressed you and it helped you breathe again. Jejun dared not lie and nodded honestly. Soon after, the physician came to re-examine Jejun. The night before, unaware of the child's asthma, he had only seen some of the bruises and remarked that whoever dealt them was far too brutal. Now that he knew about the asthma and examined the full picture, he realized the bruised areas corresponded precisely to acupressure points, and he explained, the places where the child has bruises happen to be the acupoints that soothe asthma and promote smooth breathing. There is no serious damage, only marks left on the child's tender skin. If an asthma attack were to occur, pressing these points in time could swiftly relieve the symptoms. To say nothing of Lady Ma, even the servants listening outside were stunned by this unexpected turn of events. With the matter gradually clarified, everyone realized that Lu Yao had not intended to harm Jejun. In fact, she had saved his life at a critical moment. If no one had attended to Jejun during his asthma attack the previous night, and Lady Ma had only discovered him later, he would certainly have been found as a lifeless body. Realizing the situation, Lady Ma hastily changed the subject and asked Jejun, you said you were locked in the firewood shed. Who locked you in? Jejun shook his head. I don't know. Someone simply closed the door and locked it. Even the person directly involved claimed not to know, so who in the entire residence would have the nerve to step forward and confess? Lu Yao raised her hand, a scented pouch dangling from her fingers, and tossed it to Lady Ma. This child lost this scented pouch yesterday. Is it his? Lady Ma took it and examined it closely. This isn't his. She then looked at Jejun. Where did you get it? Jejun fidgeted with the corner of his clothes. I picked it up while playing in the garden. Since he had found it rather than it being intentionally left behind, whoever had placed it there would unlikely come forward to claim it. Moreover, the fabric of the scented pouch was far from ordinary. It was beyond what any servant in the residence could possess. Only the person seated at the head of the hall could own such an item. Lu Yao gave him a glance, but could tell by scent that he did not normally use musk or similar strong fragrances. She said a child with asthma should avoid such scented materials. Hearing this, Lady Ma quickly handed the scented pouch to one of the servants. After all the commotion, they had mistakenly treated their benefactor as their enemy. Lady Ma had no choice but to bow her head and say, Honored Prime Minister Lady Lu, I am not unreasonable. Lady Lu saved my son, and though a misunderstanding occurred, I offer her my sincerest apologies. Seeing her change in attitude, Lu Yao did not press the matter further. After all, she had suffered no loss. Her hands were intact, unlike the person whose arm had been broken. Su Huai listened with a faint expression, then waved his hand and ordered Jian Zheng to escort Lu Yao back to the woodshed. After all, while Jejun's affair had been clarified, the matter of Su Nainai's death remained unresolved. On the way to the woodshed, Lu Yao sighed. Your master seems somewhat disappointed with this outcome. Jian Zheng did not deny it. Disappointed? Yes, somewhat. He paused and added, but you were fortunate. She did not expect that by afternoon a servant had already come to release her from the woodshed. Lu Yao asked, have you found the culprit? The servant's attitude toward her had also improved slightly. Not yet, but Madame Ma has testified on your behalf. Who had killed Su Nainai was no longer the critical issue. What mattered was that someone was willing to testify for Lu Yao, clearing her of suspicion. Lu Yao returned to the small courtyard where she had previously stayed. Pushing open the door and glancing around, she immediately noticed what was missing. Just then Lady Ma came to her courtyard. Lu Yao asked her, where's my luggage? Lady Ma replied, I have no idea, but I can ask the others for you. Upon asking the other servants, they revealed that no one had entered her courtyard since she had been locked in the woodshed, except for Jian Zheng, the Prime Minister's personal attendant. Lady Ma said His Excellency is currently out of the mansion and Jian Zheng is surely with him. Let us wait until they return and ask him then. Lady Ma continued, I am a person who repays kindness. You saved my son, and if you do not mind, I would like to serve you in your courtyard from now on. It was then that Lu Yao learned Lady Ma had testified before Su Huai, claiming she had encountered Su Nainai near the kitchen around midnight, and that Su Nainai had rested in the kitchen, never returning to the courtyard. This meant Lu Yao could hardly have come into contact with Su Nainai that night. If one were still determined to suspect her of the murder, then anyone in the Prime Minister's mansion could be a suspect. After hearing Lady Ma's testimony, Su Huai ordered Lu Yao's release before leaving the mansion. Lu Yao waited until evening before Su Huai finally returned. She went to Su Huai's courtyard, but was stopped by Jian Zheng. His expression was unmoving. What business brings you here, Lady Lu? Lu Yao raised an eyebrow at him. You took my belongings and you asked why I'm here. Jian Zheng fell silent, which was acknowledgement enough. He led her to the door of Su Huai's study. Warm light glowed within, and the door stood half open. Before Jianzheng could announce her, Su Huai, seated at the desk reviewing documents without even looking up, spoke in a calm, measured tone. What belongings did you take from her? Jianzheng hesitated a moment longer. Likely her travel bag. Su Huai flicked his eyelids and glanced at him. You have such preferences? Jianzheng steeled himself. Your lordship ordered me to retrieve it several days ago to examine it. He was not some pervert. He would not have done it without orders. But Su Huai, weighed down by noble duties, apparently barely remembered. Did I? Jianzheng nodded uprightly. When I brought it, your lordship was occupied, so I set it aside and did not get around to it. Lu Yao looked from Jianzheng to Su Huai, her expression clearly saying, are you two animals? This treacherous man truly was treacherous, locking her up while simultaneously having her things searched and her secrets uncovered. Unfortunately, such trifles were hardly worth a busy man's time. He had simply forgotten. Su Huai leaned back lazily against his chair. Where's the bag? Jianzheng touched his nose. It should be in the corner by the daybed. Su Huai said, go fetch it. Moments later, Lu Yao's eye twitched as she watched Jianzheng dig out her bag from some remote corner. He even casually patted off the dust. She reached out to take it, but that sycophant was truly sycophantic, giving her a lingering look before turning and carrying the bag straight to Su Huai's desk, spreading it open right beneath his eyes. The first sight within the bundle was a few sets of Lu Yao's everyday clothing. Su Huai glanced at it, then casually picked up a brush left on the table, using it to poke through her garments one by one, attempting to uncover something that might interest him. Yet all he found were clothes after clothes. When the tip of his brush happened to nudge one of her inner garments, a modesty cloth, his expression remained entirely calm while she sat there utterly numb. Lu Yao, you shameless scoundrel. Su Huai turned his head and looked at her unexpectedly, his gaze warm, yet piercing straight to the heart. Are you cursing me? Lu Yao replied, do you think I'm cursing you? If I really were, wouldn't you know precisely why? Su Huai slowly set down her modesty cloth. There was truly nothing else worth examining, so he lazily dismissed it with a single glance and instructed Jianzheng in a cool voice, take it away. Jianzheng obeyed and stepped forward to collect the bundle. Having never packed a woman's belongings before, and thanks to his master's kindness he had been forced to glimpse intimate garments, he did not know where to place his eyes. He was usually quite deft and reliable in his duties, but at this moment his nerves got the better of him. One corner slipped from his grip, and barely had he lifted the bundle when it tore open. The woman's clothes tumbled out with a soft rustle, scattering across Su Huai's desk until they swallowed all his documents and memorials beneath a pile of silk and cotton. And right there lay bare before Su Huai's very eyes was the modesty cloth he had previously prodded with his brush. Lu Yao, these master and servant are utter beasts. Jianzheng offered a precise apology. This subordinate was careless. Please punish me, my lord. Unable to restrain herself, Lu Yao asked, do my belongings offend you so deeply? Su Huai glanced at his devastated desk and replied, I am not displeased. Are you? Lu Yao shot back, the one whose privacy was violated is me. Hearing this, Su Huai maintained his composure and said simply, I merely looked, that is hardly peeping. Indeed, he had gazed openly and shamelessly with not an ounce of furtiveness. Only someone of extraordinary audacity could carry himself so self-assuredly. Could traitors truly be this brazen? Lu Yao realized she had underestimated him. He possessed an even thicker skin than she imagined. Su Huai made it his pleasure to unsettle her since she had so thoroughly ruffled him earlier. He reached out and picked up the topmost garment, a modesty cloth, and rubbed his fingers across it. Lu Yao's eyebrows twitched. Su Huai remarked, fine quality material. Fine indeed, my foot. Suppressing her emotions, Lu Yao spoke with earnest sincerity. I advise you to let it go. Folk belief holds that one who touches a woman's intimate clothing will inevitably suffer great misfortune. Rather than heeding her warning, Su Huai leisurely folded her modesty cloth and halves each fold precise. His fingers, pale and elegant against the pale lotus-colored fabric, moved with deliberate slowness. With a final twist, he rolled it into a small square no larger than his palm. Seeing Lu Yao's face turn the color of moss, he was clearly pleased with himself. Su Huai said, we shall soon be husband and wife. There is no need for such formality between us. I would like to see what manner of misfortune awaits me. Lu Yao strode forward, quickly swept the scattered garments back into the bundle, snatched the modesty cloth from his hands, glanced between the master and servant, and declared, you two are either perverts or born without a functioning brain. Hearing this, Jianzheng thought to himself, isn't that rather obvious? His master's deviant nature was hardly news. It was common knowledge throughout the capital. With that, Lu Yao turned on her heel and walked away. Just as she was about to step through the doorway, Su Huai's voice drifted after her, unexpectedly gentle. Jia Jun's asthma has flared up. Can you treat asthma? Without breaking her stride, Lu Yao replied, I happened to witness a physician treating someone with this ailment once back in my village. That is all. Before long, she had exited the courtyard. Su Huai's hands were empty again. He rubbed his fingers together, as if still feeling the fabric, then returned to sorting through the documents on his desk. After reading for a while, Su Huai suddenly spoke aloud. Your hands are shaking so badly, you cannot even carry a bundle now. Then what use are you? Jianzheng, who had stood rooted to the spot, like a wooden figure, felt his scalp tingle with dread as he explained, my lord is far too perceptive. What just happened was merely an accident. Su Huai said calmly, find someone else to attend to me. Jianzheng lowered his head dejectedly and replied, yes. Lu Yao returned to the courtyard with her bundle, and cast a glance at her 2 temporary sets of change of clothes, which had just passed through Su Huai's hands. In particular, the undergarment he had folded into a palm-sized square stood out remarkably piercing. She could not simply discard them since she had no other clothes available for now, so in the end, she could only scowl and toss them into the basin, intending to wash everything at once. Madame Ma, seeing her about to wash clothes, said, "This is such a trivial matter that the young lady need not trouble herself. I shall find someone to do it." The following day, the entire Xiang mansion was plunged into shock, for the Prime Minister had ordered the household to begin preparing for his wedding, with Lu Yao setting an engagement date first. They had assumed the Prime Minister held no favor for Lady Lu and would never take her as his wife, yet now it seemed this woman from the countryside was truly about to transform into the mistress of the house. In an instant, Lu Yao's courtyard became remarkably lively, and the servants, shedding their former cold indifference, treated Lu Yao with considerable diligence and attentiveness. Lu Yao was, to be honest, somewhat regretful. Had she known there were so many complications within the inner quarters of this Prime Minister's residence, she would have carefully weighed her decision before claiming this fiancée. But the present situation was entirely at Su Huai's whim. Should he feel inclined, he could marry her today or tomorrow, or should he not feel inclined, he might first send her to the firewood room to cool off for a few days. When Madame Ma asked if she had any requests, Lu Yao did not hesitate to speak, plainly asking for 2 new sets of undergarments to be tailored. The old undergarment was discarded as waste cloth. Su Huai acted swiftly, fixing the engagement date for 10 days hence. The news spread quickly, leaving Lu Yao quite startled. It gave the impression that he was a love-struck fool, unable to wait a moment longer to marry his betrothed. Was he? He was nothing of the sort. Lu Yao sensed the treacherous man was hatching some new scheme once again. That day, Su Huai returned after nightfall as usual, and as Lu Yao strolled through the front courtyard, she happened to bump into him upon his arrival. Beneath the eaves, the lamplight cast a hazy glow. Clad in ink-black robes, his figure was tall and graceful. His features were somewhat obscured, yet strikingly recognizable, especially the way his gaze seemed to hook into hers, the corners of his eyes rising beautiful to the point of being demonic. Su Huai lowered his eyes and brushed his robe, saying, "You came specifically to intercept me, yet keep such a distance." Lu Yao stood 2 zhang away from him, but she did not consider this distance too far. It was precisely the safe distance she desired. Lu Yao said, "I heard our engagement is set for 10 days from now." Su Huai finished brushing his sleeves and raised his head, countering, surprised. Lu Yao spoke with earnest sincerity, "Is it rather rushed? I am in no hurry. This matter can certainly be discussed at length." Su Huai mirrored her expression with equal earnestness. "I am in a hurry." Lu Yao fell silent for a moment and asked, "Why the rush?" Su Huai spoke in a gentle tone. "Naturally, I am eager to bring you home and make you my legitimate wife in proper form. I can hardly wait to share the intimacy of marriage with you." Had the conversation continued, Lu Yao felt he could spin their entirely non-existent feelings into something unbreakable and eternal. She dared swear it. A chill ran through Lu Yao's heart as she asked, "Does the Prime Minister behave this way toward everyone?" Su Huai's face wore a gentle expression as he said casually, "Of course not. Not just anyone would dare come to my door claiming to be my betrothed." As he spoke, Su Huai stepped forward, drawing nearer inch by inch. His scent drifted into her senses strand by strand. Lu Yao, ever prudent, backed away, and finally turned and walked off. The topic thus dissolved. There was simply no reasoning with him. Su Huai paused his steps and watched her retreating figure with an unruffled expression, asking, "Leaving so soon?" Lu Yao quickened her pace. "Shall I stay for midnight supper?" After she departed, Su Huai made his way back to his inner courtyard. The steward cautiously inquired, "Has the Prime Minister dined?" Su Huai gave a light command, "Send my dinner to my courtyard." Walking along the garden path, he casually asked his attendant nearby, "Where were we?" The attendant respectfully replied in a low voice, "Wu Huimin has already secretly gathered in the capital, likely waiting for the opportune moment to act against his master." Su Huai said, "Deliver this opportunity to them." Lu Yao noticed that Su Huai's sycophantic subordinate had changed. It was no longer Jianzheng. Over the past 2 days, another cold-faced young man had taken his place. Lu Yao asked and learned his name was Jian Shuang. She then asked him, "What of Jianzheng? Why is he no longer serving by our Prime Minister's side?" Jian Shuang replied, "He is undergoing punishment." Lu Yao was astonished. "What punishment lasts several days?" Jian Shuang, expressionless, answered, "Carrying manure in the stables." Lu Yao. Jian Shuang delivered the items and departed immediately. A wave of curiosity struck Lu Yao, and she asked one more question. What mistake did Jianzheng make? Jian Shuang. I heard it was because his hands trembled. Meanwhile, after carrying manure for several days, Jianzheng was walking back when he suddenly heard someone whistling. He turned his head and saw Lu Yao standing beneath the shade of a tree. Lu Yao said, "I can smell the horse manure on you from miles away." Jianzheng's face darkened. He ought to know who had made him do that. He strode forward and retorted, "Rather than worrying about others, Miss Lu might do well to concern herself with her own affairs." Lu Yao replied, "Your master truly has no intention of marrying after all. Otherwise she should be worrying about herself. She ought to be resting easy." Jianzheng ignored her and strode away. Lu Yao mused that if the treacherous man truly wanted to marry, he would simply do so. There would be no need for an engagement. To her surprise, she felt an inexplicable sense of calm. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The invitations had been dispatched, and once the news spread throughout the city, it sent shockwaves through everyone. The prime minister who held such sway over court and empire was actually getting engaged. What was this person's background? What noble family did she come from? What accomplishments did she possess to win someone like Su Huai? Wasn't she afraid she couldn't keep him in line? But when they investigated, they discovered that Su Huai's fiancée was simply a common village girl he had been promised to long ago. As for why the esteemed prime minister would have an engagement with a provincial woman remained unknown. The civil and military officials who received the wedding invitations at court were similarly left to their own thoughts. Those who cursed him dared not do so to his face, but in their hearts they raged. How could this treacherous scoundrel even think of taking a wife now? Wasn't he perfectly suited to spend his days alone? Even if he did marry, he surely wouldn't be able to produce a son. Too many sins accumulated, and his bloodline would surely perish. What angered them most was why announce an engagement at all? Why not just marry directly? Now they'd have to give gifts for the engagement, and then again for the wedding. Wasn't that simply too greedy? Absolutely nauseating. Yet the court ministers were practiced in wearing masks. However viciously they cursed in their hearts, their faces still wore smiles as they offered congratulations. Meanwhile, upon receiving the invitation from the prime minister's mansion, Lady Qing Li's face turned green with rage, and she crumpled the letter into a ball right there. That woman, by what right? Her sworn brother was actually going to get engaged to her. Lu Yao had also experienced the stark contrast between cloud and mud within these household walls. Just before she had been the mud everyone wanted to trample, but now she had become the cloud everyone sought to elevate. Yet all within the prime minister's residence harbored their resentment toward Lu Yao. What virtue or merit did she possess to soar like a phoenix rising from the branches? But this discontent remained buried beneath the surface, and in their actions they were forced to show her complete reverence. On the eve of the engagement banquet, an elderly servant brought the custom-made gown and set of jewelry intended for Lu Yao. Lu Yao glanced at them briefly before moving on. As she passed through the garden, she overheard several old servants gathered together gossiping. When they delivered the clothes and jewelry today, her eyes went straight with excitement. How could she not? She's probably never worn such exquisite attire and jewelry in her entire life. I wonder what the prime minister saw in her of all people. Madame Ma, who had been following Lu Yao, was about to scold the gossiping servants upon hearing this, but Lu Yao stopped her. The old women continued chatting. Wouldn't Lady Qing Li be far superior to her, with more talent, beauty, and noble birth? Lu Yao approached from behind them without making a sound, and suddenly chimed in. Exactly. Why don't you go persuade the prime minister to get engaged to Lady Qing Lu instead? The old women were startled and turned around to find Lu Yao standing there with an earnest expression offering such advice. They were dumbfounded and hurriedly rose to apologize. Lu Yao sat on the bench where they had been sitting and said, I've always wondered what exactly is going on in your prime minister's head. It certainly couldn't be Swill. It wasn't until she had taken on a fiancé that she realized how capricious his temperament was. If he lived in the countryside, even the dogs would shun him. The old woman replied cautiously, the prime minister plans far ahead. There must be his reasons for becoming engaged to Miss Lu. That morning, Madame Ma summoned the senior maid and young attendants to help Lu Yao dress and prepare. Lu Yao finally shed her plain, ordinary garments and donned a crabapple-colored skirt. Her raven-black hair cascaded down her back, gathered into a half-updo at the nape of her neck, and secured with her own black hairpin. She selected only 2 hairpins and earrings from those the mansion had prepared and casually pinned them into her hair. When she lifted her gaze, her features were striking, especially those peach blossom eyes that seemed to radiate an ethereal elegance, leaving the senior maid and attendants momentarily transfixed. They had assumed that as a country girl, she would merely imitate the manner of wearing such luxurious attire in an awkward, clumsy way. Yet to their surprise, the gown looked entirely natural on her, showing no sign of incongruity whatsoever. Her waist was slender and graceful, her crimson robes contrasting with her dark hair, a vision of ethereal beauty. The servants who had secretly looked down on her and awaited her downfall dared not utter a word. The front courtyard was already crowded with guests when Madame Ma hurried into the room and announced, Miss, the Prime Minister has come to receive you. Lu Yao's brow twitched slightly. Lu Yao stepped out of the doorway, and true enough saw Su Huai waiting in the courtyard. Today he wore a robe of plum dark hue, the overlapping collars neat and immaculate, his figure tall and poised, leaving Lu Yao with a striking profile. Though his demeanor appeared approachable, an air of austere restraint radiated from him, as though anyone who dared to touch him would commit an unforgivable transgression. Su Huai's gaze swept toward her from the corner of his eye, then slowly turned, lingering warmly upon her for a moment. Lu Yao thought that perhaps his face was heaven's most masterful creation. Su Huai looked at her, his expression unreadable, merely raising an eyebrow slightly as he said, Come here. Previously Lu Yao had kept her distance from him as much as possible, but today's occasion was special. She could hardly afford to maintain her usual 2 paces buffer. Otherwise people would certainly find fault and remark on how outwardly united, yet inwardly estranged they appeared. And indeed that was precisely the case. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao stepped forward boldly toward him. She had not yet drawn near when Su Huai's brow furrowed suddenly. A wave of quiet satisfaction washed over Lu Yao, but it lasted only a moment. For the next second, Su Huai took her hand as if nothing were amiss. Lu Yao subtly tugged her hand free, but he held it with a lover's fervent grip, their sleeves pooling together in striking harmony. Must you wear such a heavy fragrance? Su Huai asked. You are not accustomed to it. Lu Yao replied. I find it rather pleasant. Fortunately, she had prepared for this blending a rich aromatic spice. The heavy fragrance filled her senses to the point of numbness, yet it served perfectly to mask the scent on his person, far preferable to being overwhelmed by his own intoxicating aroma. Though heavily scented, it was not the cloying perfume of common cosmetics. I remain unaccustomed to it, Su Huai said. Then what shall we do? Lu Yao replied. Your tastes differ so greatly from mine that we may not even get along after marriage. Would you like to reconsider? Su Huai continued, leading her forward, his voice low. You do not wish to marry me. Have you grown disappointed upon realizing your fiancé is not what you expected? Are you dissatisfied with me? Who would dare be dissatisfied with the Chancellor? Lu Yao replied. I did not ask about others. Are you satisfied? The cunning man demanded she speak against her heart. Lu Yao answered. I am satisfied. Ahead, the banquet hall was filled with guests, their atmosphere jovial and expectant as they craned their necks eager to behold the woman destined to become Chancellor Su's bride. Soon Su Huai emerged with Lu Yao by his side. Yet even upon closer inspection, the crowd could not fully discern her features. Lu Yao wore a delicate veil revealing only her expressive brows and eyes. Gazing at those eyes alone, bright as stars, fresh as opening peach blossoms, the onlookers suddenly understood why Chancellor Su would choose to betroth himself to a simple country girl. Then a thick wave of fragrance washed over them, emanating from her. It was excessively strong, hardly befitting refinement. The guests could not help but exchange looks of disdain or mockery. Truly a country girl, she knew not that excess in fragrance is as poor a taste as its absence. A woman's scent should naturally be light and lingering, the ideal in fact. Yet she seemed intent on stuffing every perfume in the realm onto her person. Was she trying to choke them all to death? The noble ladies, fanning their own delicate scents with embroidered handkerchiefs, found considerable amusement in seeing the Chancellor's intended bride display such vulgarity, so clearly inferior to them, the daughters of the capital's elite. Princess Qingla had been furious upon seeing Lu Yao emerge alongside Su Huai, but witnessing such humiliation, her anger cooled somewhat. She murmured, does my sworn brother not fear ridicule by taking her as his wife? The surrounding ladies chipped in. They say this country girl actively sought the betrothal. She likely believed that becoming the Chancellor's wife would instantly elevate her to the heavens. But looking at her now, it is clear she understands nothing. Instead, she has only embarrassed herself. What kind of man is the Chancellor? How could they possibly sustain such a union? Regardless of the scrutinizing gazes from both male and female guests, Lu Yao remained entirely unmoved. Her composure was unwavering. She did not know these people. On the contrary, Su Huai was a seasoned figure of the court, and being tethered to a provincial girl like her would surely shame him far more than it shamed her. Still casting a glance at Su Huai, she noted that the schemer appeared even more at ease than she. Amidst continuous congratulations, he offered a few polite replies before guiding Lu Yao to her seat. He continued to hold her hand, and upon sitting rested it upon his own knee, projecting the very image of a man deeply enamored. Lu Yao tugged gently, but his grip was firm. Her hand rested against the fabric of his robe, soft, yet faintly cool. Lu Yao found she could not even keep her distance from him. Following the myriad of eyes upon her, she spotted Princess Qingla among the ladies whose gaze could have easily bored a dozen holes through her. Later, the Prime Minister's residence prepared a banquet, and the courtyard and halls were bustling with activity. People came and went. Besides the servants of the mansion, there were also attendants, page boys, and maids brought by various families, all serving their respective masters. The mansion had never held any joyous occasion before, and this time the scale was quite grand. They even hired a theatrical troupe and set up a stage in the open space of the courtyard, allowing guests to enjoy the feast while watching and listening to the opera. For a moment, the sounds of opera and the lively clamor of guests intertwined into one. The performance on stage was reaching its climax, the actor sang of a general slaying enemies while brandishing a blade. Yet unexpectedly, as he turned and glanced back, a fierce aura suddenly surged. Seizing the moment when everyone was engrossed in the opera, he raised his hand and flung the knife. The sharp blade carrying a formidable momentum shot straight towards Su Huai, who was seated in the main hall. Everyone was caught off guard. The knife gleamed with deadly sharpness. Su Huai's face remained expressionless as he raised his hand to block. But he was still holding Lu Yao's hand and hadn't let go. As he raised his arm, he directly pulled Lu Yao into his embrace. Thus, when the swift knife flew over, she was the first to bear the brunt. It was true. He had insisted on their engagement today, and it could only mean trouble. But she had still overestimated his character. He actually used her as a shield. This man was truly a dog. Lu Yao remained calm and reacted swiftly. The moment he pulled her into his arms, she did not hesitate to fall into his embrace, pretending to be overwhelmed with fright and utterly weak, collapsing directly onto his lap. In this way, her body was lower than the tabletop, completely hidden, and the knife was still heading straight for Su Huai. Lu Yao's body lay on his lap, and she deliberately pressed down on the hand he was holding hers with. Let this knife simply pierce him dead quickly. As the blade approached, Su Huai had no choice but to grip the edge of the table with one hand and flip it upward with extreme agility. Instantly, cups and plates clattered and shattered all over the floor. The sharp knife also struck the lifted tabletop with a zhung sound, its blade quivering side to side, emitting a resonant hum. Those around came to their senses and began to cry out in panic. Lu Yao raised her head and met Su Huai's downward gaze, his eyes held an inscrutable depth. She also put on a panicked and worried expression and said, "Prime Minister, are you all right?" As she spoke, she quickly extricated herself from his arms before he could make a move, putting distance between them. Then she took a deep breath, feeling that the air became much fresher once she was farther away. Soon the front hall was thrown into chaos. The theatrical troupe suddenly drew out long blades and charged toward the main hall. Their movements were swift and decisive, their techniques fierce. Clearly they were a well-trained assassin organization. Su Huai's attendants drew their swords and rushed forward to intercept. In an instant, the originally lively and festive scene turned into a mess of carnage and terror. Whether court officials or ladies, upon seeing the blood everywhere, they fled in terror, covering their heads. The ladies shrieked as they dodged. Not only the troupe, but also many assassins disguised as servants and page boys from various families had infiltrated the mansion. Seeing the troupe fully engaged, they took advantage of the distraction to draw the soft swords coiled around their waists and charged at Su Huai in the hall. It seemed they were going all out to claim Su Huai's wretched life. At such a moment, Lu Yao naturally hurriedly dodged to one side, while also taking the chance to see how this treacherous villain would be killed. But as the saying goes, the good die young while the wicked live long, and this bastard was especially formidable. Those assassins aimed to take his life, yet not one of them could even touch him. His attendants Jian Zheng and Jian Shuang led some followers in the hall, slaughtering mercilessly, each striking with ruthless cruelty. They were all hardened men. Some male guests and ladies who failed to dodge in time also suffered. Hot blood splattered across their faces and bodies, leaving them petrified, then trembling like leaves. Lu Yao squinted slightly as she watched Su Huai's killing scene. He did not reveal his full capabilities, but he was undoubtedly a master. His fair hand, stained with blood, looked extraordinarily enchanting. When he grasped the enemy's sword hilt and with a reverse elbow slashed the enemy's throat, it was as effortless as cutting through a cabbage. These assassins were no ordinary foes either. Judging by their martial arts techniques, they were likely from the second-ranked assassin organization in the Jianghu, the Wuhui sect. The ones sent were probably top-tier assassins, but unfortunately, they were still a notch below Su Huai. Back when this assassin organization had chosen the name Wuhui sect, Lu Yao had already felt it was rather inauspicious. Although their doctrine was to send their targets on an irreversible journey to the underworld, the name was ambiguous. It might end up that they themselves would have no return. And indeed this was the case. The assassin leader, sensing that today's operation was not going smoothly, and that continuing would spell doom, caught sight of Lu Yao standing by observing. Wasn't she Su Huai's fiancée? He immediately lunged over to capture her. Lu Yao saw the danger and quickly hid behind the curtain, not wanting to be dragged down by this treacherous villain. But the assassin leader was too fast and blocked her path. Lu Yao knew she was not in a state to confront him head-on, so the assassin leader soon captured her, pressing a cold blade against her neck and pushing her out from behind the curtain. Lu Yao said, "Do you think capturing me will make him soften his heart? Didn't you see? He used me as a shield against the blade just now." The assassin leader clearly didn't believe her and shouted harshly at Su Huai, "If you don't want her to die, surrender." Lu Yao thought to herself, this leader probably isn't very bright. What makes him think Su Huai would surrender for her sake? Today's engagement with her was nothing but bait to fish out these foolish fish. As a result, Jian Zheng, that lackey, did pause his sword for a moment, but Su Huai, having just killed one assassin, turned back, glanced at Lu Yao indifferently, and then ignored her to go kill the next assassin. Lu Yao said to the assassin leader, "See, does holding me hostage work? Once he finishes off all your underlings, you'll be the last." The assassin leader's swift sword pressed another half-inch against Lu Yao's neck, a sharp coldness touching her skin. He snarled, "Stop talking." Lu Yao tilted her neck slightly to avoid being accidentally cut, then said calmly in a soft voice, "Kill without harming the innocent. Isn't that what Ji Wuxia taught you?" At these words, the assassin leader was slightly shaken. Very few in this world knew the true name of the Wuhui sect's leader, and those who did were important to the leader. This person must not be harmed by anyone in the Wuhui sect. Lu Yao looked at Su Huai, then said leisurely to the assassin leader, "See, all of you can't find his weak spot. His martial arts are good, but his right hand moves slower than his left. He must have suffered severe injuries to his right arm, shoulder, and ribs in the past. That's his real weakness. If you can't handle him, then run to the central courtyard. The hidden water outlet beneath the pond in the central courtyard leads outside." The assassin leader was momentarily uncertain and suspicious. Lu Yao glanced sideways at him. "Don't believe me." The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly raised her hand and seized his sword-wielding hand, skillfully pushing aside the blade at her neck, and in an instant broke free from his grip. The assassin leader knew it was useless to keep holding her, and she had provided him with information, so he immediately attacked Su Huai. The assassin leader was also quite formidable, targeting Su Huai's weak points. For a time the two were evenly matched, allowing Lu Yao to witness a splendid fight. If the situation weren't so dire, she would have clapped and cheered. But in the end, the assassin leader still couldn't kill him, so he decisively swung his sword to cut the curtain, creating a distraction, and then turned to retreat. Jian Zheng immediately led his men in pursuit. The hall was littered with corpses filled with a thick stench of blood like a scene from Yama's hall, with not a trace of festivity left. If the one engaged to Su Huai were truly an inexperienced country girl, she would have been scared to death. And look at the noble ladies of the capital huddled in corners with their heads covered. Every one of them was pale with terror, their souls scattered. But Lu Yao was relatively steady, though her face showed fright. She seemed to maintain her senses. Su Huai, holding his sword, turned and walked toward Lu Yao. He was covered in blood and his face seemingly gentle, yet he gave off an eerie, unpredictable feeling. Just then a sword suddenly flew into the hall from another direction, but this time it was aimed not at Su Huai, but at Lu Yao. Lu Yao seemed to be frightened by Su Huai's appearance, her legs giving way, and she suddenly slumped down. So the sword passed straight over her head with a whoosh and embedded itself in the leg of a retainer who was finishing off the last two assassins. Su Huai's retainer grunted, wiping the assassin's throat while looking up. Lu Yao and Su Huai also turned to look and saw a person who looked like a retainer from another household standing under the side corridor. That retainer tried to run, but Su Huai's sword pinned him to the corridor pillar, blood streaming down and pooling on the ground. Lady Qingla stood at a distance and witnessed the scene, her face draining of color. She had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to accidentally kill that wretch. But she had not expected that wretch to remain so well hidden. By the time she finally exposed herself, the arrow had been dodged once more. Her attendant had been killed by Su Huai. With no weapon in Su Huai's hand now, Lu Yao felt somewhat reassured. He stood before her, and she looked up at him saying, "Are you all right?" Su Huai bent down. The fierce blood-soaked aura radiating from him was undeniably untamed. He seized Lu Yao's wrist and said, "Your timing and crouching was impeccable." Lu Yao replied, "My legs are weak." Su Huai said, "I don't believe it." With that he pulled her up with one hand. Lu Yao naturally embraced his waist. The thick aura of blood in the hall entirely obscured his own scent, so she felt no need to hold back. After all, he was her betrothed, who wouldn't show deep affection. Su Huai paused, then heard her say, "As long as you're unharmed. I thought I might never see you again." Su Huai had never been embraced by any woman in such a manner, yet she kept provoking him time and again. The attendants and guards within and without the minister's mansion were all watching. Everyone wore blank expressions as though they had seen nothing at all. Su Huai grasped Lu Yao's shoulders, lowered his head slightly, and whispered warmly by her ear, "Tell me, why did that man let you go when his blade was at your throat?" Lu Yao said, "Perhaps he realized that threatening me wouldn't work on you. In fact, it truly doesn't. If you don't wish to be engaged to me, then let this betrothal drop." Su Huai raised his hand and gently stroked the hair at the nape of her neck, his movements extraordinarily tender. In a soft voice he said, "How could I not wish it? Not only will I be engaged to you, I will also marry you." Lu Yao. She had miscalculated. The risks were far too great. If assassination attempts came every other day, an accident was only a matter of time. The guests, seeing the slaughter finally subside, slowly emerged from their hiding corners. Upon glimpsing the courtyards and halls littered with bloody corpses, some with weaker constitutions vomited on the spot. Several noble women had fainted from fright. Su Huai glanced at the corpse nailed to the corridor pillar and asked the pallid Lady Qingla, "Were those your people?" Lady Qingla shook her head, then under his gaze nervously nodded, her voice trembling. "Brother, this has nothing to do with me. I called him here to help you." Su Huai, his expression unreadable, said, "You almost killed your sister-in-law." She deftly returned the accusation to him, and Lu Yao countered, "I am unharmed. It was your brother's men who were injured." In the end, the engagement banquet concluded in tragedy. Those who valued their lives hastily bid farewell to the minister's mansion, fearing further calamity. The noble women who had once held scorn or jealousy toward Lu Yao, the country girl who had become the minister's wife, now felt neither envy nor resentment. Being the minister's wife carried far too great a risk. One could never know how long she would live. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling minister's mansion turned desolate. Shortly after, Su Huai led Lu Yao to the central courtyard. The moment they stepped inside, they saw Jianzheng hurrying toward them. Jianzheng knelt, and Su Huai looked down at him, his voice even. "Where is he?" Jianzheng answered in a deep tone, "He escaped." Su Huai's brow twitched slightly. "Escaped?" Jianzheng said. "He jumped into the lake and did not resurface. Our men searched the lake and discovered he fled through the live water outlet below. The lake had been excavated with great care, drawing live water from the mountains. The spring source was substantial, meaning the outlet could not be small either. By simply following the current, one would be carried out without needing to swim. After all that, some lowly grunts had died, yet the ringleader had slipped through their fingers." Su Huai was displeased. Jianzheng knew this negligence had been a grave error. He had originally intended to use this opportunity to eradicate the Wuhui sect, capturing that leader alive. But now the man had fled beyond capture. Jianzheng begged for punishment, saying, "This subordinate has failed in his duty. I beg my lord to exact retribution." Lu Yao then comforted Su Huai with a warm expression, "Cheer up. You are unharmed, and they suffered heavy losses." Su Huai looked at Lu Yao and said, "They have not been exterminated. How can you ask me to cheer up?" Lu Yao. Su Huai added, "At the very least, I need to figure out what my life is worth in their hands." Lu Yao thought to herself that these powerful officials in high positions could be so insidious. Shouldn't he have a clear idea of his own worth? Jianzheng had no time to think about punishment right now. As soon as Su Huai gave the order, he quickly led his men out of the mansion to continue the pursuit. Su Huai then headed toward his inner courtyard. After a few steps he paused, turning his head to look at Lu Yao. The corners of his eyes tilted upward with traces of blood staining his purple attire like blooming peonies, vivid, fierce, and enchanting, which only made his face appear gentler and more affectionate. Su Huai remarked, "You seem hardly frightened at all." Lu Yao responded, "I was quite startled." Su Huai pressed further, "Then why aren't you vomiting or crying like the others?" Lu Yao fell silent. Did one have to react that dramatically to be considered frightened? But in her opinion his current appearance was far more terrifying. Lu Yao explained that she was accustomed to seeing blood from slaughtering poultry in the countryside, so she simply regarded them as dead chickens and ducks. Su Huai studied her for a moment without comment before turning and leaving. Lu Yao returned to her courtyard, changed her clothes, washed away the blood splatters, and rested in her room. That evening Ma Shi came running to inform her that the Chancellor had returned and wished for her to join him for dinner. The Chancellor wanted to dine with her. She was certainly special in his eyes. However, Lu Yao hesitated before declining, explaining that she was still shaken from the day's terrifying events and couldn't eat, worried that her agitated state might spoil the Chancellor's appetite. After a moment's consideration, she added instructions for Ma Shi to convey that she was resting due to excessive fright and unable to join the meal. Ma Shi agreed that the Chancellor would surely understand, then turned to leave. Lu Yao asked her to have dinner sent to her room instead. Ma Shi paused and asked if she wasn't too upset to eat, but Lu Yao insisted seriously that she needed to eat regardless. Ma Shi left to relay the message while ordering servants to prepare an elegant dinner to be delivered, knowing no one would dare serve anything less than impeccable. Jia Jun, playing in the courtyard, peeked through the doorway when he saw the dinner being brought in, and Lu Yao invited him to join her. Jia Jun swallowed hard and replied honestly that he couldn't eat with her, his voice carrying the childish innocence of how his mother addressed her as Miss. Lu Yao teased him about refusing her invitation, and Jia Jun, clearly tempted by the food, stammered that it would be rude to decline when asked. Lu Yao smiled, and the two shared dinner together in the room, while Ma Shi conveyed Lu Yao's words to Su Huai. Su Huai sat at the dining table methodically cleaning his hands with a damp cloth as he listened to Ma Shi's report, then asked whether she really couldn't eat due to fright. When Ma Shi returned to the courtyard and saw Jia Jun eating with Lu Yao explained she had invited him, and Ma Shi thanked her for the kindness. Ma Shi reported that she had informed the Chancellor, who understood her fright and wished her to rest properly, to which Lu Yao responded with appreciation for his compassion. Ma Shi's face brightened as she added that the Chancellor wanted to share some good news first, to ease her fright and bring her joy so she might eat. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat at the question, and Ma Shi revealed that the Chancellor intended to marry her in 10 days. Lu Yao was speechless while Ma Shi continued smiling that she would become the true mistress of the Chancellor's mansion, noting how unprecedented it was for him to express such intentions after all these years. Ma Shi offered her congratulations, but Lu Yao wondered if the treacherous minister truly meant to comfort her. He was definitely succeeding in destroying her appetite now. What a dreadful surprise indeed. When Lu Yao asked if 10 days would suffice for preparations, Ma Shi replied that if the Chancellor willed it, even 5 days would be enough. Lu Yao quietly set down her chopsticks, and when Ma Shi asked why she had stopped eating, she explained she was already full just hearing about it. That very evening the news spread throughout the entire estate. It was said that assassins had attacked the Prime Minister's mansion, and that both the Prime Minister and Miss Lu had shared the perils side by side. Deeply moved, the Prime Minister had decided to hold the wedding in 10 days' time. The following day the entire household bustled with urgent preparations. At court that morning, the Emperor, already aware of the attack on the Prime Minister's residence, asked Su Huai, "My dear Minister, are you unwell? Have the assassins been captured?" Su Huai replied, "This subject thanks your Majesty for your concern. The assassins have been apprehended and may be sent to the Court of Judicial Review today for interrogation." Behind him the civil and military officials exchanged knowing glances. Yesterday a commander of the assassins had leaped from the courtroom and fled, yet he had been caught after all. If he were interrogated, it would surely reveal who had bribed the assassination guild to murder the Prime Minister. Certain individuals would find it impossible to eat or sleep thereafter. Indeed, that very morning Su Huai dispatched someone to the Court of Judicial Review. The prisoner arrived disheveled and wretched, his face so thoroughly bruised and swollen that he was unrecognizable. The Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, filled with suspicion, asked Jian Zheng, who had personally delivered the prisoner, "How are we to identify him in this condition?" Jian Zheng replied, "Had he not been beaten to death on the spot for daring to assassinate the Prime Minister, that would have been mercy enough. His face is merely swollen now, though the bruising will subside in time. You may wait and interrogate him later." The prisoner, partially conscious, saw the minister and produced only muffled groans. Clearly his voice had been poisoned and stolen from him. This was hardly surprising, for assassins silencing their tongues was a common precaution to prevent their employers from being exposed. But how could one simply wait? Delay only invited further complications. Thus, on the very day the assassin was delivered, he was subjected to relentless and savage torture. For the following days the atmosphere at the Court of Judicial Review remained tense and ominous. After all, that assassin was a powder keg whose explosion could come at any moment. Certain individuals dared not make bold moves, yet secretly dispatched agents to sow trouble within the court, hoping to accidentally eliminate the prisoner. Su Huai appeared to take no further notice of the matter, yet he was fully aware of every underhanded scheme being hatched. He only needed to clarify one thing. One day Commandant Sun arrived at the Court of Judicial Review in a furious hurry. Upon seeing the minister he bellowed, "Where's the man Su Huai has sent?" The minister bowed and replied, "He remains in the cells, Lord Sun. May I ask why you have come in person?" Commandant Sun roared, "Take me to him at once." Unaware of what had stirred the commandant's rage, the minister led him into the prison. When they reached the so-called assassin, reduced to little more than a ragged breath, Commandant Sun hurried forward, tore aside the matted hair, and stared closely. Instantly tears of fury and sorrow streamed down his face. The prisoner whimpered weakly. Commandant Sun wept and cursed between sobs. "That wretch Su Huai! How dare he maim my grandson into this state? I will see him die a terrible death." This was no mere assassin. He was his beloved grandson. That very day Commandant Sun reclaimed his grandson and stormed to Su Huai's official residence to demand answers. Upon hearing the whole tale, Su Huai slowly set down his documents and said to Commandant Sun, "So it is the Commandant's dearest grandson who attempted to assassinate this prime minister." His countenance remained calm and gentle as he added, "Your grandson colluded with Jianghu forces to harm a court official. I do not yet know who instigated him. Once I report this to His Majesty, we shall investigate thoroughly." Commandant Sun. He was beside himself with rage, yet utterly powerless against this schemer. If he pushed this to its full consequences, the villain would simply insist his grandson was indeed the assassin who had conspired with Jianghu forces, a grave accusation in court that would bring ruin upon them either way. Either swallow this humiliation or let the conflict drag on with no benefit. Su Huai had already picked up a memorial to draft his report. Biting his teeth in frustration, Commandant Sun growled, "Su, you ruthless bastard. Go on, show me what you've got. If you have any real skill, don't end up falling into my hands. There is no wall that wind cannot penetrate." Soon whispers reached the streets. Commandant Sun's youngest grandson had been silenced and brutalized in the Court of Judicial Review. By the time the commandant discovered him, the boy was barely clinging to life. Rumor had it that the treacherous prime minister was behind it all. Whether the common folk knew the full truth or not, they found immense satisfaction in the matter. The Sun family's grandson was a notorious oppressor throughout the capital, gambling, drinking, whoring, with a reputation for cruelty. Just recently, he had snatched a virtuous young woman in broad daylight, only to beat her to death within days. When her family sought justice at the government office, the officials shielded one another, and the case was quietly swept under the rug. The common people harbored deep loathing for him. Now at last a villain had met his match, someone far more cunning and ruthless. Karmic retribution had arrived, and he could only suffer its consequences. Commandant Sun's grandson had been reduced to such a wretched state that he could not bear the indignity. Since he dared not strike at Su Huai directly, he resolved to punish whoever had secretly plotted against his family. At precisely this moment, Su Huai generously disclosed the identities of those who had wanted his grandson dead. Certain individuals were consumed with regret. They had no idea the victim was the commandant's own blood. It was all that cursed Su Huai's doing. Damn his ancestors to hell. The 10-day wedding period swiftly approached. During these days, Su Huai seemed preoccupied, and Lu Yao scarcely caught a glimpse of him. As one might expect, though he had failed to capture the fleeing assassin leader from the Wuhui sect with his temperament, would he let those who hired the killers to target him off easily? Marrying a man who had made so many enemies that others would seize any chance to eliminate him. What good could come of it? Over these days, Lu Yao often wandered to the front courtyard and noticed that the main gate of the mansion was guarded by well-trained soldiers, none of them ordinary men. Just after nightfall that day, Lu Yao finally saw the gate unguarded. 2 lanterns flickered before the empty entrance. She immediately strode toward the gate. She had entered through that very door. She would exit the same way. After all, the risk of this fiancé was too great. Whoever wanted him could take him. She abandoned even her luggage bundle. Once through that gate, she could go wherever she pleased. The gate was just a few steps ahead as she walked and glanced back. Good, no one had noticed her. Yet the moment her front foot crossed the threshold, a sudden fragrant scent assailed her. Her heart paused. Before she could pull back, she turned and collided with someone. Su Huai was returning from outside, slowly ascending the steps. When he lifted his gaze and saw Lu Yao, she was looking back over her shoulder. He paused leisurely at the entrance, and she turned straight into him. At such close proximity, Lu Yao instinctively held her breath. Su Huai asked, "Where are you going?" Lu Yao replied, "Just taking a stroll." Su Huai said, "Going out for a stroll at this hour? That sounds more like an attempt to flee." He had hit the nail on the head, but she couldn't admit it. So Lu Yao replied without batting an eyelid, "Of course not. Are you afraid I'll run away?" Su Huai's gaze was both tender and profound. "If you wish to go out, you can ask me to accompany you." Lu Yao immediately refused, "Better not." Su Huai lowered his eyes, his fingers brushing the sachet hanging at her waist. The fragrance of the sachet was overwhelmingly strong, the same scent that had clung to her on their engagement day. He murmured to her like a lover, "You don't want my company." The sachet's tassel was smooth, flowing through his fingertips. Seeing this, Lu Yao quietly withdrew her sachet and tassel, saying, "You're a busy man, I can't take up your time. I'll go out alone." Letting him accompany her would be like setting up a target for the world. "I'm out. Come kill me now." Su Huai said, "You are my wife, though accompanying you is not a waste of time. But I am weary today, perhaps another day." With that said, could she still step out of the gate today? Lu Yao had no choice but to retreat her foot back inside, muttering, "Another day then." Ultimately, her escape attempt failed, and the following 2 days saw the gate guarded all day and night. The mansion was not only guarded by visible soldiers, but also by hidden ones that if she tried to scale the wall, she would certainly be caught immediately. After 2 days, it was again the day of her grand wedding with Su Huai. Early in the morning, servants bustled in and out of the courtyard. Lu Yao rose dressed and washed. Ma Shi entered the room and glanced at the bronze mirror, smiling. "Young miss, once you don this bridal gown and adorn yourself, you are no less than the noble ladies of the capital. The Prime Minister truly has an eye for beauty." Guests had arrived at the front, and the servants who needed to attend went there to bustle about. Lu Yao's courtyard grew quiet. A summons took Ma Shi outside for a moment. When she returned, she said, "Young miss, you haven't had breakfast. You must be hungry. Let me fetch some food from the kitchen for you." Soon footsteps entered the courtyard. It was not Ma Shi. Lu Yao didn't recognize all the mansion's servants. Someone outside called, "Young miss, please open the door, my hands are full." Lu Yao rose, lifting the cumbersome hem of her wedding dress, and walked toward the door. Just as she reached the entrance and grasped the handle, she paused slightly, her brow twitching, but she still opened the door. But when she opened it, there was no old maid in sight. In that split second, a cloud of powder blew straight into her face. Knockout drug. Lu Yao immediately played along. Her eyelids drooped, her body went limp, and she collapsed. The next moment, a sack was thrown over her head, and she was lifted and rushed out of the courtyard. When Lu Yao opened her eyes, everything was pitch black, and the space was so confined that she could barely curl herself inside. She tried to move her limbs, but both her hands and feet were bound, and her mouth was gagged. This had to be a wooden chest. Someone had packed her inside it. She had known things would not go so smoothly. Yet this actually suited Lu Yao perfectly. Being trapped in this box was far safer than going out to perform the wedding ceremony with Su Huai. Whenever the air grew stale, she would push against the lid with her head to let in some fresh air. By the time the auspicious hour for the wedding ceremony drew near, Ma Shi and the attendants returned to the courtyard only to discover the bride was gone. Su Huai was dressed in ceremonial attire today, his ink-black hair bound with a matching ribbon, exuding an elegance that was both refined and captivating. His handsome visage must have won the hearts of countless young women in the capital. Unfortunately, those with sense understood all too well. Such a person could only be admired from afar, never drawn close lest one invite disaster upon oneself. The number of female guests this time was noticeably fewer than before, yet ladies like Princess Qingla still insisted on attending. The young ladies naturally formed a social circle centered around her, so when she appeared, the other ladies followed suit. Upon hearing that the bride had disappeared, the young ladies could not hide their satisfaction, and said to Princess Qingla, "I knew it. What fortune could a country girl have to become the Prime Minister's wife?" Yet Su Huai could not simply let it go, for his newlywed wife was the one who was missing. He immediately ordered a thorough search throughout the entire mansion for Lu Yao's whereabouts. The staff searched the mansion courtyard by courtyard, from the back courtyard to the front hall, but found nothing. Jianzheng hurried to Su Huai's side and reported, "Master, all possible places have been searched. There is nothing. Only those chests and boxes brought into the mansion have yet to be checked." Su Huai lifted his gaze and glanced at the neat rows of red lacquered chests stacked beneath the side corridor. Inside those chests were various auspicious wedding items that had not yet been put away. Princess Qingla said, "Brother, could your betrothed sister-in-law have been frightened and left without a word?" Su Huai looked at her and asked, "What makes you say that?" Princess Qingla replied, "After all, during your last engagement with your sister-in-law, such a shocking incident occurred. Your sister-in-law is from a remote region and has never witnessed such scenes, so being terrified is only natural." Inside the chest, Lu Yao nodded in agreement. That made perfect sense. But the very next moment, she heard Su Huai speak with deep affection. "She loves me dearly. She would never leave. Lu Yao, he truly is shameless beyond compare." As he spoke, he walked step by step toward the side corridor, saying in a leisurely tone, "Let me see if she is hiding inside a chest." His demeanor was as relaxed and amused as someone playing a game of cat and mouse. It was clear that she was the mouse and he was the cat. Princess Qingla's expression shifted slightly. If she continued to interfere, she would appear suspicious herself. Meanwhile, most of the guests in the front courtyard wore expressionless faces, though inwardly, they wondered what game was being played now. Su Huai stepped onto the side corridor, stopped before the first chest, unlatched it, and lifted the lid. Inside were merely bolts of silk and brocade. He said with evident disappointment, "Nothing here," then closed the lid and moved on to the next one. Inside the chest, Lu Yao could clearly hear his footsteps gradually drawing nearer. Her heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Though she had been drugged and bound into this box against her, she found herself not wanting to be discovered by him at all. Finally, Su Huai stood outside the chest containing Lu Yao. Jianzheng, ever perceptive, was right beside him, moving the chests around to facilitate Su Huai's inspection. Su Huai's fingers loosened the latch of the chest, and he slowly lifted the lid. Light seeped in strand by strand, revealing the sight within to Su Huai. There lay the young woman in her wedding garments, the blazing crimson hem of her skirt spread across the bottom of the chest, her black hair piled at the head. Her hands and feet were bound, and a cloth gag was stuffed between her lips. Lu Yao's gaze met his squarely. Their eyes locked, yet there was no spark of collision, no exchange of emotion, only an extraordinary calm. After a moment of silent gaze, Su Huai suddenly offered her a faint smile, his eyes full of cunning allure, deeply captivating. But Lu Yao knew this was by no means an innocent smile. Sure enough, the very next moment, he spoke with a hint of regret. Nothing here, either. Then he slowly lowered the lid. But just before he fully covered it, he seemed to notice her rolling her eyes at him. Su Huai pointed to a nearby chest and instructed Jian Zheng, stack this one on top of it to make room. Lu Yao. Was he trying to suffocate her or suppress her? Standing in the courtyard with her heart clenched, Princess Qingla fell momentarily stunned. Not here. Jian Zheng expressionlessly placed another crate on top of Lu Yao's, leaving her barely able to breathe. He had spoken so sweetly before, but this treacherous man never intended to marry her. It was merely that someone else opposed the marriage, and he seized the opportunity to use their hands to get rid of her. Lu Yao could roughly understand this twisted mentality. He couldn't allow her to leave on her own, only he could be the one to dispose of her. Su Hui finished inspecting the crates, then lost interest, saying, perhaps as Qingla said, my fiancé was truly frightened and left without a word. The assembled guests felt they had come bearing gifts to celebrate the Chancellor's wedding, only to celebrate in vain. The marriage fell through once more, and their gifts went to waste. If there were a third time, wouldn't it be shameless? In the end, the wedding ceremony never took place, since everyone had already arrived. The Chancellor's mansion naturally provided refreshments, and the atmosphere remained amicable and harmonious. Later, when the crates under the side corridor were being cleared, someone lifted Lu Yao's crate and carried it for a while. She heard the sound of a door opening and closing, then silence fell around her. At last, someone opened the crate lid again. Lu Yao finally drew a long, relieved breath. She saw that the crate had been carried to a secluded back alley, apparently through the rear gate of the mansion. Around her stood several attendants, and in the middle, slowly leaning down, was a radiant-eyed, innocent-looking girl, none other than Su Hui's adopted sister, Princess Qinglu. Princess Qinglu observed Lu Yao's appearance with a satisfied expression. She pinched Lu Yao's chin, turning her head left and right, and said, I didn't expect you to have such a comely face. Is this how you seduced my adopted brother? But unfortunately, she laughed charmingly, did you think my brother would think highly of you? If he truly cared, why did he pretend not to see you just now, when he clearly noticed you? Now you know, my brother couldn't care less whether you live or die. Originally, Princess Qinglu had been nervous when Su Hui discovered Lu Yao, fearing he would trace it back to her. But Su Hui showed no concern at all. He was effectively handing her over to be dealt with as she pleased. This gave Princess Qinglu the confidence she needed. She looked at Lu Yao with a venomous gleam in her eyes and said, last time you made me lose face before my brother. I thought I'd take that face of yours. But now I think slashing your face would be a waste. I'm going to sell you to a very special place. Lu Yao blinked. Since she was gagged and couldn't speak, she just let her talk on. How could someone with such a sweet face smile so viciously? She had no idea how she managed it. Princess Qinglu, seeing Lu Yao blink, took it as sheer ignorance from a country bumpkin and said gleefully, do you know what kind of place? A brothel teeming with men, of course. Once you go there, you'll be a whore for anyone. With that face and body, you'll serve countless men. Anyone with money can ride you to ruin. Lu Yao blinked again, as if she knew much about brothels. Still, she was grateful to be taken out of the mansion. She nodded inwardly. Princess Qinglu released her chin, wiped her hand on a handkerchief with disgust, and instructed her attendants, sell her to the biggest brothel in the capital to be the lowest of prostitutes. Use the money to buy me some pastries. Then the crate lid was closed again, and Lu Yao was loaded onto Princess Qinglu's carriage as it began to roll forward. But before they had left the alley, Lu Yao heard hoofbeats followed by an exceedingly gentle voice, meow meow. Princess Qinglu parted the curtain and saw a man on horseback, her face lighting up with joy. She exclaimed, brother, I thought you wouldn't be back for 2 more days. Why are you here today? The man rode closer and said, today is Su Hui's joyous day, so I made a special trip back to drink a cup of wedding wine. Princess Qinglu laughed even more cheerfully. I'm afraid there's no wedding wine to drink. Oh, the man asked. Go see for yourself, brother. I have some business to attend to, so I'll be off. With that, she urged the driver to move on. As the carriage passed by the man, he noticed a large red crate inside and asked, what's in there? Nothing much. Go find my brother now, I'm off. The rider glanced back at Qing Li's carriage once more before spurring his horse onward. The carriage drew to a halt before the grand entrance of the largest pleasure house in the capital. Known as Zhaomu Pavilion, its front and rear alleys were strung with countless red lanterns that blazed brilliantly at night, earning the establishment a renowned reputation throughout the capital. The guards approached and knocked upon the door. Someone inside came to answer, and the guard displayed the sign of the Guangming Marquis Manor. Numerous nobles and officials frequented this establishment. The servant at the door took one look and replied respectfully, the young ladies are currently resting. May I ask what the distinguished guest requires? The guard stated, I am here to deliver someone for sale. The servant immediately went to fetch the madam. Lady Qingla remained seated within the carriage, merely instructing her guards to carry the trunk inside. The madam waited in the main hall. Her eyes fell upon a crimson trunk. When the guard opened the lid, they discovered a girl clad entirely in red lying within. Having seen countless faces, the madam could assess beauty at a single glance. Even with Lu Yao's mouth covered and her head turned to the side, the madam immediately recognized her as a woman of exceptional beauty. The madam instructed the guard to name a price. My mistress has only one demand. She must receive guests, the guard replied. The madam smiled and assured him, any girl who comes to my establishment will certainly serve clients. Pray tell your mistress not to worry. She shall receive plenty of guests. At that moment Lu Yao, who had been lying still, slowly sat upright. The guard's expression shifted upon witnessing this. Her bound hands had somehow grown loose. She methodically untied the hemp ropes herself, then massaged her wrists where the cords had left red marks. Lu Yao reached up and removed the cloth gag from her mouth. Her jaw felt stiff, so she twisted her neck and worked her jaw to ease the tension. Now the madam could see Lu Yao's face clearly and her expression became unreadable. Lu Yao spoke. Give him 2 taels of silver to return with, and buy snacks for his mistress. True to her word, the madam handed over exactly 2 taels and smiled. Since your mistress has only this one request, it shall be as she wishes. Should she find the price unsatisfactory, she may return, and we shall negotiate further. The guard took the 2 taels and departed to report back. Lady Qingla had expected to receive at least 3 or 5 taels, never imagining the sum would be so paltry. Such an amount would not even cover pastries. Yet she reminded herself she had not come for money. The very purpose of sending that wretched woman into a brothel had been accomplished. To enter and haggle with the old madam would only diminish her own dignity. Lady Qingla casually tossed the 2 taels to the guard and said, return now. News reached the young women residing on the upper floors of Xiaomu Pavilion that a new arrival had come in for merely 2 taels of silver. Curious, the ladies emerged and leaned upon the railings, eager to see what sort of girl was worth so little. What puzzled them most was that the madam had actually agreed to accept such a low price. Upon looking down, they saw the red-clad woman below was neither maimed nor disfigured, clearly a woman of fine bearing. Everyone was bewildered. Why was she valued at only 2 taels? The madam studied Lu Yao cautiously and asked, does the young lady possess any artistic talents? Lu Yao replied, I know but a little music. Above, the courtesan lounged lazily and commanded her attending maid, go fetch my zither for her to try. The maid hurried back to her room and returned moments later carrying the instrument, descending the stairs with brisk steps to place it in the main hall. The courtesan, known as a roux within this establishment, had noticed the madam treating the newcomer with extraordinary courtesy. The madam gestured gracefully toward the zither and said, the young lady is welcome to try. Lu Yao approached the instrument, glanced at it briefly, then raised her eyes to look at a roux above and remarked, what a fine zither. Yet she did not even take a seat. Standing beside the zither, she turned sideways and casually plucked and strummed the strings as though handling a delicate trinket. Before long, a sweet melody began to flow. A roux who had been languid straightened upon hearing the music. Lu Yao arched a brow, and the tune shifted dramatically. The madam's expression changed several times as she listened. Meanwhile, some of the women upstairs grew increasingly uneasy and quickly retreated to their rooms. The strings were as natural to her as water to a fish. After playing for a while, Lu Yao ceased lest she torment them further. She turned toward the madam and asked, was that passable? The madam, shaken from her reverie, immediately called out to the courtesan above, a roux, lead the young lady to Jinyuan courtyard to rest. A roux gathered her skirts and descended the stairs. Upon reaching Lu Yao, the young lady looked at her closely and acknowledged that as the top courtesan of Xiaomu Pavilion, a roux was truly a vision of loveliness and charm. A roux curtsied gracefully and said, young lady, please follow me. The rear courtyard of Xiaomu Hall also featured private gardens. However, they usually remained unoccupied, for none of the courtesans in the establishment, not even the top courtesan, were qualified to reside there. Among all the private gardens, Jinsi Courtyard was the most tranquil and refined. After Lu Yao settled into Jinsi Courtyard, the madam soon came over and addressed her as young master. Because her own people used this form of address, many outside did not know whether she was male or female. The madam, being extremely attentive, sent someone to deliver new clothes tailored to Lu Yao's measurements, and Lu Yao then removed her elaborate headpiece and makeup before the mirror. As for why she would be wearing a wedding dress, the madam dared not ask further, only saying, is master doing well? Lu Yao replied, he is quite well. He has gone traveling, and I have not seen him in many years. Then what business brings you to the capital, young master? And how did you come into the hands of Lord Guangning's people? It is a long story. What I must accomplish cannot be done by any of you. I must do it myself. Let us settle here for now, and make further plans later. That was precisely why she ought to thank Princess Qingla, for it was through her that Lu Yao had stumbled upon this path, so effortlessly and smoothly. Lu Yao thought for a moment, and said, in the future, I would like you to keep an eye on the noble officials who frequent this place. Those who enter and exit the palace most often. The madam replied, that will not be difficult. You need not worry, young master. I shall see to it. Lu Yao had originally planned to approach Su Huai, her betrothed. As the prime minister of the realm, he surely had frequent reason to enter and exit the imperial palace. Official duties aside, at court banquets, surely he would bring his betrothed along as a matter of course. In that way she could enter the palace as well. But now the path of Su Huai was treacherous and fraught with danger. It would be better to find another way. After the madam withdrew, Lu Yao shed the cumbersome wedding dress and stepped into the bath. After bathing and eating, she asked the madam to send some medicinal herbs she needed. By afternoon, a faint herbal fragrance wafted through Jinsi Courtyard. She applied the prepared medicine to the bruises on her wrists and ankles, and by the next day, they had faded without a trace. During the daytime when the establishment was closed, Lu Yao would take walks, and soon became familiar with the girls. She tuned a ruse zither, and soon the other girls came to her with their instruments to have them adjusted. The zither tuned by Lu Yao's own hands brought the girls great delight. A girl laughed and said our zither are usually tuned by the finest musicians in the capital, but we never expected young master to tune them even better than they do. The madam thought indeed. She was the direct disciple of Master Xingyuan, and her skill in music was unsurpassed in this world save for Master Xingyuan himself. The madam, not wishing to trouble Lu Yao, waved her handkerchief and shooed the girls away, saying enough. Go about your own affairs and stop bothering young master all day. Only return when young master feels like tuning for you. The girls knew nothing of her origins, only that this young master was exceptionally skilled in music, that the madam had let her reside in Jinxi courtyard, and that she was being treated as an honored guest. How could they expect her to come out to receive visitors? As for Lord Guangning, he and Su Huai shared the closest bond in court, which is why Su Huai had taken his sister Princess Qingla as his sworn younger sister. Lord Guangning had been away on official business for over a month, intending to return in time for Su Huai's wedding feast, but instead discovered that Su Huai's new bride had vanished. Though he too was bewildered as to where this fiancée had come from. Returning home, the more Lord Guangning pondered, the more suspicious Princess Qingla's behavior that day became, so he summoned her guards for questioning. The guards, not daring to conceal anything, confessed everything. With a cold expression, Lord Guangning summoned Princess Qingla before him and spoke sharply. Su Miao, has your mind gone barren? Princess Qingla kept her head bowed, staring at her toes. If you scold me the moment you return, tell me, are you really my brother? Lord Guangning said, I hear Su Huai killed one of your attendants. Princess Qingla replied, yes. Lord Guangning said, and yet you still dared to kidnap his newlywed wife. What were you thinking? Princess Qingla said, you cannot blame me for this. Who asked that country bumpkin to oppose me time and again? Besides, your honor found her that day but pretended not to. Simply because you did not wish to marry her and leave her to her fate, did you not? I merely helped dispose of an eyesore for you. Lord Guangning grew furious and declared, how dare you speak with such impunity? Even if she opposed you selling a person to a brothel, is that not going too far? Before Princess Qingla could respond, Lord Guangning immediately ordered guards. Take the princess back to her residence. She is to remain confined for a month. No one is to release her without my permission. Princess Qingla was led away in discontent, and Lord Guangning promptly set out, paying a personal visit to Xiaomu Hall. During the daytime, the Xiaomu Pavilion was remarkably tranquil, its atmosphere warm and harmonious. The young women frequently gathered to discuss music, dance, and artistic skills, and since Lu Yao had arrived, they often sought her guidance on melodic theory. The Marquis of Guangning crossed the threshold of the Xiaomu Pavilion. Though the establishment did not admit guests by day, none dared refuse when he declared his intention to speak with the madam. The moment he entered, a zither melody drifted through the air. A young woman brimming with anticipation called out, Sir, what did you think of my performance? He followed the sound and saw a group of graceful young women gathered on the left side of the hall, surrounding a figure seen from behind. They addressed that figure as Sir, yet the Marquis of Guangning noted the slender frame and waist-length black hair, a woman unmistakably. The Marquis hurried past and sought out the madam on the other side of the main hall, stating his purpose. Shortly thereafter, the madam approached Lu Yao and reported, the Marquis of Guangning has come. Lu Yao was astonished. At midday, already seeking companionship. The madam replied, no, he has come for you. Lu Yao grew even more puzzled. For me, eh? The madam said, he wishes to purchase your freedom. The Marquis of Guangning was the elder brother of Princess Qingla. One could easily guess. He had come to clean up the mess his sister had created. Moreover, he was on good terms with Su Huai. It would be best to keep her distance from him. Lu Yao therefore said, if he wishes to redeem me, I should not refuse outright. Tell him to bring 1,000 taels of gold. The madam, with her usual graceful sway, returned to deliver the message. To the Marquis, she said, I have spoken with the young lady. She is willing to be redeemed by your lordship. However, regarding the price. How much? The Marquis asked. 1,000 taels of gold, the madam replied. The Marquis of Guangning fell silent. After a moment he said, if I recall correctly, she was sold here for merely 2 chin of silver when she first arrived. The madam beamed. Oh my lord, times change, and so do circumstances. The young lady herself set this price. In any transaction both parties must willingly agree, must they not? Meanwhile, Lu Yao had ascended to the second floor and leaned against the railing, catching every word below with perfect clarity. She casually leaned over the railing to glance downward. The man stood tall and upright as a pine. Before she could take in his face, however, he seemed sharply alert. His gaze immediately shot upward and locked onto hers. Lu Yao instantly retreated, leaving the Marquis of Guangning with only a fleeting glimpse of the back of her head. The Marquis was no fool. He understood this price was designed to reject him outright. The Xiaomu Pavilion operated openly, having established itself in the capital for many years. Any young woman purchased by the house was required to be free of legal entanglements. Should a noble gentleman take a fancy to any of them, and if the price was agreeable, her freedom could be purchased. Thus the Marquis of Guangning reasoned there was no reason for the pavilion to withhold her from him. It was likely the young woman herself who refused. She was right above. If she were willing, she would have spoken up by now rather than hiding from him. Naturally, he thought. His sister had sold her into this place, and now he came to redeem her. She must fear him and utterly lack trust. The madam then suggested, "Perhaps your lordship would like to consider redeeming another young woman." "Have you allowed her to receive guests?" the Marquis asked. "Heaven forbid," the madam replied. "A newly acquired girl must undergo training and instruction before her public auction, only then may she receive patrons." Seeing that he could not retrieve the young woman, and that she would not even meet his eyes, the Marquis of Guangning could only desist, for now. Upon departing, he instructed the madam, "Before the auction, do not compel her to do anything." "Rest assured, my lord," the madam replied. "Since you have given the order, it shall be done." The young women in the establishment fell into various categories. Some sold their bodies, others their artistic talents, and some served only drinks. When a pure courtesan decided to change her trade, auctions were held at regular intervals. Soon enough, Lu Yao awaited her first auction. The Xiaomu Pavilion would spread the news in advance, and since seating in the hall was limited, admission tickets were typically distributed first. 200 tickets were sold on this occasion. Each ticket bore the buyer's name with copies held by both the pavilion and the patron. The madam had spent decades in the entertainment quarter and was exceedingly shrewd. Almost immediately, she fulfilled Lu Yao's earlier request. Carrying a stack of tickets, she approached Lu Yao, her face alight with pride. "As you instructed, I have noted the nobles and officials frequenting the capital. Here are all who commonly visit this house, along with some who rarely come, but are present today." Lu Yao took the stack and examined the tickets one by one. With each one, the madam introduced the background of the holder. Among them were many young masters of official families, some currently holding office, and notably a minister of the board. However, such distinguished guests valued their privacy. They always entered through the back gate and proceeded directly to the private rooms upstairs. When Lu Yao flipped to the final 2 tickets, she spotted the Marquis of Guangning among them. Then a sudden premonition seized her. She shifted his ticket aside and looked at the very last one, and felt as though she had been struck upon the head. The madam deliberately withheld her words until the last moment, then said with delight, "Young master, the Prime Minister himself is actually coming this time. He is a figure second only to the Emperor. If he weren't already frequenting the Imperial Palace, there would be no one more regular than him." Noticing Lu Yao's enigmatic expression, the madam asked, "Young master, shall I go and make connections with him?" Lu Yao replied, "I would rather have that minister." The madam attempted to persuade her. "The minister is considerably older. The Prime Minister, however, is young. I've heard he is extremely handsome and holds even higher authority than the minister. Young master, how about him instead?" Lu Yao stated firmly, "No, I want that minister." Soon the grand gathering at Xiaomu Pavilion commenced as scheduled. The main hall was filled with ordinary guests, while the dignitaries and nobles mostly occupied the second floor. The madam had gone ahead to greet everyone on the second floor, particularly the minister. She said to him, "Sir, there is a young lady today who will absolutely catch your eye. This young lady excels in music and is remarkably beautiful. Once you see her, I guarantee you will be completely satisfied." The minister nodded and smiled. To hear the madam say such things, she must indeed possess exceptional qualities. "Trust me, that young lady is specially reserved for you. After this event concludes, I will bring her to see you directly." Su Huai arrived somewhat later, but he appeared as expected. As he stepped through the entrance of Xiaomu Pavilion, his figure was half bathed in light and half shrouded in shadow. Brilliant lanterns glowed behind him, while radiant brightness lay before his eyes. The interplay of light and darkness scattered across his form, adding an alluring charm. Every gesture, every movement of his sleeves and lowered gaze exuded an intoxicating romantic allure. He had come at the invitation of Marquis Guangning, heading straight here from the government office. Unlike other court officials, he strode through the main entrance with unabashed confidence, as though entering his own courtyard. Following a step behind him came Marquis Guangning. By this time, most of the guests in the main hall had already assembled, and the atmosphere was boisterous and bustling. Guided by the attendants, the two made their way directly to the second floor. The dignitaries and nobles seated in the viewing area watched him ascend the stairs step by step, their composure beginning to crack. What was he doing here? He never frequented such places. Not even social engagements held in locations like this had he ever graced with his presence. Yet now he had actually come to a banquet where young ladies were being auctioned. They cursed profusely in their hearts. Damn him. He truly was an unwelcome spirit that refused to fade. How were they supposed to properly enjoy the young ladies now? Everyone had intended to pretend they hadn't seen him, that they didn't know him. After all, each private booth was shielded by curtains on the sides and rear. It was perfectly natural not to spot him at first glance. But after Su Huai and Marquis Guangning ascended to the upper floor, as if deliberately determined to spoil everyone's peace, Su Huai settled into his private booth, adjusted the corner of his robes, and commanded Jian Zheng, "Go and greet our colleagues." Jian Zheng complied, immediately moving from booth to extend greetings. The dignitaries and nobles were forced to maintain their smiles and respond politely, saying, "Ha ha ha, it is truly rare that the Prime Minister has such leisure and refined taste. We hope you enjoy yourself tonight, my lord." Throughout the rest of the evening, the dignitaries and nobles felt deeply uncomfortable. When encountering attractive young ladies, they dared not bid recklessly. They had to pretend they were merely there for the festivities, that they harbored no carnal desires, and were only appreciating beauty. Consequently, whenever a young lady appeared on the stage below, the audience members beneath would frantically compete in bidding, noticing no reaction from upstairs. Liu Yao observed the proceedings from behind the stage, stealing glances toward the private booths on the second floor, specifically in Su Huai's direction. Despite the considerable distance, Liu Yao possessed remarkably sharp eyesight and could make him out clearly at a single glance. The treacherous minister wore a purple robe today. His bamboo blinds were half drawn, and he raised his hand to drink tea, too lazy even to cast a glance toward the stage. Whether Marquis Guangning was naively ignorant or simply lacking in intelligence, he had actually brought him along. Did he truly believe Su Huai could claim his own betrothed wife here? If that were truly the case, he wouldn't have been so blind the last time he searched those trunks. Yet today, whether the young ladies competing on stage or those attending to the guests, all of them longed to employ every trick at their disposal to win even a single glance of favor from him. Behind the scenes, the young ladies gathered together and sighed, "Let it go. The Prime Minister has no interest in women. That is common knowledge throughout the capital." Another young lady spoke wistfully. "If only I could spend a night with such a man. I wouldn't ask for payment. I'd gladly pay him." The group of young ladies laughed and teased each other. Liu Yao couldn't help but say solemnly, "Such thoughts of yours are very dangerous." The young lady feigned shyness and replied, "How is it dangerous? A man who is both exceptionally handsome and possesses unmatched talent, holding the highest authority. Surely all women would be drawn to him." Liu Yao countered, "But he has slain countless people, treating human life as worthless." The young lady chuckled mischievously. "When it comes to men in bed, it's all about romance and passion. What does anything else matter?" Liu Yao thought to herself that women were even more terrifying when consumed by desire, completely disregarding their own safety. At that moment, the brothel madam hurried over to Liu Yao, secretly pleased, but feigning a troubled expression. "Young master, I'm afraid you'll have to show yourself. The Grand Chancellor and Marquis Guangning have just inquired about you. After all, isn't it obvious which is higher, the Grand Chancellor or the Minister? If one could gain the Chancellor's favor, what need would there be for the Minister? Moreover, now that the Chancellor has personally asked, shouldn't we make an effort?" Of course, Liu Yao hadn't told her why she preferred the Minister over the Chancellor, so the madam remained unaware that Liu Yao had only just escaped from that treacherous villain's mansion. Liu Yao said, "Can't you just tell them I won't be participating in the event?" The madam replied, "Last time Marquis Guangning came, and you were sent here by his sister. There's no hiding that from him. The Chancellor is not easy to fool." She knew all too well that the villain was not easy to deceive. Since he had personally come and inquired about her tonight, she would have to satisfy him before he would let go. If she offended the villain, he might shut down the entire Jiamu Pavilion. In the end, Liu Yao had to go on stage and play her part. She hadn't dressed up at all, just ordinary clothes, a hastily donned veil, and her black hair pinned with a simple jet black hairpin. That was how she appeared before the crowd. She suppressed her skill casually, plucking a couple of strings, producing a sound that was utterly unremarkable. Then from the second floor a voice rang out, "I bid 2 qian of silver." Liu Yao. At once she knew that Su Huai was thoroughly familiar with Princess Qingla's little tricks. He even knew the exact price for which she had been sold. The madam felt a bit awkward. "Noble sir, please wait. The lady hasn't even started playing yet." Su Huai said, "Is everyone here really just to listen to the zither?" Everyone present knew in their hearts what zither. They were all here to buy a girl for the night. But while they thought so, they still put on airs. Unlike him, who was so direct. Once he made his bid, not a single person on the second floor was foolish enough to raise it. For a moment, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Backstage, the girls clenched their delicate fists, ecstatic. He's made his move. The Chancellor has finally made a bid. So exciting. Someone might finally bring him under her skirt. They acted as if it were they themselves who had caught the Chancellor's eye. Liu Yao's face turned green. 2 qian of silver. Is that something to be happy about? The audience below sighed in sympathy. Only 2 qian. The girl was pitifully cheap. But though they sympathized, none dared to compete with those above. Just then someone in the audience timidly raised a hand. I bid 3 qian. Other girls were being bid up in tens of taels, but this one was going up by 1 qian at a time. He thought the girl wasn't bad either. Though her face was veiled, her eyes were strikingly beautiful. Seeing that no one else wanted her, he figured he might get a bargain. But as soon as he called out, the person beside him said, "Are you crazy? Do you know who's up there? Every one of them is a powerful noble. You dare to compete with them for a woman. Are you tired of living?" The man's face instantly turned pale with fear. "Is it that serious? I am new in town, I don't know." Just as he was about to withdraw his 3 qian bid, a voice from above said, 5 qian and not a penny more. It was not very damaging, but extremely humiliating. Any other thin-skinned girl would have been mortified on the spot. But Liu Yao was tougher. She looked up at Su Huai from afar, and he was looking back at her. She couldn't help but reflect had she rolled her eyes at him last time and angered him again. What a petty, vengeful, dog-like beast he was. Su Huai could see the expression in her eyes. She was cursing him. He loved it when people unable to defeat him could only resort to insults. He was in a good mood. Marquis Guangning coughed. "Isn't the price too low?" Su Huai said, "Not low at all. It's more than double what she was worth when she came here." Marquis Guangning. What more could he say? Su Huai did as he pleased. He just wondered what the girl thought. Other girls had a base price of at least several dozen taels of silver. But for this one, because Su Huai had made the first bid, the Jiamu Pavilion couldn't afford to offend him, so the base price remained as it was. In the end, no one dared to raise the bid, and Liu Yao was won by Su Huai for 5 qian of silver. The madam came to ask Liu Yao's preference. Young master, shall we take the Chancellor to the Jin's pavilion for the night? For the night. Over my dead body. Lu Yao said, just find a room upstairs to fob him off. As the madam was about to arrange it, Lu Yao added, burn strong incense in the room. The stronger the better. The madam smiled meaningfully. The kind that will arouse the Chancellor's passion. Lu Yao shot her a look. The kind that will fumigate him to death. The madam gave a dry laugh. I'll prepare it immediately. The night at Jiamu Pavilion was filled with the sounds of flutes and pipes, the courtesans swaying gracefully, exuding myriad charms. Finally, the flower queen Aru performed a dance as the grand finale, drawing rounds of applause and cheers, the hall bursting with excitement. Su Huai had only watched for a moment when the madam approached with a smiling face, speaking cordially and respectfully. The young lady the prime minister requested is already waiting in the chamber. Su Huai then rose to his feet, preparing to go. Guang Ningho, seeing this, was puzzled and asked Su Huai, shouldn't you redeem her and take her away? Su Huai glanced sideways at him and said, it takes 1,000 taels of gold. I don't have it, do you? Guang Ningho pinched his forehead and said, it's not the same whether you redeem her or I do. She doesn't trust me, but you are her fiancé, she will surely trust you. Su Huai said, has she told you she trusts me? Guang Ningho was momentarily unable to answer, and then he saw Su Huai casually brush aside the bamboo curtain and head toward the room the madam had indicated, leaving Jianzheng and Guang Ningho staring at each other. Guang Ningho said, does your master truly like that girl? Then why is he unwilling to redeem her? Jianzheng replied expressionlessly, I don't know. I've never seen the master buy anyone before. Guang Ningho said, 5 qian of silver is considered buying. Jianzheng said, no one dares to snatch her anyway, so why not spend the least silver? Guang Ningho was speechless. He could only say that the master and servant were both pragmatic. The madam stopped at the door, pushed it open, and invited Su Huai to enter. As soon as Su Huai stepped inside, a fragrant breeze hit his face, so strong it was almost suffocating. Lu Yao was already inside. She sat before the Qin stand, her attire and appearance not at all like the other courtesans' willowy waists and lotus-like faces, but rather modest and proper. She had removed her veil. Without heavy makeup, her black hair gathered behind her head, revealing only an excessively clean face. Her brows were brows, her eyes were eyes, so clean that it was not in the least outdone by the worldliness of this establishment. As soon as Lu Yao saw him, she felt a lump in her chest, unable to swallow or raise it. She said, I may be cheap, but the tea and room charges here are separate and more expensive than me. Su Huai walked to the table, picked up the teapot, and slowly poured a cup of tea. Too expensive, I don't want it, he said. Lu Yao said, it's not that expensive, just a few dozen or 100 taels of silver. As the distinguished prime minister, you should be able to afford it, shouldn't you? Su Huai looked at her. I think it's very expensive. Lu Yao then earnestly advised him. If you're reluctant, then forget it. Go home early. Can I refund you the 5 qian of silver? Su Huai said, I am indeed reluctant. He put down the teapot and toyed with the teacup with his fingers. How about this? I'll take you home tonight, and tomorrow I'll send you back. That way the room and tea charges are also waived. What do you think? This kind of calculating villain, making him suffer a loss is harder than taking his life. Lu Yao then said, how about this? You're a new customer, I can give you a discount. Instead of 100 or 80 taels, 20 or 30 will do. Su Huai nodded, indicating he reluctantly accepted. Although it's somewhat not worth it, it's good that we each give a step. He took out a small purse from his sleeve and placed it on Lu Yao's desk, saying softly, room and tea charges. Then Lu Yao watched him turn around, pick up the cup of tea he had poured earlier, walk toward the incense table, and slowly pour the tea into the incense burner. The incense burner hissed, and the blue smoke ceased. Lu Yao's eyebrows twitched. Why did you pour it in? Su Huai said, I don't like it. Lu Yao thought to herself, this treacherous villain is deliberately trying to make her uncomfortable. Without the incense to mask his scent, she would have to share a room with him. What a mess. Lu Yao did not beat around the bush with him. Earlier you discovered me, but pretended not to. Now I'm here making a living and building a career. What exactly do you want? Su Huai walked over to a soft chair and sat down. I'm here and I've paid. Naturally I've come to patronize. Lu Yao. So straightforward and shameless was rarely seen. Lu Yao cast her gaze on the Qin in front of her. What tune would you like to hear? Let me play for you first. Su Huai said, whatever. Lu Yao then plucked the strings and the Qin notes flowed out gently. To say she played poorly, the notes formed a tune and were quite smooth, but to say she played well, the sound was truly not very pleasant. In fact, this melody and tune, if heard by an ordinary person, would certainly be jarring and brain-rattling, hard to bear. But Su Huai was different, as she had seen him kill people and knew his martial arts foundation was deep, so he could withstand it. At most it would sound a little displeasing to him. Lu Yao's playing carried a calm and ordinary melody, yet it concealed a sinister undertone that stirred the spirit imperceptibly. Su Huai asked in a tranquil voice, you know how to play the zither? Lu Yao replied, I learned this tune in haste after entering this place. Gradually his brows furrowed slightly. He said, I no longer wish to listen. He had endured the performance with remarkable patience, and indeed, each note grew more grating than the last. Lu Yao was the woman he had purchased that evening for 5 coins of silver, yet this scoundrel proceeded to order her about without restraint. One moment, he demanded shoulder massages, the next leg rubs. Had she been as combative as before, she could have crushed his shoulders and broken his legs. But now she lacked the strength to resist him. Lu Yao swallowed her anger and pretended to massage him, while Su Huai glanced at the scent pouch hanging from her waist. The room's incense had been extinguished by him, yet the pouch still emitted a rich fragrance. He reached out and tore it from her before she could protest, tossing it carelessly out the window. Lu Yao regarded him once more with the look one reserves for a beast. Su Huai met her gaze with his usual dismissive remark, "I dislike it." Lu Yao wanted nothing more than to smash his skull with a single punch. After this tedious back and forth, it was already late. Su Huai then instructed, "Go draw water so I may wash." Lu Yao replied, "The water here carries a cosmetic scent. You surely will not like it. Return home to wash instead." Su Huai expressed surprise. "Return home? Do you intend for me to sleep unwashed tonight?" Lu Yao was even more astonished. "You plan to sleep here tonight?" Su Huai studied her calmly and responded matter-of-factly, "Aren't I here to pay for your company? Where else would I sleep?" Lu Yao, is this lunatic serious? Based on what she had observed of him recently, he kept no concubines in his residence and showed no interest in any woman. Just as rumor claimed, he avoided female companionship entirely. How could such a man known for shunning women appear at a brothel seeking their services? It had to be a jest. He surely only sought to torment her, not to actually spend the night with her. Yet when Lu Yao was suddenly pulled into his embrace and pressed against the soft chair, she found herself utterly bewildered. Watching his face lean close, his breath filling her senses, Lu Yao immediately cursed him. "You treacherous villain, could you actually mean to pay for my company?" Su Huai observed her expression, his gaze drifting downward to rest on her lips. They were bare of any rouge or coloration, yet naturally pink and tender like peach blossoms in early spring. Su Huai remarked, "I have paid. What else is expected?" A chill seized Lu Yao as she tried to pull away, but his hand clamped firmly around her waist, pinning her against the chair back. Su Huai slowly leaned closer, radiating an inexplicable sense of intimidation. His eyes traced the dark hair cascading across the soft pillow, revealing her slender porcelain neck. Without hesitation, he bent down and pressed his lips to her skin. The warmth of his mouth against Lu Yao's neck made every hair on her body stand on end, and she gasped softly. Every breath she took was saturated with his scent. It was maddening. Acting on pure instinct, Lu Yao immediately bent her leg to strike at his lower abdomen. As Su Huai restrained her leg, she seized the opportunity to grip his shoulder, whether intentionally or not, and struck precisely at his old injury. Su Huai hesitated for just a moment. In that instant, Lu Yao threw her weight against the chair, toppling it over. She rolled twice on the ground before finally breaking free. But barely had she risen when he pulled her back into his embrace. When she kicked out, he caught her leg and pinned her against the wall instead. They stood barely an inch apart, Lu Yao's forehead glistening with a fine sheen of sweat as she struggled to steady her breathing. Su Huai moved closer until their noses touched, his voice dropping to a gentle murmur. "It seems you very much dislike my scent." She tugged at her trapped leg, but only succeeded in being held more firmly by his arm. Losing her balance, she had no choice but to grab hold of his clothing. Su Huai took advantage of the moment to press her tightly against him. The more she resisted, the more intrigued he seemed to become. Both had reacted with incredible speed, making the entire sequence flow seamlessly. So fluid it appeared as though both were driven by an insatiable hunger. Yet at that moment the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Lu Yao and Su Huai both turned to look, only to see the madam and Jianzheng storming in and standing there bluntly. The madam had been uneasy outside the whole time, while Jianzheng, loyal to his master, had been guarding the door. Hearing the crashing sounds from within, fearing something had gone wrong, the two had rushed into the room simultaneously. The door was not even latched. Even if it were, Jianzheng could have smashed it down in an instant. And so the two had barged in quite suddenly. Jianzheng rushed in front, while the madam hurriedly urged as she followed through the doorway, my lord, let us talk this out. Violence harms goodwill. If there is anything we failed to attend to properly." Jianzheng froze on the spot. The madam, before she could finish her words, looked up and also froze. What they saw was Su Huai pressing Lu Yao against the wall, one arm lifting her leg. Lu Yao struggled to balance on one foot, her hands grasping wildly at his robes. This was no mere dispute. This was clearly thunder and fire colliding, rain after a long drought. The madam had originally worried that Lu Yao might not handle the top-tier nobles of Shanjing, but little did she expect that within such a short time the two had already found exactly what they desired in each other. The madam expressed her full understanding. After all, they were both in the prime of youth, a match made in heaven. How could they not let loose and enjoy themselves? Su Huai looked at the madam and Jianzheng, his expression neither pleased nor angered, yet oddly alluring and romantic. "What? Do you wish to continue watching?" Lu Yao exhaled sharply and said to the madam, "You are just in time to." Before she could finish, the madam immediately caught on and replied with remarkable perceptiveness, "Forgive our intrusion, we shall leave at once." Without giving Lu Yao any chance to explain, the madam swiftly turned and headed for the door, dragging Jianzheng along with her. Jianzheng was equally perceptive. In a situation like this, unless his master willingly permitted it, no one could grow so intimate with him. Therefore his master was certainly not being forced. If he stayed and spoiled the moment, he might be punished by having to carry night soil again. In the blink of an eye, the madam and Jianzheng disappeared completely, and the door was closed behind them, as though they had never been there at all. "Lu Yao, hey." Before she could say more, Su Huai suddenly lowered his head and bit her neck. Lu Yao, caught off guard, furrowed her brows and tilted her neck back slightly, letting out a soft hiss. This madman. It hurt. In anger, Lu Yao buried her face into his shoulder and bit back fiercely. Her nose brushed against his robes, and the sharp, pungent scent on him drifted straight into her nostrils. They contended with each other, leaving no room to care about anything else. Even if someone had burst in and witnessed it just now, it seemed to have barely affected anything. Su Huai, as though feeling no pain, brushed his tongue lightly over the place he had bitten, beginning to lick and kiss. As Su Huai pressed Lu Yao onto the bed, he accidentally tugged at a corner of the bed curtain, causing it to fall lightly and drift down beside the bed. Su Huai lifted his head slightly, gazing at her flushed eyes and damp hair at her temples. He had to admit that her peach blossom eyes were now breathtakingly beautiful, brimming with the splendor of the world. Su Huai remarked, "So you're this excited." Heaven knows, she simply couldn't stand the scent on him. The angelica mingled with other blood essences gave off a pungent and acrid medicinal aroma, the one thing she was particularly sensitive to, and it just so happened that he bore it. Lu Yao couldn't help but throw him another pair of white eyes. Though she knew he held grudges, she really wanted to express her displeasure. Little did she know that in her current state, rolling her eyes at him seemed more like a tender, amorous glance. But Su Huai still caught the meaning in her eyes. Then Lu Yao noticed that he seemed even more excited. He kissed and bit her neck, her collarbone, and when he saw the belly band beneath her clothes, he murmured, "I've never seen this style before." With that, he shamelessly reached out to feel its texture. The scent on her was different from the previous incense and her sachet, faint and elusive, and he couldn't say it was unpleasant. By now, Lu Yao was fully under the influence, breathing slightly heavily, her pink lips turning crimson and a rosy flush spreading across her eyes. In this state, she was no match for Su Huai, who had her pinned down completely. Seeing her appearance, Su Huai tentatively bent down and kissed her lips. Lu Yao bit him back. She wasn't overly conservative, and objectively speaking, with his looks, sleeping with him wouldn't be a loss. But the key was that she wasn't willing at the moment. Later, an idea struck her. Hadn't this pervert once said he liked to play hard to get? It seemed that from the beginning until now, the more she resisted, the more excited he became, which probably meant something. As soon as this thought surfaced, Lu Yao reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her chin to kiss him proactively. He liked to play hard to get, did he? Then she would do the opposite. If she couldn't disgust him, then she wouldn't let him have his way with her alone. She had to get back at him too. And indeed, Su Huai paused slightly. Having been suppressed for so long, Lu Yao suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction. She kissed him more passionately, planting kisses on the corners of his mouth, his chin, then his ears and neck. Su Huai released her, looking somewhat disinterested. Lu Yao turned on her side, propping her head up, her expression dazed. She reached out and hooked her fingers into his lapel, saying, "Why stop? Come on, keep going." Su Huai raised a hand to touch his neck, his gaze uncertain as he looked at her. "Why aren't you struggling anymore? You don't like the charming and alluring. You only enjoy seeing people displeased. This so-called love for playing hard to get is nothing but a perverse streak." Lu Yao said aloud, "I heard other ladies say they'd even pay to spend a night with you. Suddenly I feel the same way. How about I forget the 5 silver coins you owe me and instead pay you 5? She twisted the corner of his robe and put on a coquettish tone. "So what's it going to be? Continue or go home and wash up?" Su Huai asked her, "What do you want?" Lu Yao looked at him, unable to read his mind. She couldn't answer rashly because she wasn't sure what he wanted. Su Huai asked again, "Do you want me to continue, or do you want me to go home?" As he spoke, he gathered his clothes. Just as Lu Yao secretly rejoiced, thinking he was about to leave, he defied her expectations and slowly lay down beside her. The two lay there quietly, neither moving much, as if catching their breath after a passionate moment. Lu Yao's feeling of helplessness continued to persist. After a long while, she said, "Aren't you really going back? This room is full of the scent of powder and perfume. You must hate it. This bed has probably seen countless men and women. Oh, it's definitely not clean. As a friendly reminder, you shouldn't sleep here." Su Huai replied, "I paid for the room." Lu Yao said incredulously, "Are you telling me you'll only leave if I refund the room fee?" Su Huai turned to look at her and said, "Not only am I sleeping here, but I'm staying until dawn." Lu Yao. Finally, Su Huai actually did not leave, but he had no interest in causing trouble again. The two simply lay under the covers doing nothing. Lu Yao, unable to bear being with him, turned onto her side with her back to him. He saw her back soaked through with sweat, vaguely revealing the graceful outline of her figure. Su Huai watched for a moment and said, "Being with me makes you so uncomfortable." Lu Yao gritted her teeth and replied hoarsely, "Just go to sleep." Su Huai said, "Seeing you in such discomfort, it actually puts me in the mood for sleep. If the enemy does not move, neither will he." Since he stopped his schemes to avoid further trouble, Lu Yao could only endure until dawn. Moreover, she no longer had the strength to get out of bed. As the sky outside began to lighten, Su Huai rose. He stepped down, bent to pick up his outer robe from beside the bed and put it on. While adjusting his sleeves, he glanced at Lu Yao lying on the inner side with her back to him. Her entire back was soaked as if pulled from water. Su Huai spoke gently, "Sharing a bed with you, I slept more soundly than usual. If I had known, I should have wed you that day." Lu Yao had not slept all night. Hearing this, she would be a fool to believe his nonsense. Her voice hoarse, she replied, "Then I'm sorry, but that opportunity has passed." Su Huai said, "I shall have to come again when I have time." Lu Yao said, "Next time my price will be higher." Su Huai walked out of the room and ran into the madam. The madam beamed and said, Lord Xiang, you're up so early. I was just wondering whether to bring some morning refreshments to the room for you and the lady. Su Huai said give it to her. Although he was dressed neatly having spent the night, there left a few slight wrinkles on the hem of his robe, and he looked somewhat more worldly than the previous evening. Less ascetic detachment, more earthly warmth. The sharp-eyed madam noticed as he passed a hickey on his neck. One could imagine how passionate and intense last night had been. No matter how lofty a man might be once he entered the embrace of tenderness, could he resist melting away? Watching Su Huai descend the stairs, the madam quickly called a servant to see him off, then immediately pushed open the door and entered asking, "Have you risen, young master? Are you all right?" If last night had truly been a blaze of passion between dry firewood and raging flames, there must have been quite a commotion. The madam walked to the bedside and saw the bed, bedding, sheets, and warm canopy, all in complete disarray, clearly the aftermath of a night of joyous indulgence. But when she looked again at Lu Yao, her clothes were soaked and her hair damp with sweat. The madam knew at a glance that something was wrong. She quickly asked, "How is the young master? Is it serious?" Lu Yao said in a hoarse voice, "Prepare a bucket of water for me." The madam immediately ordered outside, "Quick, fetch a bucket of water." Lu Yao said, "Cold water." The madam called out again, "Fetch a bucket of cold water." A servant in the hall responded and hurried away. Not long after, Lu Yao soaked in a bucket of cool water. Like a fish stranded on shore after enduring the torment of the entire night, she finally felt herself slowly coming back to life. When Lu Yao undressed, the madam saw her back from behind. Her slender back and delicate shoulders, her waist narrow enough to grasp in one hand, her shoulder blades graceful and fluid, and her skin fine and pure as flawless white porcelain. All gave an impression of softness without weakness, not pitiable, but lovable. Even though the madam had seen countless maidens' figures, she was captivated by the beauty before her. The madam saw her skin was completely clean, without any trace of post-indulgence marks save for the bruised redness on her neck, which looked both like bite marks and kiss marks, very obvious. The madam then understood that probably nothing of that kind had happened last night. But her soaked state was abnormal. Something else must have occurred. The madam asked, "Young master, what exactly happened yesterday? How did you end up like this?" Lu Yao closed her eyes to rest. The madam realized and added, "Could it be that what I witnessed was not you and Lord Xiang mutually willing?" Lu Yao said, "I haven't even finished my sentence and you're already quick to assume." The madam said apologetically, "I'm sorry, young master, I'm sorry. I truly thought you and Lord Xiang had taken a liking to each other and did not wish to spoil a good thing, so I did Lord Xiang bully or distress you?" Lu Yao said, "He made me very uncomfortable." The madam then bowed her head in apology. "It was my negligence. Please punish me, young master." Lu Yao opened her eyes. The soft light of the water rippled gently into her gaze. Unlike the flushed complexion of last night, her eyes were slightly moist, clear, and bright, pure, and lucid. She sighed and said, "Even if you were not negligent, as long as you are not as shameless as him, you will not be his match." She added, "He made me uncomfortable, but he likely felt nothing." Saying this, she glanced at the sky outside the window and asked the madam, "Has it been 4 hours from last night to this morning?" The madam said, "Yes, it has." Lu Yao said, "Then it should be soon." As soon as Su Huai stepped out of the Xiaomu pavilion, Jianzheng appeared from somewhere, following behind him with scrupulous vigilance. The master reeked of the brothel's perfume. This was something that had never occurred before. Su Huai first returned to the estate to wash and change, yet when he approached his home, his footsteps suddenly faltered at the threshold. Jianzheng called out, "Master." Su Huai did not respond. He ascended the few steps to his doorway, pausing just 2 strides away, then abruptly stopped, gripping the lacquered crimson pillar beside the door, bending slightly, as he coughed forth a mouthful of blood. Jianzheng's countenance transformed in alarm. "I shall fetch Dr. Mo at once," he declared, then spun around and rushed off. Su Huai calmly withdrew a handkerchief from his sleeve, dabbed the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stepped across his own threshold as though nothing had happened. By the time Jianzheng returned with Dr. Mo to the rear courtyard, Su Huai had already finished washing and changing. He took his seat upon the master's chair in the main hall and gestured for Dr. Mo to be seated. Dr. Mo hurried forward, set down his medicine chest, seized Su Huai's wrist, and after a moment's frowning contemplation looked up. "Why is your chi pulse so severely disrupted?" "What did you do?" Su Huai replied, "I went to a brothel." Dr. Mo stared at him in utter disbelief. "Did you say you went to a brothel, eh?" Su Huai regarded him quietly. "Shall I repeat myself?" Dr. Mo's face registered pure shock. "You actually went to a brothel? A woman, then?" Su Huai offered no reply, so Dr. Mo turned to Jianzheng. The latter, acting on instinct, answered, "A woman." Meeting Su Huai's gaze once more, Dr. Mo said, "Pray forgive my meddling question, but this has never occurred before, and I never knew your preference. Judging from this, your tastes appear entirely normal." He examined Su Huai's pulse more closely. "However, spending the night with a woman should not cause your chi to become so disordered. This affliction of yours, while life-threatening, should not affect your private life," Dr. Mo added, "unless you were excessively excited." Speaking thus, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his medicine chest and handed it to Su Huai. Su Huai overturned a teacup, poured the contents of the vial into it, a scarlet viscous fluid carrying a pungent, acrid fragrance, and mixed it with water before drinking it down. Dr. Mo said gravely, "Given your current condition, if you cannot find someone from the medical sage lineage to treat you, you may survive another 1.5 years at most. Su Huai, acting as though entirely unwell, then instructed Jian Zheng to prepare the carriage for the palace. Jian Zheng hesitated. Master, if your health is compromised, perhaps we should postpone this morning's court session. Su Huai shot him a look. Do you believe I shall die today? This subordinate dares not. Jian Zheng exclaimed. Dr. Mo patted Jian Zheng's shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. Judging by his stunningly handsome visage, he cannot possibly die today. Su Huai departed for the morning audience. Yet due to the delay caused by summoning the physician, by the time he arrived at court, the civil and military officials were already mostly assembled. And at this point the entire court knew that Chancellor Su had visited a brothel the previous night. How could such a secret be kept? Even if his colleagues had remained silent, the unmistakable evidence on his neck spoke for itself. Those were kiss marks left by a courtesan. When the matter reached the emperor's ears, he inquired of Su Huai after court adjourned. I hear the Chancellor spent the night at the Xiaomu Pavilion last evening. Su Huai replied, this subject's private affairs do not warrant your majesty's concern. The emperor chuckled. Truly a rare occurrence, to hear of the Chancellor's romantic exploits. I am quite curious, were the ladies of the Xiaomu Pavilion truly bewitching, captivating, my dear minister? Su Huai answered, this subject merely acted on a whim, happened to visit that establishment, and chose a woman at random. The emperor, thoroughly amused, pressed, a woman chosen at random. What manner of girl was she? If not breathtakingly beautiful, then undoubtedly accomplished in other ways. He deliberately touched his own neck, as if reminding Su Huai of the intimate traces there. After all, how could such marks remain unless the woman possessed considerable skill? Su Huai replied, an utterly ordinary girl. He lowered his eyelids, concealing the emotions within his gaze, appearing genuinely indifferent. Quite average. Even with the lights extinguished, one would scarcely notice the difference. She merely happened to bite me. The emperor burst into uproarious laughter. I was quite eager to see this remarkable woman, but now that you describe her, she sounds much like the women in my own harem, whose faces I can rarely recall anyway. Su Huai demurred, your majesties. How could a courtesan be compared to the noble ladies of the inner palace? The emperor dropped the matter, and just then an attendant entered to announce, your majesty, Grand Physician Zhang has arrived to examine you. Upon hearing this, the emperor's mood instantly soured. He massaged his temples, his expression shifting in irritation. This insomnia of mine has plagued me for 2 years, yet the palace physicians have achieved nothing. Useless lot. They are good for absolutely nothing. The attendant dared not respond, merely bowing submissively. The emperor commanded, summon him in. Su Huai then withdrew at the appropriate moment. After leaving the palace, Su Huai went straight to the government office. He sat before the desk and couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his neck. His expression was hard to read. Jian Zheng stood to the side, daring not to look too closely. He kept his gaze lowered, and said, Sir, I have medicine. Would you like to apply it to fade these marks? After all, walking around in broad daylight with such suggestive traces on your body wouldn't be proper. Even though Sir doesn't have the best reputation, one should still maintain some dignity. Su Huai suddenly asked, is it because of excitement? He understood Su Huai was referring to what had happened that morning. Even Dr. Mo couldn't identify the cause, so they could only attribute it to excessive excitement. Jian Zheng recalled the scene he'd stumbled upon the night before, thinking that indeed, he'd never seen his master so exhilarated. He could only fulfill his duty by responding, Master, your health is what matters most. Su Huai reflected on Lu Yao's appearance from the previous evening, then methodically reviewed everything that had transpired, though he hadn't yet discovered any opportunity she might have exploited. After a moment, Su Huai extended his hand toward him. Jian Zheng quickly realized what was needed, and promptly retrieved a pure white porcelain bottle from his inner robe, offering it to him respectfully. Su Huai opened it, and inhaled the scent, then casually picked up a silver needle from the desk used for trimming lamps, dipped a small amount onto his fingertip, and applied it to his neck, while returning the bottle to Jian Zheng. Su Huai asked, have there been any updates on the direct disciple of the medical saint? Jian Zheng reported, I've traced him to Rome to town, and am following the leads. Unexpectedly, the medicine proved quite effective. By afternoon, after finishing his official duties, Su Huai washed his hands at the basin, and noticed the marks on his neck had almost completely faded. Lu Yao wasn't faring much better either. She had stayed up all night, and it took her the entire morning in the Jin's courtyard to slowly regain some energy. And on her neck, unmistakably visible, were the bite marks and kisses Su Huai had left behind. The girls at Xiaomu Pavilion were thrilled to see this, even though it wasn't their doing. They were incredibly excited that the premier had stayed overnight and been added to their establishment's patron register. The girls asked with longing, Master, how is the premier's performance? It must have been quite vigorous last night. They clenched their delicate fists shamelessly. So the premier does prefer women. To think he broke his vows. It's thrilling just to imagine. A man with such striking looks and noble status, who must be absolutely magnificent in bed, would be simply perfect. Later, Lu Yao examined herself in the mirror, her eyelids twitching. One side of her neck was almost entirely covered in overlapping marks of varying depth. When she slightly parted her collar to inspect her throat and collarbone, they were all the work of that ruffian. He had bitten quite hard, and when Lu Yao reached up to touch them, they still ached faintly. Given how she looked, if she tried to explain to them that nothing had happened between her and Su Huai, not only would they not believe her, she wouldn't believe it herself. Even though they hadn't completed the act in the end, and she still had that last shred of modesty to maintain that ruffian's greedy hands had explored beneath her clothes thoroughly. He wouldn't suffer any loss, but when it came to taking advantage he was unmatched. Last night he had listened to her play the cheen. If he had been calm and composed, his disrupted meridians would have gradually settled within a day or two without issue. But his chi and blood had moved too rapidly, so today he would certainly feel the consequences. As Lu Yao opened the porcelain bottle and applied the medicine, while looking in the mirror she sincerely thought, if he were to suffer a chi deviation and lose his life, that would be wonderful. During the day Su Huai appeared completely normal on the surface, but inside, he was in turmoil, burning with restless energy. It wasn't until nightfall when he returned home that he could sit quietly and regulate his breathing. He suppressed the metallic taste rising in his throat several times. When his cultivation meditation finished, his clothes were damp with sweat. Later Lu Yao lived peacefully at Jiamu Pavilion, and Su Huai never came to find her again. Taking advantage of a free moment, she asked the girls at the brothel, "Has Su Huai died today?" The girls covered their mouths and giggled. How could that be? If the premier died, there would be chaos in the capital. Lu Yao sighed regretfully. The girl said, "Miss, are you missing the premier? Should we send someone to the premier's mansion to deliver a message?" Lu Yao said solemnly, "No need. I'm afraid he's too busy and will overwork himself, potentially suffering a sudden death from exhaustion." The girl blushed. The premier holds such an important position. He must truly be busy. It's heartbreaking to think about. Miss and the premier have such a wonderful relationship. It's truly enviable. Lu Yao thought, has his face become so popular that people worship him without any principles? And besides, how did they come to the conclusion that she and Su Huai had a good relationship? Princess Qingla was confined to her home under house arrest, yet someone still managed to pass her news. When she learned that Su Huai had actually spent the night at the Jiamu Hall, she was livid with rage. Her sworn brother had always been a man of integrity. How could he have ever done such a thing? Moreover, when he came out of the Jiamu Hall, there were love bites on his neck. It must have something to do with that bitch. To think that even after she had been sold into a brothel, she could still seduce her sworn brother. Princess Qingla then summoned someone and ordered, "Go find me men, specifically those who are ugly and disgusting." So for many days the Jiamu Hall saw a succession of ugly and vile men coming in who were not short of money and explicitly demanded to be served by Lu Yao. But they didn't even get to see Lu Yao. The madam, still wearing a smiling face, said, "I'm sorry, but that girl cannot receive you." Those men said, "Aren't the girls in this brothel all meant to be chosen and played with?" "What do you mean by cannot?" The madam replied, "Though that's true, that girl is exclusive to the prime minister. Are you sure you gentlemen want to seek her out? If you touch the prime minister's woman and he later holds you accountable, the Jiamu Hall won't take the blame for you." The ugly men discussed among themselves. How could they afford to offend the prime minister? If they really touched his woman, they might not even know how they died. Someone had paid them to come whoring. They never expected such a windfall to fall from the sky. However, although they were assigned to a specific person to whore, no one was watching them. After discussing, they decided that saving their own skins was more important, so they went to seek other pleasures. After having their fun, they returned to report and unanimously claimed that they had bedded the woman the employer had demanded. To satisfy the employer, the ugly men even fabricated a story. That woman cried and begged us to spare her, but we still took turns having our fill of her. In the end, she couldn't even crawl. Princess Qingla was also naive and innocent. During her house arrest, when she heard that the men she had sent had violated that bitch countless times, she felt extremely pleased. Once in a brothel, she was just a prostitute. So what if her sworn brother spent a night there? If he truly liked that prostitute, he would have taken her back to the mansion long ago. In the end, he only went once and forgot her. Outside, there were plenty of dirty and filthy men. Anyone could use her up. By the time her sworn brother remembered her, she would have already become a worn-out shoe that had been used by countless people, filthy beyond measure. Then her sworn brother would find it disgusting even to glance at her. Lu Yao occasionally strolled to the front. She saw several ugly men enter the Jiamu Hall's gate, but unlike their first visit, they no longer named her. They just went straight to seek pleasure. These fellows, to have encountered an employer like Princess Qingla, probably would laugh in their sleep. After all, where else could they find such a foolish and wealthy patron? Lu Yao leaned on the railing and watched for a while. Then she turned to go back to the rear courtyard when she met Ling Dang, the maid of Aru, coming towards her. Ling Dang had a worried little face. Upon seeing Lu Yao, she quickly bowed and said, "Young master." Lu Yao raised an eyebrow and said, "Your face is all wrinkled like a bitter gourd." Ling Dang replied, "Young master, don't tease me. My lady has encountered a troublesome guest these past few days, and she's worried to death. For several days in a row, he has been monopolizing the lady. Her regular customers have asked about her twice, and she can't free herself. The madam told her to get rid of him quickly, but he's like a sticky plaster." Aru was the flower queen. Her list of regular customers included the rich and powerful in the capital, not easily offended. Lu Yao said, "Then just have someone escort the troublesome guest away." Ling Dang leaned in and whispered, "Can't just send him away directly. He's a big spender, probably from out of town, and he's very generous. A few days ago when he first came, as soon as he saw my lady, he insisted on her company." Before Lu Yao could ask more, Ling Dang poured it all out. "I thought he was a lustful fellow, but after he called for my lady's company, he didn't do anything. He treated her with courtesy in every way, only asking her to play the zither, sing, and tell stories." Lu Yao said, "He's quite an odd fellow." Ling Dang said, Young master, you'll never guess what songs he asked my lady to sing. Lu Yao said, what songs? Ling Dang said he asked her to sing the folk songs of his hometown. At first my lady didn't know them, so he taught her line by line. When my lady told him stories, he would lean against her. But no matter how many stories my lady knows, she can't keep up with him coming every day. These past few days during her free time, instead of practicing dance and zither, she's been reading storybooks. Ling Dang added mysteriously, young master, you probably don't know who he thinks my lady is. Lu Yao thought for a moment and casually guessed, could it be that he sees her as his mother? Ling Dang looked astonished and said, young master, how did you know? He later said that the first time he saw my lady, she looked exactly like his mother. Ling Dang continued, that guest loves rice cakes the most, saying his mother used to make them for him. I need to hurry and get some. Young master, I'm off now. Later, when Lu Yao passed by Aru's room, she heard cries coming from within. However, it was not Aru's weeping, but rather that of the guest. Ling Dang returned with some pastries. As she entered, Lu Yao went in with her to have a look. Upon entering, they saw a well-dressed man buried in Aru's lap, sobbing uncontrollably. Aru sat upright, perfectly still. Never before had a man wept so heartbrokenly in her presence. When she saw Lu Yao, her eyes revealed a plea for help. She had dealt with all sorts of people over the years, but those were merely social engagements in the pleasure quarters. Rarely had she encountered such an outpouring of genuine emotion. Aru patted the man's shoulder soothingly and said, someone is here. Please don't be too sad. The man looked up with tearful eyes, saw Lu Yao, wiped his eyes and asked, who are you? Lu Yao saw that he was middle-aged with regular features, but somewhat lacking in personality. That was only natural. How many of the wealthy and powerful could boast of being whole? This one merely lacked maternal affection, unlike some who were wholly in need of a chance to be reborn. Lu Yao said, Aru is a bit tired. Please let her rest, sir. Ling Dang quickly nodded emphatically. The man said, but we were getting along so well. He looked at Aru and asked, isn't that so? Aru could not openly say it was unpleasant, so she replied, the guest's longing for his mother is truly moving. Lu Yao then said, if you pestered your own mother all night long to sing and tell stories, don't you think she would be exhausted? The man was not unreasonable. Upon reflection, he said to Aru, it was my oversight. I should have let you rest. Aru gave him a polite smile. The man then stood up and wiped away the tears from his eyes. Aru subtly rose and stepped back, secretly relieved. Dealing with someone who sought emotional solace was far more exhausting than handling those who were drawn to her talent and beauty. Lu Yao walked over to Aru's zither stand and casually plucked a few strings. The sound was low, soft, and extremely soothing, causing the man's mind to completely relax. Lu Yao plucked a few more notes, gestured for the man to sit on the couch, and asked, what is the folk song of your hometown like? Could you hum a bit of it? The man began to hum involuntarily. Lu Yao stood sideways by the zither, one hand behind her back, while the other hand plucked the strings, producing a melody that matched the folk tune he hummed. Her easygoing demeanor carried an undeniable, effortless grace. Aru listened in a daze. It was a folk song so ordinary, it could not be more ordinary, yet it sounded so refreshing to the heart. She had played that zither for many years and practiced diligently. Everyone praised her skill, but she knew very well that her zither had never produced such a melodious sound. The man was clearly completely immersed. When Lu Yao finished the folk tune, he leaned against a soft pillow and closed his eyes. The room was filled with lingering echoes, yet profoundly silent. Ling Dang did not understand the zither, nor was she caught up in the man's longing for his mother, so she was the first to snap back to reality. She pointed at the man and stammered, master, this man. Lu Yao said, he's asleep, dreaming of a golden millet dream until dawn. Tonight your mistress can have peace. With that, Ling Dang hurriedly picked up the zither and tiptoed out of the room. Aru came out with Lu Yao, her eyes filled with reverence, and said, to have heard the master's zither, Aru is truly blessed. Lu Yao curled her lips into a smile and said, don't say blessed. My music is mostly played for those who are troubled. To empathize with others' suffering often ends up dragging oneself down as well. Aru seemed to understand, but not quite, and asked, do you mean that if I had truly empathized with that guest's feelings just now, I would have been trapped in them as well? Lu Yao glanced at her and said, don't you have regular guests to attend to? Go ahead. With that, she turned and left. Aru watched her figure disappear around the corner and thought to herself, what kind of person is she? And what kind of person is Master Xingyuan? Only then could one achieve such mastery. Ling Dang jingled the bell in her arms and turned to urge her on. Aru finally averted her gaze and began walking in that direction. That guest truly slept soundly from dusk till dawn. He opened his eyes and woke only to realize he had been lost in a vivid dream. Though the world within and without dreams were two different realms, it had nonetheless fulfilled his deepest longing. He said to Aru, I dreamed of my mother. Everything I needed to say and do I did, and said it all to her. Waking this morning, I finally felt such a weight lifted off my shoulders. It was even more relieving than pouring out his heart to Aru day after day these past few days. The man asked Aru again, might I see that young lady from yesterday once more? Aru smiled gently and replied, she is not one of our girls here. She is a distinguished guest and cannot receive visitors. I do hope you will understand. The man did not press the matter and departed contented. Yet the very next day he returned, this time not alone but accompanied by a group of close friends. His companions were likewise men of genuine feeling. They arrived generous with their offerings. not seeking pleasure, but hoping to meet the young woman who had granted that man such wonderful dreams. Including that man from before 4 guests had arrived this evening. They were all men of considerable wealth, and the madam dared not offend them, so she came in person to seek Lu Yao's opinion. The madam said, judging by their accents, they are not locals from the capital, but rather merchants who have come from out of town. Lu Yao asked, how much did they give you? It was easy to imagine that anyone who could make the madam come personally to summon her would surely be generous with their purse. The madam's face split into a wide smile as she said, today they tipped 1,000 taels of silver just for entry alone. Most of the nobility and high-ranking officials in the capital don't even spend that much. They simply wish to see you, and from the way they're carrying themselves they won't leave if you don't appear. The man who had come alone before already had plenty of money and influence. Now, he had brought along several wealthy merchants as a group. Could they possibly be short on funds? Lu Yao figured she had been freeloading meals and drinks here for some days now, so it wouldn't hurt to chip in a bit of living expenses. I'll go take a look in a moment, Lu Yao said. The moment the madam heard this, her face broke into a radiant smile. With your presence, those gentlemen will be most fortunate. I'll go make arrangements at once. When Lu Yao arrived at the front, Aru found her and said, let me accompany you, miss. I can handle any formalities that come up. Lu Yao asked, aren't you busy tonight? Aru replied, I sent them away. The room carried a light, refined incense that had none of the usual perfume scent one might expect from a courtesan's quarters. The guests waited patiently. The moment Lu Yao entered, they promptly rose to pay their respects. They were all young men in their early 30s. Before Lu Yao could even ask, the man from the other day introduced his friends to her. They had come seeking solace. One longing for his deceased wife, another an orphan separated from his parents since childhood. Lu Yao glanced at the last one and asked, and him? The man explained, he's quite normal. He simply accompanied us. The last one spoke up. I wanted to see if this is truly as miraculous as they say, or if, brother, he has been deceived. Lu Yao thought to herself, you've already handed over 1,000 taels of silver. Do you still care whether you've been swindled? The next day the 4 guests awakened and departed thoroughly satisfied. Once this began, it simply wouldn't end. Those 4 were merchants with connections everywhere, and word spread quickly. Soon many came out of curiosity. Lu Yao would receive 1 or 2 at her discretion, and their requests proved as varied as they were strange. For instance, one guest arrived dressed respectably and confided in Lu Yao, to be completely honest, I had never visited a brothel before. Lu Yao simply nodded. The guest held up one finger. I have 5 concubines at home. Without waiting for Lu Yao to respond, he continued, but I have never touched any of them. He confessed distressingly, it's not that I don't want to. I simply cannot. His voice carried sorrow. I've taken numerous medicines and tried every method, but nothing works. His request was simple. I just want to know what a woman feels like. Lu Yao let him rest in a room, and when he awoke the next day, he appeared thoroughly content, savoring the memory. After that, he came almost daily, happily waiting in line for Lu Yao's attention. So many people in this world have desires that reality cannot fulfill, and gradually more visitors came to the Zhaomu Pavilion seeking Lu Yao than any other girl there. Once the news spread, those acquainted with tales of the extraordinary couldn't resist speculating. How many people across the world could use zither music to guide others into dreams? In matters of musical mastery, none surpassed Xing Yuan. Could this woman be connected to Xing Yuan? On this day after the morning court, the emperor summoned Su Huai and asked, my dear minister, have you visited that Zhaomu Pavilion lately? Su Huai replied, I have not gone there again. The emperor chuckled, oh, do the ladies there not make you reminisce? Su Huai said, I can no longer recall her face or voice. The emperor rubbed his temples and said, but I have recently heard that an extraordinary woman has arrived at the Zhaomu Pavilion, and those seeking her have formed long queues outside the building. Su Huai said nonchalantly, perhaps she is a beauty of unparalleled grace. The emperor replied, no, it is her skill on the zither. Her music can lull one into blissful dreams. Is that not exactly what I desire most at this moment? The emperor sighed and added, I have not had a good night's sleep for several years. The emperor said, I have also heard that she might be a descendant of Xing Yuan. Xing Yuan was a figure from the previous dynasty, and it was said that his mastery of music was extraordinary and unparalleled. If the extraordinary woman at the Zhaomu Pavilion is truly his descendant, then I would really like to go and see for myself. Therefore, Minister Su, accompany me to witness her skills and see if she truly possesses such talent. Su Huai pondered for a moment and said, Xing Yuan has vanished without a trace for decades, leaving behind only a name. As far as I know, he has no descendants, only a single direct disciple under his closed-door instruction. And that disciple is known as the Silver Candle Young Master, not a woman. The emperor asked, do you suspect it is false? Su Huai replied, a woman suddenly emerging claiming to be Xing Yuan's descendant is not credible. That place is a mix of good and bad, and it would be too risky for your majesty to go there. The emperor thought it over and found his reasoning sound. The news was of unknown veracity, and he did not know who had spread it. If it was malicious, then he should not go. But the emperor did not want to let go of such an opportunity. So he said to Su Huai, thus Minister Su, you go first to verify the truth for me. If the extraordinary woman is indeed as renowned, then bring her to the palace for me to see. When Su Huai appeared outside the Zhaomu Pavilion, it was daytime. The madam swaying her hips came to the jin's courtyard, and upon seeing Lu Yao said, young master, guess who has come? Liu Yao glanced at her and said, "From your expression, I can tell it's no good bird." The madam smiled obsequiously. "It's the Prime Minister." Although there might have been some complications between the young master and the Prime Minister last time, the ambiguity between them was undeniable. Moreover, he was a distinguished guest not to be offended, so the madam naturally came to inform at once. Liu Yao heard and thought as expected. If the madam hadn't mentioned it, Liu Yao had almost completely forgotten about that fellow. Her mood instantly soured and she asked, "What is he here for?" The madam laughed heartily. "The Prime Minister said he misses you." Liu Yao was speechless, thinking he really says different things to different people. The madam asked again, "Young master, shall I bring him here?" Liu Yao refused. "No." The madam's tone turned suggestive. "Then take him to the same room as last time with you." Liu Yao said, "He complains that the room and tea charges are too expensive. Better take him to the usual guest room." The madam seemed troubled. "The room that has had people sleeping in it every day these past few days. I'm afraid it's inappropriate. All kinds of people have come seeking the lady these days and have slept in that room. The smells are mixed. Wouldn't it offend the Prime Minister?" Liu Yao said, "He is also just one of the guests. If he's not satisfied, tell him to leave." The madam couldn't go against Liu Yao's wishes. In any case, she didn't dare to personally usher Su Huai into such a room, so she sent a servant to lead Su Huai upstairs. The servant, not knowing the situation, was about to invite Su Huai in when the door suddenly opened from inside, and a man with sleepy eyes but a satisfied expression came out. The servant's heart skipped a beat. The guest who had stayed here last night hadn't left yet. The man saw Su Huai and greeted him, looking for sixth miss so early. Su Huai didn't speak. The man continued, "The one with the especially beautiful eyes who grows more beautiful the more you look, and the key is she's especially skilled. That sixth miss, are you looking for her? Everyone who enters this room is basically looking for her." Jianzheng, following beside Su Huai, silently thought from the man's description it should be referring to Miss Liu. The man, still enraptured, chuckled again. No girl in the entire Chaomu Pavilion could compare to her. Once a man has slept with her, all he can think about is returning to her. He won't even entertain thoughts of anyone else. Su Huai gazed at him with an unsettling chill in his eyes. "Is that so?" Unaware of the danger, the man replied, "Indeed. Between us, brother, I've never responded to any other courtesan no matter how hard they tried, but with her I was blissful the entire night." Su Huai said calmly, "Come inside and speak further." Before the man could react, he was shoved into the room by Jianzheng. Su Huai then stepped in with a serene expression and closed the door. Soon the man's anguished wails echoed from within. "Why are you beating me?" he cried through tears. Su Huai spoke slowly. "Tell me, how exactly did she satisfy you?" He gave no order to stop, so Jianzheng continued. Between blows, the man gasped. I'm impotent. I've never known a woman's touch, but here I can dream all night long of any woman I desire. How could I not be satisfied? Please stop beating me." The servant hurried to the rear courtyard and reported to Liu Yao. "Young master, the Chancellor is beating someone in the room." Liu Yao asked, "Who is he beating?" The servant replied, "A guest who lodged here last night." The madam inquired, "Do you know the reason?" The servant scratched his head. "I'm not entirely certain. The guest was heaping praise upon you, young master." The Chancellor invited him inside to elaborate, and then the beating began. Liu Yao found this entirely understandable. For someone as petty as Su Huai, criticism of her was tolerable, but hearing her praise to his face was an offense he could not endure. And when displeased, nearly beating someone to death was hardly unusual for him. The madam said, "I must go check on things immediately. I hope no one has been killed." Liu Yao replied solemnly, "His murderous aura is particularly heavy today. It is better I do not see him." The madam hurried to the second floor just as a door opened. Su Huai emerged from the room at his leisure. His brows were slender and elegant, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned, giving him a gentle, yet hauntingly beautiful countenance. Through the doorframe, the madam saw the man lying barely alive upon the floor, stained with blood. Uncertain but maintaining a courteous demeanor, the madam asked timidly, "What happened to upset the Chancellor so?" Su Huai adjusted his sleeve and looked up at the madam. Though his gaze appeared gentle, an inexplicable chill seized her heart. Su Huai asked, "Has your sixth miss prepared to receive guests yet?" The madam hesitated. She does not begin receiving guests until dusk. It is still early. The Chancellor is a man of great importance with pressing affairs. Might he come another time? Later, Aru ran to the Jin's courtyard, and Liu Yao asked her, "Well, has the sycophant departed?" Aru replied, "The madam sent him away." Still trembling, Aru added, "I went to check." The man was beaten savagely. Blood flowed everywhere, staining the carpet crimson. The madam had him carried straight to the medical clinic. Liu Yao asked, "Did you ask why the Chancellor beat him?" Aru replied, "I did. He said he had no idea. He was merely praising you, and the Chancellor had his attendants strike him immediately." Liu Yao offered sincere advice. "Take this as a lesson. In the future, when you encounter him, do not mention me. After all, you never know when he might lose his temper." By dusk, Chaomu Pavilion grew lively. The entire building was illuminated by hanging red lanterns, radiant and brilliant within and without. When Liu Yao went to receive guests, Aru accompanied her. Recently, whenever Aru had free time, she stayed by her side. Liu Yao asked, "You have no guests tonight?" Aru replied with effortless nonchalance, "I turned them away." Liu Yao raised an eyebrow. "You treat your role as top courtesan so carelessly. Are you not afraid someone will steal your position?" Aru took a philosophical view, a delicate, yet radiant smile gracing her lips. No courtesan remains top forever. There will come a day when youth fades and novelty wears thin. It is better to stay with the young master, listening to more zither melodies and gaining greater insight. But Lu Yao had barely entered the room. The first guest had not yet arrived, when Ling Dang came running up the stairs, breathless and shaken. He's here again. Aru hurriedly asked, speak clearly. Who is here? Ling Dang replied. Who else could it be? It's the Chancellor. I saw him with my own eyes entering our Chaomu pavilion. The moment she finished speaking, Lu Yao rose and slipped away. Aru, I leave this to you. Keep watch. Without waiting for a response, she opened the door and hastened down the corridor. At that moment, Su Huai had just entered the gate and was approaching the main hall. As Lu Yao stepped out of her room, he slowly raised his eyes and glanced upward. Jianzhong, following close behind, feared his master might not notice and reminded him, Master, it is Miss Lu. Lu Yao ran straight to the rear courtyard where the servants worked. It was in full swing. Kitchen and wine cellar both bustling, with people darting back and forth carrying dishes and pouring wine in a flurry of activity. Just as Lu Yao was preparing to skirt past the servants' courtyard and return to her own Jin's courtyard, someone called out behind her. Miss. She glanced back as she walked and saw a young servant boy coming from the front hall to collect wine. Before he could speak, she had taken only 2 steps and collided head-on with someone. Before she could even see who it was, she caught his scent and her expression darkened instantly. The servant boy grumbled and hurried away with the wine, saying, I meant to warn you. Lu Yao turned around. Who else but Su Huai? He wore dark robes today, his hair bound neatly at the back. In the courtyard at dusk, the first lanterns had been lit, casting a soft glow upon his face. His upturned eyes naturally tender, making him look almost enchanting, almost demonic. What a scoundrel! The last time they had met was still vivid in Lu Yao's mind, making it truly difficult to feel anything but displeasure. Yet for all her displeasure, Su Huai looked rather pleased. Su Huai looked decent enough, but the moment he spoke, his nature revealed itself, available for company. Lu Yao refused immediately. I don't take clients. Go find the chief cabinet secretary and seek out another girl. Do as you please with her. Su Huai's gaze lingered on her fair neck as he said, Your client told me you make people ecstatic beyond belief. Lu Yao. Could he be referring to the person who got beaten today? That person indeed deserved to be beaten. Lu Yao advised, I just started in this profession and am not yet familiar with the work. I won't deceive you. The other girls in this brothel are stunningly beautiful and thoroughly skilled. They will not only make you ecstatic beyond belief, but also drive you to rapturous ecstasy. Su Huai replied, I don't want rapturous ecstasy. I only want ecstatic beyond belief. Lu Yao thought, forget about ecstasy. Why don't you just drop dead right here? Lu Yao said, state your preferences directly to the girls up front. Su Huai ignored her completely, and according to his own inclinations asked, where do you plan to receive me? Lu Yao thought, can you not understand human speech? But aloud she emphasized, this is a restricted kitchen area. No idlers allowed. The chief cabinet secretary would be better off going to the front. Su Huai glanced toward the kitchen and said, no idlers in the kitchen, is that it? Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. She had a strange sense that if this dog of a man got wild, he might not even spare the kitchen. She quickly replied, then you are that idler. Su Huai looked at her and asked, so which is it? Going to a room or going to the kitchen? Lu Yao also glanced toward the kitchen. Earlier it had been bustling with people coming and going, but now it had suddenly grown quiet. By the sounds alone, she knew a crowd of idle onlookers was hiding beneath the windows waiting to see the show. She certainly couldn't let him act wildly here, and returning to her own quarters in the rear courtyard was impossible. In the end, Lu Yao's attempt to slip away failed, and she glared at him resentfully, saying, to the room. The two of them headed toward the front one after the other. Lu Yao wanted to keep her distance, so she walked faster, but when she looked back, the villain was still neither too close nor too far. As they passed a small pond, Lu Yao suddenly felt a tug at her waist. She looked down and saw that the scented pouch she wore had once again been plucked off by that rascal. She watched Su Huai casually toss it into the pond. Lu Yao said, are you ill in the head? You specifically target other people's things. Su Huai replied, I didn't care for the scent. Lu Yao said, if you didn't like it, you could have simply chosen not to smell it. Su Huai gave her a gentle look and said, that is exactly why I threw it away. Lu Yao said, I don't care for your scent either. How about I throw you in instead? Su Huai spoke softly, you may try. Lu Yao thought. If it were in the past, she would undoubtedly have done exactly that. But now if she could actually win against him, would she still need to endure such humiliation? The two returned to the front hall and entered a room on the second floor. Aru sat uneasily before the zither stand, while Jianzhong stood guard with meticulous seriousness. Seeing Lu Yao and Su Huai return, Aru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jianzhong's killing intent was too heavy. Aru genuinely feared he might suddenly draw his sword and strike her down. Su Huai tugged at his clothing and took a seat on the cushioned chair. Lu Yao hurriedly went to light the incense. Su Huai watched her lighting the incense. Aru also followed his gaze toward Lu Yao, and ever-perceptive interposed with a diplomatic smile. Your Excellency's distinguished visit is an honor. May I ask what your requirements are? Would you like to listen to music or enjoy tea and conversation? Su Huai said, I heard that the 6th Mrs. Zither playing can send one into a deep slumber, a slumber in which one is ecstatic beyond belief. At these words the room fell into an eerie silence. After Lu Yao finished lighting the incense and turned around, she found Su Huai and Aru both staring at her. Lu Yao said to Su Huai, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not the sixth miss. I'm just a newcomer here doing menial chores." She tilted her chin toward Aru and said she is. Aru. Su Huai turned his gaze to Aru and asked, "And you are?" Aru dared not admit the truth, but could not deny it either. She replied, "What the Lord Chancellor says are but rumors spread outside. Guests who come here can only enter deep slumber because their bodies and minds are relaxed." Su Huai asked, "Does your zither playing relax their bodies and minds?" Aru hurried to explain, "This humble one dares not exaggerate. The effect varies from person to person." Su Huai said, "Then play for me, and see if you can make me fall asleep." Just as Aru was preparing to tune the strings, Su Huai suddenly added, "If you cannot make me feel pleasure." He left the sentence unfinished. But those who knew him could imagine the second half. Without pleasing him, she would not live to see tomorrow. Although Aru had socialized with many prominent figures in the capital, she had never dealt with this Lord Chancellor before. Everyone knew what kind of person he was. Wasn't the guest that morning beaten until he bled and lay barely breathing? So when Aru's fingers trembled while tuning the string produced an abrupt, discordant note. Su Huai seemed disturbed, raising his eyes to look at her. That gaze made her spine go cold. Lu Yao said, "Lord Chancellor, be reasonable." She said the effect varies from person to person. Su Huai replied, "Do you think I'm the type to reason?" Aru's zither skills were excellent, but in front of Su Huai her performance fell far below her usual standard. Lu Yao saw fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, sensing the immense pressure she was under. Su Huai closed his eyes to rest, and as he listened he spoke in a gentle voice. "Why isn't the menial servant helping the sixth miss? Her playing makes me quite uncomfortable." Aru's face paled. She said, "Please forgive me, my lord. It is this humble one's lack of skill." Lu Yao had no intention of revealing her abilities in front of him, fearing he would notice and recall how she had used zither music to attack him last time. She wanted Aru to just fudge through it and let it end there. At worst he would be disappointed that the reputation was exaggerated and leave. But Su Huai would not let it go. Seeing this, Lu Yao could only walk over to Aru, who rose eagerly, as if granted a reprieve. As Lu Yao sat down, her fingers plucked the strings, causing them to tremble softly. Immediately the melody took on an entirely different character. Su Huai knew at once that the player had changed. It was as if a different instrument had been produced with an altered tone. The tune was extremely soothing, bringing comfort to body and mind. Jian Zheng, seated nearby, revealed an expression of disbelief. Wasn't she a country girl? Why did she play better than the top courtesan of Jiamu Pavilion? Jian Zheng was a common man, and could not appreciate the depth of technique, but his ears could distinguish quality. Indeed, before long he felt his whole body relax, growing drowsy. Realizing this, Jian Zheng immediately steeled himself. Su Huai had not opened his eyes, but he was fully aware, and said, "Did you not say you could not play the zither?" Lu Yao replied, "There are many skilled players here. I learned by watching and listening." When the piece ended, Su Huai finally opened his eyes. He had not fallen asleep. Lu Yao had not expected to put him to sleep. For someone like him, the deeper his kung fu, the stronger his consciousness. It would be easy to control such a person's mind and spirit. If she forcibly controlled his mind, he would discover it immediately. The room still echoed with lingering sound. Su Huai looked at Lu Yao and said with remarkable insight, cutting straight to the point, "Last time I heard your zither it felt different from today." You see, whenever she made a move she risked exposure. But Lu Yao could not admit it. She said, "Is that so? Perhaps it is because your lord's state of mind differs. Last time you came only seeking pleasure, you certainly could not listen attentively." Su Huai said, "I felt unwell after returning home." Lu Yao thought, "That must be because you were too excited the night before." Later Su Huai showed no intention of leaving, letting Lu Yao continue playing the zither until he fell asleep. Seeing this, Aru felt inexplicably awkward standing there, and found an excuse to slip away. After Aru left, Jian Zheng felt even more awkward standing there, and also went out. Lu Yao played the same piece over and over again. That villain simply would not sleep. If he did not sleep, so be it. But he kept listening intently while she was about to play herself sick. Every time she reached the ending, he told her to continue. Lu Yao asked, "What exactly do you want?" Su Huai leaned back against the chair and said, "I am not yet pleased." Lu Yao gritted her teeth and said, "You want pleasure, do you? You'll have to pay extra. 1,000 taels of silver, and I guarantee you will be very pleased." Su Huai watched her gnashing her teeth, and suddenly felt quite pleased himself. Lu Yao said, "You don't want to pay, do you? You want to enjoy for free without paying. Is there such a cheap thing?" Su Huai looked at her affectionately and said, "I'm not ordering other pieces. Why should I pay extra? Just play this single piece for me until dawn." Lu Yao finally understood. He was not seeking pleasure at all. He simply wanted to prevent her from having any pleasure. Lu Yao's hands cramped from playing. Finally, in anger, she pulled out her hairpin and scratched it wildly across the strings. When she looked up, she found that the villain had fallen asleep. As expected, a wretched bone is wretched to the end. When she played properly to lull him to sleep, he would not. But when she strummed chaotically, he slept quite soundly. Lu Yao tiptoed out of the door, only to find Jian Zheng still lingering outside. Seeing her emerge, he asked, "Where is your master?" Lu Yao's expression darkened as she replied, "Dead." Instantly, Jian Zheng drew his sword halfway and held it across her path. Lu Yao shot him a withering glance and said, "Asleep." Jian Zheng glanced into the room and saw his master lying with eyes closed, his breath faint yet perceptible. What a fine dog and his faithful hound, Lu Yao remarked. With that she brushed past his blade and strode away. When Lu Yao returned to her brocade loot courtyard washed up and collapsed onto her bed, she felt utterly despondent. Less than 2 hours remained before dawn. Su Hui had kept to himself for several days before reappearing at Chamu Pavilion. Arriving early, he happened to catch sight of the women practicing their zither in the main hall. One maiden was holding a pipa and consulting Lu Yao on technique. Just then Su Hui stepped through the doorway and looked up to see Lu Yao idly plucking the strings. Her fingers moved with astonishing agility, effortless and free, her technique dazzling to behold. Yet the notes that flowed from the pipa were graceful and ethereal, exquisitely pleasing to the ear. Aru cleared her throat softly and whispered near Lu Yao's ear, "The Grand Secretary is here." Lu Yao turned her head and locked eyes with Su Hui. Immediately, while still gazing at him, she began plucking the strings wildly, without rhythm, producing a shrill and grating sound. What had she done to deserve such a wretched creature right here in Chamu Pavilion, where she was finally at peace? At that moment, a figure emerged from behind Su Hui, with a pleasant smile, looking over the gathered maidens in an unusually high-pitched voice. "May I ask which one is the sixth miss?" Lu Yao observed his powdered face, absence of an Adam's apple and masculine appearance, yet complete lack of virility, and it was easy to deduce he was likely a eunuch. A palace eunuch following Su Hui to Chamu Pavilion. As he posed the question, Lu Yao remained silent, and the assembled maidens dared not speak either. But there was no need for Lu Yao to answer. Su Hui spoke for her, saying, "The one beside her is." Su Hui's gaze was steady, fixed properly on Lu Yao. Then when he said "the one beside her," Lu Yao's brow twitched. She turned to look at her side, and there was indeed Aru. The eunuch also looked toward Aru and asked Su Hui, "Honorable Grand Secretary, is it the maiden in red?" Seeing Su Hui nod, Aru herself was startled. The maidens of Chamu Pavilion were not ranked by order. The only reason there was a sixth miss was because Lu Yao bore the surname Lu, and regular patrons who had grown familiar with her simply began calling her that. Aru was bewildered. That night the Grand Secretary had clearly understood the truth, so why was he now claiming it was her? However, since Aru often kept Lu Yao's company, visitors drawn by reputation frequently called her by the wrong name anyway. The eunuch's gaze shifted from Aru to rest upon Lu Yao. "Then who is this maiden?" Picking up from Lu Yao's words, Su Hui replied, "Just a common servant." The eunuch smiled faintly and said, "Earlier the music you played was exquisite. Why did it suddenly become discordant?" Lu Yao responded, "Your Excellency's esteemed presence flustered me. My humble skills lost their composure and proved inadequate." The eunuch expressed mild regret. What a pity. If she performed so poorly before the Grand Secretary, how disastrous must it be before the Emperor himself? What a missed opportunity. If such splendid music could have been brought into the palace to please the dragon, it would have been a meritorious deed indeed. Rather than questioning why Su Hui was telling blatant lies, Lu Yao went with the flow and asked the eunuch, "What business brings your honor to seek the sixth miss?" The eunuch looked at Aru and said, "That must be discussed with the sixth miss herself." He then wished to speak with Aru privately. Understanding the cue, Aru seized the moment and pulled Lu Yao along, saying, "We are inseparable. Many matters require her specifically, as no one else can handle them." As Su Hui made his way upstairs, he remarked casually, "A mere helper is dispensable. No need to concern yourself." The eunuch, ever respectful, followed closely behind him. In accordance with his wishes, he declared, "Then I request the sixth miss to accompany me alone." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao thought, how could that be acceptable? A eunuch from the palace represented a rare opportunity to enter the imperial compound. She could not allow this treacherous man to interfere. This villain simply could not bear to see her thrive, so she would act contrary to his wishes. Walking after him, Lu Yao addressed the eunuch with grave seriousness. "The sixth miss cannot be separated from me. Without my care, there would be none to properly attend to her instruments." The eunuch replied, "That will not do." Upon hearing this, Su Hui cast a glance at the maid Ling Dang by Aru's side. Ling Dang immediately shivered. "Cannot be separated from you. Do you take her to be lifeless?" Ling Dang shook her head vigorously. No. She certainly did not wish to die." Under mounting pressure, Aru steeled herself and explained to the eunuch, "One is my personal maid, the other is my assistant. If your honor has business requiring my service, a maid may suffice, but without an assistant it would be quite problematic." For the eunuch, having one more person mattered little. He said, "Since both are indispensable, then both may come along." Lu Yao followed into the room, and upon hearing the eunuch's words, a delighted joy welled up within her. She then learned that Su Hui's previous visit to listen to her lullabies had been a mission. It was not he who wished to listen, but the emperor. The emperor had suffered from insomnia for years, rarely enjoying a peaceful night's rest. Having heard of the Dawn and Dusk Pavilion's ability to grant a good sleep and pleasant dreams, he had sent Su Hui to investigate. Once the investigation confirmed the matter, regardless of its efficacy, the emperor dispatched a eunuch to accompany Su Hui for preliminary negotiations. Lu Yao pondered for a moment, then with a solemn expression addressed the eunuch. "The Dawn and Dusk Pavilion is a place of mixed company. It is certainly unsuitable for His Majesty to lodge here overnight." The eunuch replied, "Naturally. If the sixth miss truly possesses such skill, you must accompany me to the palace. Should you alleviate His Majesty's woes, rewards will be abundant." Aru glanced at Lu Yao, who nodded and said, It is our bounden duty to relieve His Majesty's distress. The eunuch pleased declared, then it is settled. The Grand Counselor will arrange everything, and we shall receive the 6th miss at the palace tomorrow. After the eunuch departed, Lu Yao turned to Su Huai, her disdain palpable. Calling Aru the 6th miss. You intend to prevent me from earning merit before the emperor and rising to become his favored subject. No wonder everyone calls you a treacherous minister. Aru's expression flickered slightly. No one dared speak thus before the Grand Counselor. She quickly interjected, the Grand Counselor surely wishes to spare the 6th miss from risk, for serving the sovereign is like consorting with a tiger. Jianzheng added, the palace is fraught with hidden currents far more perilous than the motley crowd here. His Majesty has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. The Grand Counselor has his reasons for not wanting Miss Lu to go. The subtext was unmistakable. What if the emperor took a fancy to Lu Yao? His Excellency the Grand Counselor surely wished to avoid that outcome. Lu Yao remarked, that sounds so loyal and heartfelt. But you lackey asked yourself, is your master truly that kind of person? Su Huai also turned his gaze to Jianzheng, who catching that look knew his master was displeased. Su Huai said, did I tell you any of this? Jianzheng lowered his head. I merely speculated. Su Huai replied. Then speculate again. Does this mouth of yours wish only to speak, or only to eat? Jianzheng was silent for a moment, then keeping his eyes on the tip of his nose said, I think it prefers to eat. Su Huai lifted his gaze to Lu Yao, his expression tender and affectionate, and asked, what good would it do me if you rose to favor? Lu Yao countered, sending Aru into the palace alone. If she fails to cure the emperor's insomnia, do you intend her to never return? Su Huai replied, she is the courtesan flower. Even if she cannot grant the emperor a good sleep, she can use other means to let him rest well. Whether she returns or not depends entirely on her own abilities. And you, he looked Lu Yao up and down, his gaze like a pair of hands grazing over her, inch by inch, stripping her bare. Suddenly he smiled a knowing and insolent smile, and said, are you better than the courtesan flower? Was that something a human should say? Lu Yao retorted, I implore you to be a decent person. Su Huai replied, that would be quite troublesome. Lu Yao thought that dealing with this treacherous minister was likely to shorten one's life. Half would be slain by him, and the other half would probably die of anger. Lu Yao felt that breathing the same air as him in the same room was suffocating. She wished to live long, so she took Aru and headed for the door. But Jianzheng blocked their path, saying coldly, did the master give you leave to go? Lu Yao shot back, did he say we couldn't? You lackey should listen more to the voice of your master's brain and refrain from meddling. With that she pulled Aru around Jianzheng, opened the door, and left. It took Jianzheng a moment to react, anger flaring. She had dared to call his master a dog's brain. After leaving the room, the air immediately became fresh. Lu Yao took a few deep breaths, listening to Aru, who was still dazed, saying, I just saw the Prime Minister smile. Lu Yao glanced at her and said, wake up. You are a courtesan, you've seen all kinds of men. How could you be so infatuated with him? Aru laughed and said, I often heard the girls in the building mention the Prime Minister with excitement, now I understand. Lu Yao said, that facade of his is the most deceptive. One moment he smiles at you with affection, the next he could flay you alive. Do you believe it? Aru said, yes, I believe. A man who can make the entire capital tremble with fear is certainly not easy to deal with. Young master, do you think a man like him could fall for a woman? If one day he does become smitten with someone, what would that be like? Lu Yao said carelessly, then he would surely kill the girl before he falls for her to avoid leaving a disaster. Aru said thoughtfully, from what you say, young master, if the Prime Minister loves someone, it would be that person's great misfortune. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow. Could it be anyone's fortune? That would be like announcing to the world, I am Su Huai's beloved. You can't kill him, but you can come and kill me. Aru was caught off guard and laughed at Lu Yao's remark. Lu Yao couldn't help but look at her. This girl truly had a smile that could charm 100. A few more glances could cleanse the eyes and refresh the mind. Lu Yao said, prepare yourself later, come with me to the palace. Are you afraid? Aru shook her head. To be able to enter the palace and see the sights, I, as a brothel woman, have reached the pinnacle. This is all thanks to your blessing, young master. Then Aru went to attend to her duties, and Lu Yao strolled to the backyard. She would be entering the palace tomorrow. How could her mood not be good? She hummed a tune all the way. She had thought she would need to find a way to enter the palace, but now it was achieved without effort. Once inside the palace, she would have the opportunity to search for what she wanted. In the evening, the Xiaomu Pavilion was once again filled with song, dance, and music, a scene of enchanting prosperity. Lu Yao was tinkering with some medicinal herbs in her room. She was missing a few ingredients, so she left the Jin's courtyard and headed to the storeroom to fetch them. The Xiaomu Pavilion had some commonly used medicinal herbs. After all, with so many girls in the building, they were often needed. But when she returned after a stroll, upon entering the courtyard, she saw the emotionless Jianzheng standing inside the gate. She immediately felt uneasy. The madam was standing under the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Yao glanced at her door. She had a habit of closing the door when she left, but now the door was half open. It was easy to imagine what kind of intruder had entered. She looked at the madam, who wore an embarrassed smile, and said, do you bring anyone here? The madam said apologetically, forgive me, miss. I told him you were not receiving guests tonight, but that gentleman wouldn't listen. The madam lowered her voice further. He said he was tired of the front room. He also said our business should be thoroughly investigated. If any coercion or transactions against will are found, we would have to suspend operations for rectification. Lu Yao rubbed her forehead. The madam glanced inside the door and whispered to Lu Yao, "How can we afford to offend him? If we don't comply with his wishes, even if there is no coercion, he can fabricate it, and then we won't be able to continue our business." Lu Yao said indignantly, "What a corrupt official abusing power for personal gain." The madam wanted to cover her mouth, but dared not, only whispering with extreme caution, "Keep your voice down, be careful, he hears you." A voice overly gentle came from the room. "I am not deaf." The madam quickly said, "You two talk, you talk. If you need anything, just have this attendant boy deliver the message." With that, the madam hurriedly slipped away. At this season, cherry blossoms bloomed in clusters on the branches. With the night breeze blowing, they filled the entire courtyard. Lu Yao lifted her foot and walked from under the tree step by step toward the door. Jianzheng watched her back. She wore a modest dress, her black hair reaching her waist, her skirt swaying, yet she inexplicably possessed an aura that made all the fallen petals in the courtyard seem like mere embellishments. She walked to the door, peered through the half-open door, and saw the man in her room, standing by the window at a row of desks, casually picking up the bottles and jars on her table and sniffing them. Su Huai turned his head to look at her. The night breeze from behind her carried in some tiny flower petals mingled with a faint fragrance. Also flowing into the room was the pale moonlight. Su Huai caught sight of Lu Yao's reproachful gaze and asked, "What are these for?" Lu Yao strode over quickly, snatching the porcelain bottle from his hand, and said, "Incense. It's best if you don't touch them lest you decide you dislike them and toss them away again." Su Huai asked, "You know how to blend incense?" Lu Yao replied nonchalantly, "There are so many ladies in the Xiaomu pavilion using countless types of incense every day. I just followed and learned." Su Huai looked down and saw the sachet hanging at her waist. He casually pulled it off, saying, "You can make a scent that I like." Lu Yao shot him a disdainful glance and said perfunctorily, "Of course I'll pick something you like, or else you'll toss my sachet every time you see it, and no matter how many I have, they won't be enough for you to throw away." Su Huai directly tossed the sachet out the window. "But I don't like any of these." Lu Yao knew that these incense were too strong. But if it weren't for the strong scent, it couldn't mask the odor emanating from him. She looked at him with the same disgust one would show a dead fish, while he exuded a stench akin to rotting fish. Irritated by his willful behavior, Lu Yao grabbed a random bottle of incense and poured the entire contents into the nearby incense burner. In an instant, blue flames shot up, and Su Huai immediately threw the entire incense burner out the window, moving so fast that Lu Yao had no time to react. Lu Yao was speechless. Then their gazes simultaneously fell upon the bottles and jars cluttering the table. An unspoken standoff reigned between them. If she made no move, he would not budge. But if she tried to fumigate him with these things again, he would sweep them all away in an instant. Lu Yao understood his mentality. If he didn't like something, he would destroy it. She took a calm breath and said to him, "Do you know you have a serious illness?" Su Huai asked, "Can you cure me?" Lu Yao replied, "I'm afraid this illness is incurable. Only heaven can take you." Su Huai said, "Then your question is quite redundant." With a swift movement, Lu Yao grabbed a porcelain bottle, quickly stepped back, poured out some incense powder, and applied it to her wrists and behind her ears. Fearing it wasn't enough to overpower his scent, she also sprinkled some on her clothes. Lu Yao breathed in the thick fragrance, which felt more comfortable to her, and asked, "What song would you like to hear, Prime Minister?" Su Huai said, "I don't listen to songs." Lu Yao looked at him. By the moonlight at the window, half his face was lit, half in shadow, so deep and sinister that she couldn't read his eyes. She said, "Then what exactly is your business here?" Su Huai replied, "To spend the night here." Lu Yao was speechless. Su Huai spoke gently again. "Tomorrow I'll take you directly to the palace, saving an extra trip." His tone was as if he were discussing a spring outing plan with a kindred spirit. But Lu Yao was somewhat agitated. "If you're too bothered, you could have not come tonight. You could come tomorrow or not at all. I can go to you." Su Huai looked at her and said, "But I'm already here now." Lu Yao urged, "You can still go back." Su Huai said, "Take you back with me. We'll depart from my residence tomorrow, saving one more trip." Lu Yao said, "I told you I can come to you tomorrow." She walked to the door and made a please gesture. "Please go back tonight, Prime Minister. Get a good night's sleep. Aru and I will arrive on time tomorrow and go to the palace with you, so you don't have to make an extra trip." Su Huai glanced at her, then at the door, as if her suggestion had persuaded him. He stepped toward the door and stood at the threshold looking outside. He said tenderly, "The flowers are blooming so beautifully." Before Lu Yao could respond to this irrelevant remark, she watched in astonishment as he slammed the door shut and slid the bolt into place. Lu Yao's heart leaped as Su Huai turned his head and said, "I don't like being arranged by others." Lu Yao retorted, "But I don't like being arranged either." Su Huai said, "Then you'll just have to bear with it." In an instant, Lu Yao was pressed into a small space. He was taller than her, and his dark shadow loomed over her, oppressive and overwhelming. Lu Yao held her breath. "Why should I bear with it, and not you?" Su Huai said, "You can choose not to bear with it." It was simply that she couldn't overpower him. In any case, he wouldn't yield. When Lu Yao tried to step away, he grabbed her and pinned her against the door. The door slammed with a loud bang from the impact and shuddered twice. Jianzheng, standing outside, seemed to see it yet pretended not to. He continued to stand there like a guardian statue. Then the door was struck 2 more times, and the sound of chairs and stools toppling could be heard from within the room, suggesting things were quite heated. This time, Jianzheng did not dare to rush in rashly, but he remained uneasy. After all, last time his master became too excited and ended up vomiting blood the next day. So he reluctantly fulfilled his duty and reminded him, "Master, your health is what matters." No one responded. Lu Yao found herself once again trapped in the same helpless position as before. She forced herself to compose her thoughts and said to him, "I don't like this. Let's start over." Su Huai gazed into her eyes where moonlight filtered through the screen outside the door cast faint shadows of blooming flowers. He made no move to grant her a second chance. His gaze drifted slowly downward until it settled on her lips, and he leaned in to kiss them. Lu Yao bit him hard, seething with anger. A cunning smile played on his lips as he retaliated with an equally fierce bite on her neck. Lu Yao hissed through her teeth, "You're nothing but a wild dog." He didn't seem to mind, but she had to enter the palace tomorrow. Enraged, Lu Yao slammed her head against his and shoved him with all her strength. The force sent her spinning with stars dancing before her eyes, and they both crashed into the table, knocking over 2 chairs. She could hear Jianjing speaking from outside, her breath growing unsteady. Meeting Su Huai's intense, fervent gaze, she said, "Your servant is advising you to take care of your health." Su Huai offered no response. She quickly pressed on in gentler terms, "Please don't get too carried away. It's not good for you." Still he remained silent. Lu Yao tangled her fingers in his robes and sank her teeth into his shoulder, cursing at him in her dialect. Su Huai heard her and raised his head to stare at her. "You need to play the part of that dog properly." Lu Yao fell silent. Su Huai's voice carried its own kind of seduction, the trailing and lifting slightly. "On the bed or on this table?" At a loss for words, Lu Yao said nothing. "Then it'll be according to my preferences," Su Huai declared. His tastes, as she well knew, were typically twisted. "The bed." Lu Yao quickly agreed. The moment the words left her mouth, she felt herself lifted weightlessly into his arms as he carried her. When she landed on the bed, the exhaustion that had been building from his presence surged through her once more. Panicking, Lu Yao steadied herself. She couldn't lose control. Then it struck her to turn the tables. She grabbed the back of his neck and kissed him first. But this time he showed none of his usual reluctance. Instead, he pressed down on her with intent. Her mind grew foggy. Wasn't he the type who played hard to get? Why wasn't that tactic working now? She cursed him, "You bastard, breaking all the rules. I have to enter the palace tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Su Huai began kissing along her neck, leaving marks in his wake. "What's wrong with that? Does it prevent you from going to the palace?" he murmured. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "How am I supposed to walk in like this, eh?" Su Huai replied, "You can walk and lie down and be carried in or come in any other way." "Did I break your legs?" Lu Yao fell silent. "You're trying to make me lose face in front of everyone," she accused. Su Huai looked up at her and grinned wickedly. "Then cover your face and avoid people altogether." Lu Yao gazed into his eyes and suddenly understood something. Her voice carried a rough edge as she asked, "You did this to me because you don't want others to see me? Are you afraid the emperor might take a fancy to me?" Su Huai did not deny it, saying simply, "I cannot let him fancy you, nor can I allow you the opportunity to rise to prominence." "Do I stand in your way?" Lu Yao asked, speaking honestly. She could not recall having hindered him in anything. Did he really need to oppose her at every turn? "Not at present, but one must remain vigilant," Su Huai replied. "Should you ever climb into the emperor's bed and gain favor, would you not seek revenge upon me?" Lu Yao thought to herself, "Indeed I would." If she ever regained her fortunes, the very first person she would bring down was him. Out loud, however, Lu Yao smiled and said, "You flatter yourself, Prime Minister. Who could ever compete with you?" Su Huai regarded her swollen lips and murmured in a lover's tone, "But it cannot be denied that a woman's whispers by the pillow carry great power." This was precisely why he had kissed and bitten her so fiercely, to leave his mark upon her. By tomorrow, when she entered the palace, she would at least preserve some dignity. She had no intention of drawing the emperor's attention anyway. Su Huai's palm was warm, and the moment it touched her leg, Lu Yao felt her skin crawl. "I am already in this state," she said in disbelief. "There is no chance for me to wield any influence over the emperor. What more do you want?" Her breath grew unsteady, a flush rising over her skin. Still she could not resist the effect of his presence. Slowly her strength ebbed away until she could do nothing but lie helpless before him. Su Huai's hands were long and powerful. As they traced her body, he seemed to be savoring her expression, murmuring, "Is this not how it is done in brothels?" "I thank you," Lu Yao retorted bitterly. "Thanks to you, I am now a brothel woman who has taken many customers. You had best not touch me lest you soil yourself." Su Huai did not cease his actions. His gaze turned dark and inscrutable as he said, "Let me see just how defiled you have become." He was a man who did not concern himself with how many others she had known. As long as he desired her, she was his. Whether she was a woman of the brothel or a respectable lady mattered not to him at all. "You are raising gooseflesh," he observed. The reaction seemed to stir his desire further, and his hand drifted upward deliberately. Lu Yao sucked in a sharp breath, her entire body stiffening. Then she summoned every ounce of strength to kick and strike him, but within moments he pinned her utterly, rendering her motionless. "Su Huai," she snarled, "once I recover, I will make you pay with your life." Hearing her curse, through gritted teeth, Su Huai appeared quite satisfied. "I shall wait," he replied calmly. Furious beyond measure, Lu Yao cried out, "Su Huai, I curse your mother." Su Huai rose to his feet, and stood beside the bed slowly arranging his robes. Looking down at her with a cold gaze, he said, "My mother is no longer with us. Would you like me to escort you to her grave? Or perhaps I should go in your stead?" With that, he casually tugged at the collar he had just neatly adjusted, as if preparing to undress once more. Lu Yao was no stubborn fool, and seeing this, she quickly relented. "I take back what I just said." Su Huai reined in his actions somewhat. After returning to her last time, he had vomited blood, and he was still uncertain whether it stemmed from physical exertion or something else. Had it been otherwise, he might have pressed on regardless. In the end, when Su Huai opened the door, he was immaculately dressed, his demeanor calm and serene, untainted by the world below. He bore the air of a man of ascetic discipline, as though within those walls he had merely discussed philosophy with Lu Yao and nothing more had occurred. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Yao thought that the term beast in human clothing was made for men like him. Behind closed doors, he tore at her garments and bit her like a mad dog, yet once the door opened, he posed as a dignified pillar of the state. The sheer audacity was breathtaking. Yes, he was nothing more than a stray dog. Lu Yao was drenched in sweat, her skin faintly tinged with crimson, though the dim light of the room effectively concealed it. When he opened the door, fresh air flowed in, and she too drew a breath of living air. She reached out to pull the quilt over herself, her dark hair cascading across the pillow, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with scattered light, like sparks about to fall from the corners of her gaze. She was the kind of woman who grew more beautiful the longer one looked. Though she concealed herself thoroughly, she remained unaware that her face and those eyes alone at this very moment exuded an intoxicating allure. Su Huai suddenly turned his head to look at her, interest evident in his voice. "Why do you not curse me aloud?" Lu Yao replied, "I am not cursing you. I am blessing you." Su Huai observed her flushed cheeks and hazy eyes, his eyelids lowering slightly before drifting to her lips. In a tone almost enchanting, he asked, "Bless me with what?" Of course, she meant wishing him an early grave, not promotion and prosperity. Lu Yao replied calmly, "Definitely wishing you well." Su Huai turned back toward the cherry blossoms at the doorway, then suddenly asked, "They say you have a connection with Xing Yuan. Is that true?" Lu Yao responded, "Who is that? Though I come from a remote village, I was a woman of pure reputation before arriving here." Su Huai said, "I never said he was a man." Lu Yao blinked and replied, "Doesn't that sound like a man? Take your own name, Su Huai. Surely that doesn't sound feminine." Su Huai said, "Come to my residence tomorrow. I would rather not make an extra trip." Saying this, he stepped out of her room. If he did not wish to make an extra journey, then tonight's special visit was nothing more than to torment her. With her eyes closed, Lu Yao felt that even one glance at this beast pained her eyes. She clearly heard Su Huai's footsteps departing her courtyard, his lackeys following behind. Jianzheng followed close behind Su Huai as they left the courtyard. Su Huai said flatly, "Close the gate." Jianzheng obediently shut the courtyard door without hesitation. The moment Su Huai departed, Lu Yao laboriously rose from the bed, casually gathered her disheveled garments, and walked barefoot to the guqin stand. A guqin rested upon the stand, and she reached toward the strings. Su Huai had not gone far enough. If she played the instrument, he would surely hear. If she exerted her full strength now, she could drive him into chi deviation, perhaps even kill him. With this thought, her fingertip plucked a string, and a note flowed forth, seemingly distant, yet harboring hidden force, as though the very air trembled in response. Moonlight fell upon the window lattice, making her fingernails gleam with a pale pink luminescence. Jianzheng, walking outside the courtyard without warning, heard the note, and his entire being was suddenly stirred. Su Huai's steps faltered, and he did not continue forward. His expression grew uncertain. Cherry blossoms, fine and fragmented, drifted over the wall with the wind settling upon his robes and hair with a lingering, almost intoxicating fragrance. What if it failed to kill him? Lu Yao thought if she could not kill him, he would immediately turn back and destroy her instead. Moreover, there was no doubt she would be exposed. He would certainly guess that his previous illness was caused by her music, and thus the feud would grow severe. After careful consideration, Lu Yao ultimately slowly withdrew her fingers. So be it. A gentleman's revenge need not be hasty. Who could blame her when she could not yet overcome him, and still had to tread carefully in his shadow? Otherwise, she would not even be able to enter the palace tomorrow. Su Huai waited a while, hearing no follow-up, and then resumed his walk. Lu Yao hurried to take a cold bath. His scent clung to her skin as though permanently marked, impossible to wash away. After emerging from the cold water, drying herself, and lighting a lamp to gaze at her reflection, she verbally tore into that mad dog, Su Huai, from head to toe. She reached up to touch her own neck, his bite marks still faintly throbbing. Below her neck, bruises marred her body. She first applied ointment to the very visible marks around her neck and behind her ears, but afterward felt a wave of discouragement. No matter how effective, the ointment marks were far worse than before, and there was no guarantee they would fully fade by tomorrow. Then she remixed the cosmetic powder on her desk, searching for a fragrance not overly pungent, yet potent enough to suppress the stench of treachery upon others. After all, once inside the palace, she would still have to face that wretch constantly. She would not allow him to throw away her sachet again. The next day, Lu Yao arrived at the Chancellor's mansion with Aru as scheduled. Once inside the palace, Lu Yao's identity would be that of Aru's attendant. As Su Huai had said, Aru was the sixth lady. This was exactly what Lu Yao had wanted. Aru would handle the social dealings on her behalf, and since Aru was so stunningly beautiful, Lu Yao would fade into the background, making it easier for her to act according to the situation. At that moment, Lu Yao and Aru were sitting in the carriage when Su Huai lifted the curtain and climbed in. This was the carriage of the Zhao Mu Pavilion, and he behaved as though he owned it. His lackey Jianzhong went even further, shoving the coachman aside and taking the reins himself. Aru noticed that the moment Lu Yao saw him, her expression darkened. The Chancellor, by contrast, settled into his seat with a gentle demeanor, giving Aru a fleeting sense that he might actually be approachable. Su Huai glanced at Lu Yao. Today she wore pale blue robes with a high collar that covered her neck completely. She had also disguised herself, thickening her brows and dulling her complexion. Compared to the alluring and radiant Aru beside her, she was utterly unremarkable. Aru curtsied to Su Huai and addressed him respectfully, "Your Excellency." Lu Yao said, "As Aru's attendant, I should sit outside." Su Huai leaned back against the cushion, watching her lean to exit, and slowly replied, "Palace rules forbid maids from entering. You should step down." Lu Yao stiffened, turning to glare at him coldly. "The eunuch yesterday said otherwise." Su Huai adjusted his sleeve casually and said, "If you have a complaint about what he said, go find him." Aru quickly pulled Lu Yao back to her seat. "Your Excellency, please do not take offense at Miss Lu's words." Su Huai looked at Lu Yao and said, "Am I the one offended?" "It is you who is offended." Lu Yao swallowed her retort. "I am not offended at all." Su Huai said, "Your face clearly darkened." Lu Yao replied, "You must be seeing things, Your Excellency." Su Huai said, "I am not blind." Aru intervened smoothly, "It is certainly not because of Your Excellency. Miss Lu simply does not wish to steal my spotlight, which is why she made only a modest effort today and looks somewhat swarthy as a result." Jianzhong had already driven the carriage out of the narrow alley heading toward the palace. Su Huai remarked, "Are all women of the pleasure quarters so fickle? Last night you were all smiles and laughter, and today you pretend not to know me." Aru paused, startled. "What do you mean, Your Excellency?" Su Huai glanced at Lu Yao and said, "We had such a pleasant evening together last night, yet today you act as though we are strangers." Lu Yao objected, "In what way was it pleasant?" Su Huai said, "My hands certainly found it pleasant." Lu Yao's gaze involuntarily dropped to his hands resting on his knees. Aru looked from Lu Yao to Su Huai. Being as perceptive as she was, she instantly understood the implication in his words. Lu Yao said, "I implore you to have some dignity." Yet she could not deny that his hand was undeniably handsome. That hand bore the defined knuckles of a martial artist, yet possessed the elegant slenderness of a scholar. With those hands he handled state affairs and signed documents in vermilion, and with those same hands he killed with ruthless efficiency. But looking at them, Lu Yao felt an overwhelming urge to chop them off. Aru took Lu Yao's hand and urged again, "Your Excellency is well acquainted with palace customs. Since this is our first time here, we must ask for your guidance." Su Huai closed his eyes to rest and said, "She is far more sensible than you." Lu Yao continued, "Once inside the palace, if I am to play the qin to lull the emperor to sleep, a screen must be placed to conceal us. That way it would be impossible to distinguish whether Lu Yao or Aru was playing." Su Huai asked, "Are you instructing me on what to do?" Lu Yao replied, "I am merely helping Your Excellency cover your tracks. After all, Your Excellency claimed that Aru was the sixth lady. If she could not handle herself before the emperor, would that not be deception of the sovereign?" Su Huai considered for a moment and said, "You were the one who first said she was the sixth lady." Lu Yao retorted, "But you knew perfectly well she was not." Su Huai said, "I did not know." His gaze carried accusation. "Not only did you deceive me, you also deceived the sovereign. Shall I report this to the emperor and have you dragged away for execution?" Lu Yao fell silent. Aru whispered urgently, "Never mind, never mind." What else could she do? He was a treacherous minister wielding immense power. Trying to outmaneuver him with word games was like a toddler playing in the mud. He could crush her at any moment. On the journey, Lu Yao kept her face turned toward the window, partly to breathe fresh air, partly because she had no desire whatsoever to see Su Huai. The carriage left the Chancellor's mansion, passed through 2 streets, and approached the palace gates. The scenery outside the window gradually opened up from orderly residential quarters to increasingly empty landscapes. In the distance, the towering palace buildings rose majestically against the horizon. "I once leaned against high towers gazing at the palace city," Ariu said with emotion, "but I was always merely an outsider. Who would have imagined I would one day have the opportunity to step within its walls?" At the palace gate, the imperial guards stood with stern vigilance. But Su Huai's face carried immense weight. When he slightly lifted the curtain to reveal himself, the guards immediately stepped aside with deep respect to clear the way. The carriage did not even need to halt, it proceeded directly through the palace gates. Throughout the entire court, no one, not even the royal princes, enjoyed such unprecedented privilege. The emperor they were to meet was a middle-aged man, dignified and imposing, radiating the majestic aura of supreme authority. He had already been informed by the eunuch who had exited the palace the previous day that today's visitor was the renowned top courtesan of Chamu Pavilion. Her zither playing was extraordinarily capable of inducing profound relaxation and effortless slumber. Since morning court, the emperor had grown restless with anticipation, and now at last he saw a woman grace the hall, a downcast maid trailing behind her. As she drew near, the emperor clearly beheld her countenance. As the top courtesan of Chamu Pavilion, she was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. "This humble servant Ariu pays her respects to your majesty." Rise, the emperor said. He scrutinized Ariu and asked, "Are you the legendary figure all the streets are whispering about?" Ariu replied modestly, "Your Majesty, the rumors are greatly exaggerated. This humble servant merely knows a little zither music which happens to suit her guests' tastes. If you can lull them into deep slumber, can you help this emperor rest well, as well?" the emperor asked. "This humble servant will do her utmost to aid your Majesty in peaceful slumber," Ariu responded. The emperor's heart leaped with delight. "Excellent. If you can help me sleep soundly, I shall reward you abundantly." That afternoon, as the emperor rested in the warm hall, he summoned Ariu to assist him in falling asleep. He rested every afternoon, yet hardly a single day passed without trouble. Even when he freed time, he could not sleep. His body was weary, but the more he strived to summon drowsiness, the more his head throbbed with pain. Sometimes the eunuchs believed he had fallen asleep, though he himself felt otherwise. Soon after, several eunuchs entered the side hall carrying a large screen. Upon seeing this, the emperor asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Before Ariu could respond, an eunuch reported, "The chancellor instructed us to bring this screen for the sixth miss." Lu Yao hastily directed the eunuchs to move the screen against the wall so she and Ariu could sit with their backs to the wall and the screen facing outward, considerably safer this way. The screen was embroidered with lush peonies and vibrant hues radiating regal splendor. Most importantly, it was completely opaque. Ariu whispered to Lu Yao, "The chancellor has been most thoughtful. He is simply doing a favor to smooth things over," Lu Yao replied. Had he not sent the screen, Ariu would have requested it from the emperor anyway. It was hardly an unreasonable demand. Would the emperor have refused? The emperor then asked Ariu, "What does the sixth miss require this screen for?" Ariu bowed and replied, "When I play, I must concentrate with undivided attention. We usually avoid seeing each other so that both I and your Majesty may relax, completely achieving the finest result." The emperor nodded. "I see." With the screen blocking the view, the emperor could no longer catch even a glimpse of her beauty. He saw only a faint shadow moving behind it, which left him somewhat disappointed. Yet sleep remained the priority. Ariu placed the zither upon the stand, originally intending to offer Lu Yao a seat. Lu Yao gently pressed her shoulder, signaling her to remain seated comfortably. Lu Yao only needed her to shift slightly to make room. This way, if someone stumbled in unexpectedly, it would not immediately reveal the deception. Outside the warm hall, bright light flooded in. Whenever someone entered, a change in illumination could be felt through the screen. Almost immediately, the emperor's voice rang out, "Su Qin, you have arrived at just the right moment. Join me and listen. Let us see if it is truly as miraculous as they claim." "Someone bring a seat for Su Qin." An eunuch then brought a chair from outside the screen for Su Huai to take his seat. Lu Yao glanced upward. Though obscured by his breathing, she knew he sat directly across from her. Su Huai likewise fixed his gaze upon the fully bloomed peonies on the screen, as though striving to see straight through the flowers to the person seated on the other side. As the zither music slowly emanated, there was a refreshing aftertaste. The emperor, upon hearing it, involuntarily adjusted his posture, leaning on the dragon throne to make himself more relaxed. Aru then casually chatted with the emperor for a few moments, asking him when he had started having trouble falling asleep and whether he continued to ponder other matters after lying down. The emperor answered all questions essentially. In the warm hall, the string music was faint and ethereal. As the emperor answered, the music seemed to seep into his heart, making him feel immensely comfortable and relaxed. Gradually, he grew drowsy, his head began to bob lightly, and he started to doze off. When the piece ended, the emperor, who had been dozing vaguely, heard the music stop and then woke up again. Perhaps the feeling of drowsiness had been too pleasant, so the emperor felt a great sense of loss. He looked toward the screen with dissatisfaction and said, "Why did it stop?" Lu Yao thought to herself, of course it had to stop. If she gave him immediate relief, it would be too ostentatious and easily cause trouble in the palace. Aru, following Lu Yao's prior instructions, replied, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty's inability to sleep soundly has been long-standing. This matter cannot be rushed, it needs gradual adjustment. I merely assist your Majesty in relaxing both body and mind. Truly leading your Majesty to peaceful sleep must rely on your Majesty's own efforts." The emperor thought to himself, that's right. This sixth miss is not a doctor, and her zither music cannot cure diseases. If it could instantly make him better, it would be too miraculous. Just now he had felt drowsy while listening, which showed that listening to her music was effective. Thus the emperor cast aside his previous frustration, his mood suddenly brightening. He laughed heartily and said, "Although it is not as miraculous as the rumors claim, after listening to Sixth Miss's piece, I truly feel refreshed in both body and mind." Since it was effective, how could he let it go? He then added, "In that case, Sixth Miss shall reside in the palace first. Whenever free, play the zither for me. Once I am free from this sleep disturbance, I will send you out of the palace. Someone reward Sixth Miss." Aru stood up and led Lu Yao through the screen to bow and thank the emperor. Seeing Aru's gentle demeanor, yet poised and graceful, with such a flower-like beautiful face, how could the emperor not be greatly pleased? The emperor then smiled at Su Huai and said, "Minister Su, you have rendered a great service this time." Su Huai replied, "Your servant does not deserve such praise." The emperor asked, "Just now Minister Su listened to the music. What did you think?" Su Huai said, "Your servant had no particular feeling. There are many court musicians skilled in the zither. If listening to music can relax your Majesty, you may summon them to play." He still wanted to drive her away, or wasn't he afraid that she might become the emperor's favorite? A narrow-minded sycophant like him could probably only tolerate being the emperor's sole favorite. Fortunately, the emperor was well aware of his own feelings. He said, "I have heard plenty of music at palace banquets before, but none were as pleasant as this. First arrange for 6th Miss to stay." The palace attendants temporarily arranged a warm pavilion for Aru and Lu Yao to stay. The pavilion was not located in the inner palace, but rather close to the emperor's residence, convenient for the emperor to summon them at any time. As soon as they settled in, the eunuchs brought over the rewards the emperor had bestowed earlier. Aru saw that they were all silks, satins, jewelry, and ornaments, extremely luxurious and splendid. The eunuch said, "These are all rewards from His Majesty the 6th Miss." Aru, having seen the world in the Xiaomu pavilion, had received many gifts from officials and nobles in daily life, but she had rarely encountered items from the palace. After the attendants withdrew, Aru looked at Lu Yao and said, "These things." Lu Yao, uninterested, said, "Keep them. Choose whichever silk you like to make new clothes and whichever jewelry you like to wear." Aru smiled charmingly and said, "Then I shall not decline." After temporarily settling in the palace, Lu Yao familiarized herself with the warm pavilion, then went out for a walk with Aru. Although she couldn't eagerly explore the palace layout right away, taking a stroll nearby to get familiar was acceptable. It was mid-afternoon with bright sunshine. The palace had gardens, water pavilions, and towers with scenery of breathtaking beauty. Lu Yao thought in the future that treacherous sycophant couldn't just come and go as he pleased like he did at the Xiaomu pavilion, could he? He entered the Xiaomu pavilion as casually as entering his own home. Could he enter the palace as if it were his own home? At least at night, he couldn't come freely. During the day, the palace was crowded with people and many eyes, so he couldn't act recklessly. As long as she thought that she wouldn't have to face the sycophant or deal with him anymore, Lu Yao's mood was very good. Just as she was enjoying the palace scenery in a very good mood, Aru tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "The Chancellor is over there." Lu Yao followed Aru's gaze and saw that on the willow-shaded path it was none other than Su Huai walking slowly. Her good mood immediately vanished. Su Huai's attire differed from the morning when he had escorted the women into the palace. Now he was clad in a deep purple official robe, the lapels neatly aligned, a jade-colored belt cinched at his waist, and a black official cap atop his head, a complete regalia of office. As he walked, the hem of his robe brushed against the air, and he somehow managed to exude an air of elegance and dashing charm. Sunlight filtered through the willow shade, dappling upon him. Beneath the official cap, his face featured elongated brows and eyes that seemed to harbor hooks. A scoundrel he might be, but a fiendish prodigy he truly was. Behind him followed 2 eunuchs, each respectfully carrying a stack of memorials, their heads bowed as they walked. As he approached, Aru quickly stepped aside, curtsying with her hands folded. Lu Yao, as Aru's attendant, naturally stood behind and to the side of Aru, performing the same courtesy without looking directly. She only saw the hem of the purple robe and a pair of black boots pass beneath her gaze without the slightest pause. Su Huai, of course, did not spare her an extra glance either. It was a stark contrast to before. Lu Yao felt a quiet satisfaction in her heart. Excellent, this was how it should be when they crossed paths in the palace from now on. Only after Su Huai had walked far away did Lu Yao slowly lift her head. The air still seemed to carry a faint residue of the aromatic scent unique to his robes. The young eunuch following at the side remarked, "The Prime Minister is a man of great affairs. No one but the Emperor can catch his eye. He's just finished handling the memorials from the court and is now delivering them to His Majesty." Lu Yao knew well that the treacherous minister monopolized the court's affairs. The Emperor had delegated the red pen approval to him, and all memorials submitted by civil and military officials first arrived on his desk for his personal endorsement. Only those he deemed worthy of the Emperor's attention were sent to the imperial desk after his review. Coupled with his usual conduct, was it any wonder that the court officials harbored both fear and hatred toward him? On this first night in the palace, the Emperor had sent word that he would summon the 6th young lady later to play the zither and aid his sleep, but at the last moment it was delayed due to state affairs and discussions with external ministers. Yet the Emperor still needed to sleep, and until he retired, both Lu Yao and Aru could not rest. They could only wait in vain. When the Emperor finished his deliberations, the hour was already late, but he still remembered the 6th young lady and hastily sent a eunuch to summon her. Su Huai interjected at the opportune moment, "Your Majesty seems not to have visited the rear palace for some days. The Emperor's interest was lackluster. I won't go. It's already so late. If I go to the rear palace, I'll surely be delayed in sleeping." Su Huai said, "The rear palace is tied to the court. Your Majesty must not neglect it. If Your Majesty goes there, you may choose to sleep early." The Emperor glanced at him and let out a couple of laughs, saying, "Does Su Qing think sleeping early is so easy? Women are the most vexing." The Emperor rubbed his chin and added, "By all logic, Su Qing has stayed overnight at the court of dawn and dusk, so you should understand that feeling." "How can you say such a thing?" Su Huai replied, "Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I am unable to fathom Your Majesty's sentiment." The Emperor clicked his tongue and said, "What sort of woman was it that you stayed with at the court of dawn and dusk last time that you didn't feel the slightest bit of ecstasy?" Su Huai lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Perhaps she performed poorly." The Emperor said, "She must have disappointed Su Qing, didn't she?" Once the topic turned to this, the Emperor's interest temporarily revived. In the warm chamber, Aru said to Lu Yao, "Perhaps, miss, you should rest first. If someone comes later, I'll call you." Lu Yao looked at her and said, "Aren't you going to rest?" A beauty cannot endure sleepless nights. Aru pursed her lips and smiled, saying, in the world of pleasure it's hard to find those who don't stay up. Lu Yao found a medicine bottle, took one pill herself, and gave one to Aru. Aru placed it in her mouth, tasting a fresh fragrance, and asked, what is this? Lu Yao replied, something to keep your complexion from looking too bad after a sleepless night. Shortly after, someone knocked on the door outside. As the attendant, Lu Yao naturally went to open it. She walked to the door and opened it, about to speak, but unexpectedly the familiar and repulsive scent assailed her. Without even looking, she immediately slammed the door shut without hesitation. Yet before the door could close, a pale, powerful hand suddenly slipped into the gap, forcing the door open. Lu Yao looked again. It was none other than the treacherous minister. He was still in his official robe, looking like a proper gentleman. Su Huai strode into the room with an imposing presence that Lu Yao could neither withstand nor resist. He walked in as though it were his own home, and if Lu Yao did not step aside, he would simply press against her. Reluctantly, Lu Yao retreated and said, do you still think this is Chaomu Pavilion? You can simply waltz in here in the dead of night. Unfazed, Su Huai entered and settled into an armchair. This is the Imperial Palace, Lu Yao emphasized pointedly. Su Huai glanced at her, habitually tugging at his sleeve, and replied slowly, and the Emperor will summon us shortly, Lu Yao said. Tonight the Emperor has no time to receive you, Su Huai responded. Then what brings the Grand Secretary here? Aru quickly interceded. I suppose the Grand Secretary has come to notify us. Otherwise we would have been waiting endlessly. Lu Yao nodded and said, indeed. If a mere eunuch could have delivered the message, why did the Grand Secretary come personally? Such trouble he went to. Aru continued smoothly. The Grand Secretary must be exhausted from state affairs. The night is deep and the dew is heavy. Why not? But before she could finish, Su Huai raised his eyes and looked at her. Aru's voice trembled slightly. Some vague dread told her the consequences of continuing would be severe, so she cut herself off promptly. Lu Yao picked up the thread. Why not return early to rest? Su Huai ignored her and asked, is there tea? Wait a moment, Grand Secretary, Aru replied. She fetched a teapot and prepared to pour for Su Huai, but he glanced at Lu Yao and said gently to Aru, don't you have a handmaiden? Why trouble yourself? Aru smiled. Grand Secretary speaks too highly of me. Pouring tea for you is my honor. Yet Su Huai's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yao as he said, you are now the Emperor's honored guest. I am unworthy. Aru also turned to look at Lu Yao, uncertain whether to step forward or not. Lu Yao had positioned herself as far away from him as possible, yet this treacherous minister never liked to see her comfortable. Now he was simply trying to make her serve him. If you find it beneath you, then don't drink the tea, Lu Yao said. Go home and have it. You delivered me to the palace and maneuvered on my behalf, and now a cup of tea is too much to ask. Su Huai countered. Then Lu Yao watched him lean back against the armchair, his head tilted slightly, eyes closed, a faint weariness coloring his features. He carried the air of one who would sleep there tonight if he didn't get that cup of tea. If he stayed overnight, it would certainly cause trouble. If trouble arose, could she and Aru possibly stand against this corrupt minister? In the end, Lu Yao took the teapot from Aru's hands, walked over to Su Huai, and began pouring tea. At that moment, Su Huai slowly opened his eyes, watching her. When the tea was only halfway poured, he suddenly reached out and seized Lu Yao's hand. Her brow twitched, and the next instant he pulled her forcefully toward him. Lu Yao lost her temper and instinctively flung the scalding tea toward him. Even if it didn't kill him, at least it would scald his skin. But Su Huai sidestepped, slightly deflecting the tea with a sweep of his sleeve that sent the pot tumbling. It landed on the carpet with a dull thud, not shattered, but tea spilled across the floor. The treacherous minister was not idle with his hands or legs. He hooked Lu Yao's leg and pressed his knee against her thigh. She braced herself against the armrest to pull away, but he moved with extraordinary speed, dragging her into his arms in the next instant. Looking up, Lu Yao saw his face inches from hers. She was straddling him, her legs parted on either side of his waist with no room to escape. The whole sequence happened so swiftly that Aru, standing nearby, could only stare in shock. However quick Lu Yao's reflexes, she couldn't anticipate what this villain planned next, and so she found herself trapped once more. Su Huai held her waist firmly. The moment she twisted to break free, he pressed her harder against him. As a man with her positioned this way upon him, the posture was undeniably sensual and intimate. Lu Yao felt a surge of heat rush to her head, and his scent made her mind go blank for a moment. He had no shame, but she still had hers. She struggled again, but Su Huai held her tightly, studying her flustered expression as he said, can't wait to move. Lu Yao. Su Huai's gaze dropped to the scented pouch at Lu Yao's waist, its awakening fragrance lingering between them. He reached out to take it, but at the sight Lu Yao immediately clutched it tightly with both hands. Every time he saw it, he threw it away. Did she think stitching those pouches was so easy? Su Huai glanced at her, then unfastened her entire belt. Lu Yao reached to snatch it back, but he deftly plucked the pouch into his hand and tossed her belt aside. Su Huai slowly lifted his heavy-lidded gaze, glanced at the stunned Aru standing nearby, and said leisurely, care to watch? A chill ran through Aru's heart, and she quickly recovered, saying, I shall brew another pot of tea. She turned and hurried toward the door. Among all the attendants at Chaomu Pavilion, Aru was closest to Lu Yao. She knew that most guests who came admiring her could never so much as touch her. Only the powerful minister before them ever came close. And even he came to Chaomu Pavilion solely for her. So when Lu Yao had struggled earlier, a patch of skin on her arm and neck had been briefly exposed for Aru to catch sight of certain marks. They were likely all his handiwork. Though they were at odds, they had shared intimacy before. Aru thought it best to withdraw quickly. Lu Yao noticed Aru leaving without being told to stay or go. Given the minister's depraved nature, she feared he might actually force her to watch. Once Aru had left and closed the door behind her, the atmosphere in the room grew inexplicably sultry. Su Huai held Lu Yao against him with one arm, idly turning the scented pouch over in his other hand, examining it from every angle, then bringing it to his nose. The fragrance remained rich, though less piercing than before. Lu Yao reached to snatch it again, but he sidestepped her grasp. Looking at her, he asked, "Could you not survive without this pouch?" "I simply prefer the scent." "What of it?" Lu Yao retorted. Then she watched helpless as he tossed the pouch aside as well. She swallowed her anger again and again, comforting herself that the wretched man had at least shown some progress. He had not thrown it out the window. Su Huai held her seated in his lap, doing nothing for a long while except gazing at her. At first Lu Yao held her breath, but soon she realized she could not simply suffocate herself before him. She could only strive to steady her breathing. She felt as though he had her completely at his mercy, and unable to move freely, she gritted her teeth and said, "What madness is this now, eh?" Su Huai did not respond. He watched the faint perspiration gathering at her temples. Those eyes of hers, streaked like clouds, dyed with rosy dawn, the corners of her eyes gradually flushing a beautiful crimson. In her eyes there were sparks and pools of spring. Su Huai admired her, his gaze tracing slowly downward until it landed on the frog buttons at the high collar of her garment. His fingers moved to unfasten them. Lu Yao curled her lips into a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Does this coarse, darkened face of mine also arouse the minister's interest? You are truly desperation personified." Su Huai replied, "My arousal has nothing to do with your face. It depends entirely on my mood." As Su Huai unfastened the collar buttons, Lu Yao immediately blocked his hand. But his other hand, she did not notice when it had slipped beneath her garment, had already grasped her slender waist. His fingers traced along her spine. Lu Yao drew in a sharp breath, and in the next moment, he pulled her firmly against him. In that brief interval, she felt a loosening at her collar, a hint of coolness, as he had already unbuckled her buttons, exposing her neck. The skin along her neck was pale and fine. Most of last night's marks had faded, though some remained. When Su Huai sank his teeth into her, Lu Yao gripped his official robes and stifled a groan. "This is the imperial palace. You wild dog dare to act so recklessly." Su Huai's lips brushed against her neck as he murmured softly, "Wild dog. A wild dog would tear a piece of flesh from your body." Lu Yao hissed at the bite, and in her flailing grasp, she ripped off his belt. Their disheveled garments pulled around them. Determined not to let him off lightly, she plunged her hand into his official robe and scratched him viciously. Aru waited outside for nearly 3/4 of an hour before the door finally creaked open. She turned and saw Su Huai emerging from the doorway as immaculate and composed as when he had arrived. Beneath the lamplight, his features were strikingly beautiful, yet he carried an aura that made him seem utterly unreachable. He stepped out without so much as glancing at Aru, and within moments his figure merged with the night. Aru hurried into the room and found Lu Yao with her dark hair undone and her dress in disarray. She sat before the mirror, one hand touching her neck, her breath hitching as she cursed under her breath. She had once been a refined woman, but since encountering Su Huai, her dignity had been devoured. Aru stood frozen at the sight. Every visible inch of Lu Yao's skin was marred with passionate bruises, stretching from her neck down past her collarbone. After washing up, Lu Yao loosely gathered her dark hair at the nape of her neck, baring her throat, as she applied medicine to herself before the mirror. Her face had regained its natural complexion, and her eyebrows had grown fine once more, yet her expression remained thoroughly sour. She glanced left and right at her neck, fingers dipped in medicine, but uncertain where to begin. She might as well simply swap her neck for another one. Aru remarked beside her. During the day when he saw the Prime Minister, he couldn't even spare her a single glance, yet tonight he's like this. It's hard to imagine it's the same person. Lu Yao said, "You think so too, don't you?" Aru pressed her lips into a smile and replied, "But my lord is remarkable. Across all under heaven, I dare say no second person could occupy his thoughts so persistently." Lu Yao furrowed her brows. "Occupying his thoughts? He's preoccupied with ensuring I never gain an advantage over him." Aru observed, "My lord ought to conceal those marks. It seems you'll need to wear high-collared garments tomorrow." That evening Aru insisted Lu Yao not sleep in the outer chamber like a mere handmaiden, so they shared the bed together. Lu Yao suddenly spoke with unusual gravity. "Aru, could you take in someone like Su Huai?" Aru was taken aback, then waved her hand with a laugh. "I'm afraid I cannot. My lord, do not tease me." Lu Yao looked at her. "You are a celebrated courtesan. You ought to have more confidence in yourself." Aru confided honestly, "I can tell at a glance whether a man is suitable or not, and men like the Prime Minister. There is truly no chance." "My lady does not know," she continued. "Even the way he looks at me makes my heart tremble." Lu Yao pondered. Su Huai's mind ran deep. If he harbored any suspicion that she intended to enter the palace, he would not let her go. Even now he kept watchful eyes on her within the palace, a constant hindrance. So perhaps she could redirect his pernicious attention onto Aru. Yet on second thought, she dismissed the notion. The very sight of him made her wish to keep the greatest possible distance. How could she push such a creature upon Aru? Aru added, but a man of the Prime Minister's caliber would inspire yearning in countless maidens across the realm. The following day, Lu Yao and Aru again remained on standby, ever attentive. A nimble eunuch approached Lu Yao, beaming with a grin. "I am the humble servant entrusted with this quarter, little Lizzie. Should these two young ladies require anything, pray inform me, and I shall do my utmost to arrange it." Aru nodded gracefully. "We thank you for your trouble." Little Lizzie sidled up to Lu Yao, bending low to whisper slyly, "If you find yourself missing the Prime Minister most eagerly, simply let me know, and I shall convey the message. He will come to see you at once." Lu Yao fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Which eye of yours saw me missing him so desperately?" Little Lizzie wore a thoroughly servile smile. He knew all too well. Lu Yao pressed further, "Were you sent by him?" Little Lizzie chuckled. "The Prime Minister instructed me to attend to you most carefully." Lu Yao gave him a sidelong glance. "He likely meant to keep a watchful eye on you, did he not?" Little Lizzie replied, "In the end the meaning is the same." In the afternoon, the Emperor finally freed himself from duties and promptly sent for Aru. The screen was arranged in the hall as usual, and this time Lu Yao allowed the Emperor to doze for a full half of 2 hours. Upon waking, the Emperor was overjoyed. He had not experienced such languid slumber in many long years. Thus the Emperor grew ever more convinced that the sixth Miss would soon become his reliable remedy for insomnia. The Emperor declared, "Miss Lu, do stay here and accompany Zhen for this evening's meal. Thereafter Zhen shall listen once more to your exquisite melody, and perhaps tonight I may enjoy a restful sleep." Aru bowed with measured grace and replied, "If your Majesty should require my service later, this humble one shall return. Yet born of lowly stock, I dare not sit at the same table as the Son of Heaven." Moved by her humility and propriety and struck anew by her beauty, the Emperor's regard for her deepened still further. Finding no cause to insist, he said, "So be it. As you wish." The Emperor watched as Aru and Lu Yao withdrew from the hall together. His attending eunuch, noticing the Emperor's lingering gaze fixed upon Aru's lithe figure, ventured, "Should your Majesty desire, might I suggest summoning Miss Lu to remain overnight this evening?" The Emperor replied, "She is here to ease my cares. I must not startle or disturb her." Through conversations with Aru over the past 2 days, the Emperor had come to understand that her zither music flowed from the heart. When the heart was not tranquil, the music could not be. If he were to press upon her with rudeness and haste, she might play with a disturbed spirit, and the music would lose its soothing power. Therefore he must respect her wishes. He would wait until he had first achieved proper rest before considering anything further. That evening Lu Yao and Aru paid another visit to the Emperor. This time they went to the imperial bedchamber. Outside the bedchamber, a detachment of imperial guards stood at attention, fully prepared. Lu Yao asked the eunuch, "Lord Eunuch, is it always like this around His Majesty at night?" With such a massive military presence, it was a wonder anyone could sleep soundly. The eunuch replied, "Actually, it is not usually like this. It is primarily because Chancellor Su is concerned about His Majesty's safety, so he has arranged these precautions." Lu Yao understood and said, "Oh, so the Chancellor fears my young miss, and I might pose a threat to His Majesty." The eunuch smiled and said, "These are all arrangements made by the Chancellor. You would need to ask him about this." Inside the bedchamber, the Emperor had already changed into nightclothes. Hearing the conversation at the doorway, he muttered as soon as Aru entered, "This Su Qing is far too worried. 2 powerless women, and he still cannot rest easy." In truth, the Emperor was somewhat displeased as well, for there were still 2 guards standing vigil in his bedchamber. A screen had been prepared in the bedchamber. Lu Yao and Aru sat behind it, playing the zither and chatting as was their custom. Before long, the Emperor truly fell into a deep sleep. Lu Yao ceased the zither music, and the eunuch promptly signaled everyone in the bedchamber to exit quietly. Little Lizzie waited outside, and upon seeing Lu Yao and Aru emerge, he led the way ahead, escorting them back to the rest pavilion. The palace at night was illuminated by countless lanterns, radiant and magnificent. The distant and nearby palace towers seemed close enough to pluck the stars and touch the moon. Standing atop those high towers, one could take in the entire capital city at a glance. As Lu Yao walked along, she took in the surroundings, pointing to various palaces and asking Little Lizzie what each one was and what its purpose was. Little Lizzie, assuming Lu Yao was simply curious, enthusiastically explained each one: the imperial study, the court hall, the banquet palace for ministers, the scenic terrace, and so on. Lu Yao nodded and said, "Every corner of the palace is assigned such clear purposes. It is truly enlightening." She pointed to the banquet palace Little Lizzie had mentioned and asked, "Banquets for our own ministers are held in that palace, but where would banquets for envoys from other nations be held?" Little Lizzie chuckled and replied, "Whether they are our own ministers or envoys from other nations, all banquets are held there." Lu Yao said, "But other nations would certainly not come empty-handed. They would bring numerous tribute treasures. Where on earth would they store them all?" Aru was sharp and perceptive. She immediately understood that her young miss was probing Little Lizzie for information. So throughout the journey, she remained silent, merely listening. Little Lizzie, unaware of anything, eagerly continued, "You probably do not know this, miss. The treasures sent by other nations all have their own dedicated storage. The treasury tower." Lu Yao feigned sudden understanding. "I see. That treasury tower must be heavily guarded then." Little Lizzie said, "Absolutely. Not even a fly could fly in." Lu Yao paused and looked around. Gazing into the distance, she saw the palace buildings in that direction layered upon layer rising and falling. She sighed, this palace is so vast. If a thief were to sneak in, it would likely take them a long while to even locate the treasury tower. Aru smoothly added, it must be hidden within one of those palaces, which is precisely why it is so difficult to discover. Little Lizzie laughed and said, that would be in the rear palace. The treasury tower is certainly not there. Lu Yao said, or perhaps you do not know where it is yourself. Little Lizzie replied, I have served in this palace for many years. Of course I know. Just as Lu Yao was calculating how to draw more information from him, the sound of armored boots echoed ahead, accompanied by flickering torchlight. It must have been the Imperial Guards conducting their scheduled nighttime patrols. Lu Yao glanced quickly and noticed that while the formation at the end of the path was strict and orderly, the person leading at the very front was not wearing armor. In an instant her brows twitched, and the spot on her neck, bitten the previous night, began to throb faintly. The torchlight cast his figure in shifting shadows, making it difficult to see clearly. But to Lu Yao he was recognizable at a single glance. It was that wretch Su Huai. Even if he were reduced to a pile of bones, she suspected she could still recognize him. Immediately Little Lizzie called out toward him, Chancellor. Su Huai walked slowly forward through the torchlight. Lu Yao couldn't help but say to Little Lizzie, last time it was understandable that he was attending to matters in the palace. But wandering about at this hour tonight, is that permissible? Surely outer ministers are not allowed to roam freely in the imperial harem, are they? Little Lizzie smiled and said, the Chancellor occasionally also oversees the palace guards, so he is permitted to move about within the palace. Besides, this is not the rear palace. Lu Yao said, but he remains an outer minister nonetheless. Little Lizzie replied, the Chancellor is His Majesty's most trusted and relied upon official. Su Huai instructed the Imperial Guards behind him to disperse and patrol in different directions, then asked Xiao Lizzie in a gentle voice, what were you discussing? Xiao Lizzie immediately volunteered, everything, as if seeking favor. Just now the young lady was asking me about the layout of the various palace buildings, and also inquired about the guards at the treasure vault tower and its location. Lu Yao, this brown-noser is being a bit too clever. Aru hurriedly interjected, Xiao Lizzie, you must have misunderstood. It's our first time entering the palace, so naturally we were curious and chatted a bit along the way. Do you think we have sinister intentions? Xiao Lizzie replied with an awkward smile, the young lady misunderstands me. Since Lord Chancellor is asking, I have no other intention. I merely speak the truth. Everyone in this palace is shrewd and calculating. On one side stood the Chancellor, on the other, merely two girls from a brothel. Would this eunuch fail to discern whom to favor? Su Huai said to Xiao Lizzie, return. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately prepared to leave with Aru. But Su Huai turned to her and said, I didn't dismiss you. At these words both Xiao Lizzie and Aru immediately understood. Xiao Lizzie quickly urged Aru, Miss, let us return first. Aru cast a worried glance at Lu Yao and saw her being pulled by Su Huai into the small grove of trees. After a moment's deliberation, Aru ultimately followed Xiao Lizzie back. Su Huai suddenly tugged Lu Yao forward, catching her off guard. She stumbled several steps into the grove, and the light dimmed instantaneously. Though it was dark, her night vision served her well. She could see the straight silhouettes of the trees and the outline of the dog of a man before her. Lu Yao remarked, it's nighttime. Are you not going home to eat? Su Huai ignored her and directly seized her, beginning to tear at her collar. Lu Yao could not match his strength and was pinned against the tree trunk. Above them the leaves rustled and swayed. Her garments fell open, revealing her fair shoulders. Faintly visible was the color of her undergarment, its thin straps hanging on her shoulders as though they might snap with the slightest tug. Lu Yao was infuriated. This beast seemed to have an addiction to undressing her. Su Huai noticed that the marks on her skin, always faded quickly from last night to tonight, over half, had already disappeared, leaving only faint shadows. What ointment are you using? Su Huai asked. What concern is that of yours? Lu Yao replied. There are plenty of fine medicines at morning and evening pavilion. After all, a courtesan must frequently receive guests. Su Huai's fingers traced her collarbone, and feeling her skin prickled again, he smiled contentedly. If you wish to heal quickly, you must have the opportunity to whisper in someone's ear. The closer he drew, the more her neck ached. If this beast bit her twice more, he might tear right through her. She couldn't fathom the twisted logic that led him to believe she intended to whisper in another man's ear. Would she even have the chance to whisper in the Emperor's ear? Many matters were directed by the Emperor according to his arrangements. Wouldn't it be far more effective for her to whisper in his ear instead? Thus Lu Yao took the initiative. Before he could bite again, she suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and pressed herself against him. With a man like you before me, would I have any interest in whispering in anyone else's ear? She said. Rest assured, Chancellor. I have absolutely no interest in middle-aged men like the Emperor. Seeking advancement through the imperial bed is impossible. I am nowhere near as beautiful as Aru. Even if I somehow achieve greatness in the future, I would never oppose you or scheme against you. Satisfied? Su Huai looked down at her and saw her gazing up with pure sincerity in her eyes. Fearful he would not believe her, Lu Yao added, I swear it. Taking such an oath meant nothing to her. She did not need to achieve greatness, if she only needed to recover her strength and deal with him. Every woman in the world desires the imperial bed, do you not? Su Huai asked. Mainly because you are here, Lu Yao replied insincerely. Perhaps half the women in the world wish to share your bed first. But you do not seem particularly eager, Su Huai observed. Lu Yao blinked and said, did you not say you enjoy the game of pursuit? The more reluctant I appear, the more aroused you become, is that not so? Her peach blossom eyes curved gently with a hint of affected shyness. The truth is I love you to death. Whether he found it disgusting she did not know. She certainly found herself nauseated by it. Ugh. After a moment, Su Huai finally drew her garments back together and smoothed her collar. As it turned out, this tactic of advancing by retreating had proven effective. His fingers traced the button at her collar as he murmured softly, tell me, how is it that you love me unto death? His warm breath drifted into her ear as if seeking to burrow into her heart, causing Lu Yao to inexplicably feel a chill run down her spine. The sachet at Lu Yao's waist offered some relief, but being so close to him rendered it only partially effective. She drew a quiet breath, yet all she inhaled was the scent of his chest. She subtly extricated herself from his embrace, pressing her back against the tree trunk. In her mind, she thought it probably meant that she loved him enough to wish him dead, but she could not say that aloud. Instead she replied, it means I love you very much. Su Huai asked her, if you don't seek the imperial bed, if you don't wish to catch the emperor's eye and become his woman, then why did you go to such lengths to enter the palace? Lu Yao knew that with his inherently suspicious and narrow-minded nature, he would inevitably suspect her. Before she could formulate a response, Su Huai continued, if you want to know about the treasure tower, why not ask me directly? Lu Yao was taken aback, tilting her head to look up at him. I was merely curious and asked on a whim. Is it worth being so suspicious? Even if she asked him directly, would he tell her? Most likely he would have her apprehended at once. Yet the next moment Su Huai said, within the Garden of Lost Treasures southeast of the Imperial Study, there are several treasure towers. Lu Yao was speechless. Su Huai asked, does that satisfy your curiosity? Lu Yao stared at his face, momentarily lost in thought. He had always been like this, enchanting, almost demonic, appearing both indifferent and profoundly affectionate. Her instinctive reaction was to wonder what scheme this wretched man was concocting now. She answered aloud, yes it does. In the end Su Huai did not press her further. He straightened his robes and exited the grove ahead of her. Lu Yao leaned against the tree trunk, letting out a long sigh. The palace was hardly a safe place, and to be entangled with him in such a spot, did it have to be this thrilling? Comparing it now, she felt that her days at the Chancellor's mansion and the Chaomu Pavilion had been far too easy. Lu Yao adjusted her clothes, fastened the button at her collar, and casually pulled out her hairpin. She tidied her slightly loose strands, coiled her hair into a bun, and secured it with the pin before stepping out. She had thought Su Huai had already left, but when she looked up she saw him standing on the path waiting. Only when she emerged did he turn and walk ahead. Lu Yao had to go in the same direction, so she followed at a moderate distance. At this hour the palace attendants were all in their respective masters' quarters, and few were out and about. Thus the path was nearly empty. However, later on Su Huai and Lu Yao encountered several eunuchs passing by in the distance. The eunuchs spotted Su Huai first and immediately stopped to bow. The leading eunuch had a powdered face and oily hair, appearing to be over 40, with a cluster of crow's feet at the corners of his eyes when he smiled. He was clearly a seasoned palace figure, likely the chief eunuch of some residence. The eunuch clasped his hands and bowed to Su Huai. Greetings, Lord Chancellor. It's so late. Are you still busy? Su Huai replied. Eunuch Hai seems busier than I am. The eunuch hastily said, Oh, Lord Chancellor flatters me. It's just that her ladyship couldn't sleep and took a sudden fancy to reading, so she sent me to the Imperial Library to fetch some books. Going to the Imperial Library for books didn't require such a long detour. He was merely using the book retrieval as an excuse to see if the sixth miss, who had recently won the Emperor's favor, was staying overnight in the Imperial quarters. The eunuch then noticed Lu Yao walking behind Su Huai and asked, Lord Chancellor, who is this? Su Huai said, a maid of the sixth miss. The eunuch chuckled. I heard the sixth miss is exquisitely beautiful. I was hoping to feast my eyes. Why is her maid walking alone here? Su Huai answered, the palace is too vast, she's probably lost and separated from her mistress. The eunuch looked Lu Yao up and down, his crow's feet deepening. How about I escort this young lady back to the warm lodge? It's on my way after all. Su Huai fixed his gaze on the eunuch. Is it on your way, eh? One was in the rear palace, the other at the west garden warm lodge. Hardly the same direction. The eunuch had only spoken casually, but under Su Huai's stare his heart sank. He forced a smile and said, I merely wish to share the burden, Lord Chancellor. Lu Yao spoke up. There's no need to trouble you, eunuch, nor Lord Chancellor. I've found my way back from here. With that she stepped forward, made a slight bow, and hurried on ahead. Su Huai said nothing, so the eunuch naturally could not stop Lu Yao. He merely watched her retreating figure for a moment longer. When the night patrol guards gathered there, Su Huai asked a few perfunctory questions before departing. Among the innumerable concubines and palace maids in the imperial household, eunuch Hai possessed a remarkably sharp eye. Though the sixth lady's maid did not appear particularly fair-skinned, her figure was exquisite. He savored the thought. No wonder she came from a brothel. Even in her loose garments his gaze swept over her, measuring the curve of her waist and hips. Her walk held no deliberate coquetry, yet it carried an unusual allure. Once Su Huai departed, eunuch Hai abandoned his obsequious smile, his tone growing practiced and leisurely as he ordered the accompanying eunuchs, let us return. Lu Yao spent several days gathering information and confirmed that Su Huai had not deceived her. Southeast of the imperial study, there truly existed a relic garden containing 5 palace buildings. Ordinary gold, silver, and jewels would have been absorbed directly into the imperial treasury, never worthy of display in a treasure pavilion. The garden housed only rare treasures throughout history alongside precious tributes sent annually by neighboring nations. It contained rare ancient texts and calligraphy, masterful porcelain and jade carvings, medicinal materials unseen in millennia, and precious horns and scales from exotic beasts offered by various kingdoms. She would need to find an opportunity to explore the relic garden. Both Lu Yao and Aru had come from outside the palace. Aru was no longer conspicuous now, for everyone knew her as the 6th lady who could help the emperor sleep. But Lu Yao, as her maid, wore different attire from the other palace maids and would be easily recognized at first glance. So she had Xiao Lizi procure a palace maid's uniform for her. Dressed as a maid and moving about the palace, she reasoned she would be far less likely to be identified. The only complication was that she had previously darkened her complexion. Once she removed her clothes, her neck and face would show 2 distinctly different skin tones. Since palace uniforms exposed the collarbone, she needed to darken her neck as well. As long as no one bothered her for 2 days, the marks on her neck would fade entirely. With her hair tied in a simple bun, she would become an unremarkable palace maid. That evening, the moment Lu Yao tried on the outfit, Xiao Lizi knocked at her door. As soon as she opened it, she found Su Huai standing in the doorway. With a numb expression, she immediately closed the door. This time Su Huai did not even need to reach for it. Xiao Lizi slipped between the door and frame like a loach and became trapped. Xiao Lizi grinned at Lu Yao. The Chancellor is inspecting the palace guards. He stopped by on his way for some tea. Before Lu Yao could respond, he pried the door open and turned to Su Huai with servile respect. Chancellor, please come in. The familiarity was such that one might have thought he was inviting the Chancellor into his own quarters rather than hers. Su Huai stepped across the threshold. Aru glanced at Lu Yao's expression and recalled what she had said before. The Chancellor clearly brought her considerable distress. Gathering every ounce of courage, Aru approached with delicate steps, her figure swaying gracefully, revealing her most enchanting side. In a soft voice she said, Chancellor Lady Lu is unwell today. Perhaps. Watching this, Lu Yao was nearly spellbound by Aru's beauty, feeling a flicker of gratitude. But before Aru could draw near, Su Huai looked at her, as one might regard a woman nearing the end of her days. Aru's heart grew cold, and she froze in place. Su Huai asked gently, perhaps what? The coquettish expression vanished from Aru's face. Perhaps I should go brew some tea instead, she replied. She cast an apologetic glance back at Lu Yao and departed with Xiao Lizi. Xiao Lizi did not neglect to close the door behind them. Then Lu Yao watched in dismay as Su Huai turned and slid the bolt home. This wretch had the habit of latching doors whenever he entered a room. Lu Yao stood as far from him as possible. He simply took a seat by the tea table and looked up at her. The two held their ground, neither moving, in tense stalemate. Su Huai spoke first. Didn't you say you love me to death? Was all of it a lie? Lu Yao thought, have you not deceived me enough yourself? With utter sincerity she replied, I never deceived you. Su Huai said, if you love me so dearly, you should throw yourself at me upon seeing me. Lu Yao answered, love is restraint, not recklessness. He spoke in a gentle, measured tone. I despise being deceived above all else. Those who lie to me will not meet a favorable end. Lu Yao fell silent for a moment before still striding towards Su Huai. She casually picked up the teapot on the table and said, you came for tea, didn't you? There's still some left here. Su Huai grabbed her wrist and yanked her toward him in one swift motion, but Lu Yao swung the teapot at him again. This time she wasn't aiming to splash him. She wanted to crack his skull open. He tilted his head slightly, and the teapot smashed against the back of the chair he had just been leaning on, shattering into several porcelain fragments. A pity, Lu Yao said regretfully. Good thing the Chancellor ducked in time. Su Huai pulled her onto his lap and said, what a shame, isn't it? Lu Yao looked solemn and replied, not at all. Next time the Chancellor really shouldn't grab me so suddenly. It's far too easy to have an accident. His gaze fell upon her bare neck, and Lu Yao immediately felt a throbbing pain. Fearing he would do something reckless, she covered her neck and explained, the outfit I wore earlier was inconvenient in the palace. Someone could recognize me at a glance. I thought it would be easier to blend in as a palace maid. My neck is almost as dark as my face. I'm no beauty like Aru. Rest assured, I've taken an oath. My heart belongs only to you, and I've been perfectly virtuous. Seeing Su Huai still staring at the base of her neck, she added, there's powder all over my neck. The Chancellor would do better not to bite. I hear swallowing too much powder is bad for the brain. Then Su Huai reached out and snatched her scented pouch. Panicking, Lu Yao frantically tried to cover it with both hands, but in doing so she discovered he had torn off her sash as well. She had saved the sesame seeds, but lost the watermelon. Her palace maid's dress began to unravel before Su Huai's eyes, catching even Lu Yao completely off guard. In an instant her collar slipped off her shoulder, revealing the inner garment beneath. Su Huai said, this is certainly more convenient. Lu Yao. He then asked, where should I bite? Before she could answer, his hand had already gripped her inner garment. Right here. Lu Yao gasped sharply, too furious to even maintain her pretense of acting the part, and immediately slapped at his face. But he caught her wrist with one hand. Before Lu Yao could utter another word, he actually bit down. Through the fabric of her inner garment, he ground his teeth against her. Lu Yao's body trembled with tension as she cursed, "You damn dog Su Huai. I haven't done anything to you. What's got into you hissing?" Su Huai lifted his head, gazing into her flushed peach blossom eyes, and asked in a low voice, "You've been attending to the emperor these past few days with such care. It reminds me of the time I coughed blood. Tell me, did it come from hearing your zither, or from touching you?" Lu Yao was chilled to the bone under his gaze. How was she supposed to let this go? If he discovered she had deceived him, given his vindictive nature, he would surely make her pay. Lu Yao would rather die than admit the truth. She stuck to her story and declared, "It must have been you who touched my person. The fault is entirely your own. If your constitution is so weak, you shouldn't engage in such stimulating activities. You should cultivate yourself properly." Su Huai said, "Don't try to deceive me. Those who lie to me have already gone below." Lu Yao. When Su Huai emerged from the room, his clothes were perfectly in order. Outside, Xiao Lizi greeted him obsequiously, "Farewell, Chancellor." When Aru returned to the room, Lu Yao had already tidied her attire. Seeing Lu Yao's neck was completely unmarked, Aru breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This time it went well. The Chancellor didn't go too far. As long as you speak to him reasonably, I'm sure he'll listen to reason." Lu Yao looked fine on the surface, but she retorted irritably, "Expecting him to reason with you? You might as well expect a male dog to give birth." She continued cursing until she and Aru lay down together, and Aru could still hear her raving about Su Huai from one end to the other. Seeing her rubbing her chest, Aru advised, "Miss, let it go. Getting angry only hurts yourself." Lu Yao said, "Why would I be angry at myself? I'm not that desperate." Aru replied, "I noticed you've been rubbing your chest continuously. I'm worried your heart chi may be disturbed." Lu Yao fell silent for a moment. Remembering the scoundrel's wicked behavior, her expression darkened. "I simply have a sore chest," she said. She set a goal for herself. Once she recovered, the very first thing she would deal with was him. The matter of the treasure pavilion must be hastened. However, during the day, Lu Yao had no opportunity to approach the legacy garden, though only at night could she act. That day, Lu Yao saw the eunuch from that night again. She heard Su Huai address him as Eunuch Hai. Eunuch Hai came from the rear palace, and behind him always followed two young eunuchs. He arrived at the warm pavilion holding a horsetail whisk in his hand, and glanced at Aru and Lu Yao, though his gaze lingered on Lu Yao for a moment. Then he gave a forced smile, and said, "I have long heard that Sixth Miss is exceptionally skilled in the zither, and can even relieve His Majesty's worries. Our lady is extremely curious, and has specially sent me to invite Sixth Miss for a visit." Aru performed a curtsy, and said with graceful composure, "I am merely a humble amateur, hardly worthy of the Grand Hall." Eunuch Hai replied, "Sixth Miss need not be so modest. Even the Emperor has praised you profusely, how could it be mere mediocrity? Our lady is waiting, Sixth Miss, please." Aru could not refuse, so she had to return to her room to change clothes. The rear palace consort was her master, and it was not up to her to decline. Lu Yao and Xiao Lizi entered the room to attend to her. Lu Yao asked Xiao Lizi, "Which consort's people are they from?" Although the warm pavilion where Lu Yao and Aru lived was quite far from the rear palace, and they wished to avoid the concubines, they could not escape the palace's gossip and trouble that always found its way to them. Xiao Lizi hurriedly said, "They are from Imperial Consort Chang's palace. Imperial Consort Chang is the most favored consort of His Majesty. When you get there, you must be extremely careful and not offend her ladyship." After Aru had changed clothes and came out, Xiao Lizi intended to follow, but Eunuch Hai glanced at him and said, "Xiao Lizi, you need not come. The lady did not summon you." Xiao Lizi, being a smooth talker, nodded and bowed with a fawning smile, saying, "This servant had hoped to make a familiar face in front of her ladyship, but since her ladyship does not wish to see me, I shall stay and await orders." "Sixth Miss still has to go to relieve the Emperor's fatigue in the afternoon," he said, turning to Aru. "So Sixth Miss must not be so engrossed in her ladyship's place as to forget the time." Aru nodded. Eunuch Hai's expression darkened slightly. How could he not tell that this wretched fellow was warning him, implying that having the Emperor's backing was something to be proud of? In the end, Xiao Lizi respectfully saw off Eunuch Hai and his party. Along the way, Lu Yao paid close attention to the palace's layout and terrain, while Aru remained silent. The two followed the eunuchs obediently. Ahead lay the rear palace with eaves stacked one upon another. On both sides of the path, trees formed a green canopy, and flowers bloomed in splendor, exuding a sense of secluded beauty unique to the deep palace courtyard. Yet despite the jade tower's fine clothes and sumptuous food, along with countless servants at one's beck and call, there were still countless women who wished to reside here. Imperial Consort Chang's palace was extremely luxurious and exquisite, with a spacious and beautiful courtyard and numerous attendants. Eunuch Hai was the head eunuch in Imperial Consort Chang's service. All the maids and eunuchs in the palace had to stop and bow their heads in greeting when they saw him. At the moment, Imperial Consort Chang was in the rear courtyard's bedchamber. Eunuch Hai led Lu Yao and Aru through the front hall and central courtyard, heading straight toward the rear. However, just as they were about to step over the final threshold into the rear courtyard, Eunuch Hai turned back and gave a eunuch a meaningful look, whereupon the eunuch said to Lu Yao, "Come with me this way." Aru turned to look at Lu Yao and asked Eunuch Hai, "Is she not coming with me?" Eunuch Hai replied, "Her ladyship, the Imperial Consort, only wishes to see Sixth Miss. Common servants and underlings are not blessed to have an audience with her ladyship." That eunuch then said to Lu Yao, "Usually servants wait in the side rooms. Come with me." Aru remained composed and said, Eunuch, this maidservant of mine is timid. She has never been away from my side. May she wait outside and not enter to see her ladyship's esteemed countenance. Eunuch Hai's face immediately darkened, and his tone turned sharper. Her ladyship's rules have always been thus. Not to mention, sixth miss, even when a mistress from another palace comes, her servants must wait in the side rooms. What? Has sixth miss just arrived, and already presumptuous, expecting her ladyship to make an exception for you? Lu Yao said, Miss, go ahead. I will go to the side room and wait. Thus in the end, a Ru followed Eunuch Hai while Lu Yao was led by the eunuch to the side room. Earlier in the room, Lu Yao had already advised a Ru that she was fine with socializing and maneuvering, and as long as she went along with Imperial Consort Chang and didn't anger her, everything would be fine. After all, the emperor still needed a Ru, so even if Imperial Consort Chang was displeased, she wouldn't dare to sabotage the emperor's affairs. If Imperial Consort Chang wanted to hear the zither, a Ru could just play as she usually did. Imperial Consort Chang wouldn't want to use her zither to help her sleep. Moreover, Eunuch Hai had not reminded a Ru to bring a zither, so most likely she would not be asked to play. In any case, they would have to act according to circumstances. However, Lu Yao had not expected to be separated from a Ru now. A Ru took a few steps forward, then couldn't help turning back to glance at Lu Yao, giving her a reassuring look. Lu Yao thought that a Ru was clever. In the past at the Dawn and Dusk Pavilion, she had handled guests with ease, and she knew how to adapt to changing situations. Eunuch Hai bade a Ru wait outside Lady Chang's chambers while he entered to report. In a soft, measured tone, he said, Your ladyship, the sixth young lady has been brought. After a moment, a languid voice replied, Bid her enter. A Ru entered the hall and paid her respects. Lady Chang, with a lazy lift of her eyelids, observed the woman kneeling on the floor, her posture delicate, exuding an air of grace and fragility. She said, Raise your head, and let me have a look. A Ru slowly raised her head. Lady Chang, her expression inscrutable, remarked, Indeed, a beauty of no small measure. A Ru replied, Your ladyship's praise is more than this humble woman deserves. She kept her eyes lowered, not daring to meet the gaze directly. Her sight only caught a glimpse of a robe and embroidered shoes, a mere glance that spoke of extravagant luxury and dignity. Lady Chang asked, I hear that the zither music you play can help the emperor sleep. Is that true? A Ru answered, His Majesty attends to myriad affairs of state, and is wearied in spirit. My humble zither playing can only serve to ease his mind. But a melody that merely lulls one to drowsiness can hardly be considered fine music. Lady Chang, knowing full well that the emperor still had use for her, had not intended to trouble her today. She merely wished to summon her and see for herself what kind of person she was. Seeing that a Ru was sensible enough to know her place, Lady Chang's tone grew even more languid. Your music may not be the best, but you yourself are more delicate than a flower. The emperor must be delighted to see you. A Ru, overwhelmed by the compliment, said, Your ladyship is the one of boundless grace and nobility. I am but a woman of the dust. His Majesty is supremely wise. With a jewel like you before him, how could he spare a second glance at me? Lady Chang shot her a sidelong glance. If you were of pure and spotless birth, it would not be improper for the emperor to favor you occasionally. But unfortunately, she was a courtesan. A Ru understood perfectly well that if such a thing had actually happened, she would not be standing here unscathed at this moment. She said, I dare not harbor any improper thoughts. Meanwhile, Lu Yao followed a young eunuch who said they were going to a side room. But the farther they walked, the more it seemed no side room was in sight. Lu Yao asked the eunuch, Is the side room really this far? The eunuch replied, Just follow me. Eventually they reached a place. The eunuch pushed open the door of a room before them and said to Lu Yao, Wait inside. When the sixth young lady is done, you can return with her. Lu Yao stepped inside, and the eunuch immediately closed the door behind her. Lu Yao looked up and saw a clothes rack in the room on which hung a blue silk eunuch's robe. She instantly understood this was no side room, but most likely the sleeping quarters of some eunuch. The room was also burning incense, its fragrance rich and cloying, yet it could not mask the greasy scent of powder. Lu Yao recognized it at once. It was a narcotic incense. Given its concentration, it must have been burning for a while, enough to knock out an ox. The eunuch waited outside the door for a while, thinking the time was sufficient. With the incense in the room, it could handle not just one woman, but 10 men. And since he had heard no sound from Lu Yao after she entered, he assumed she had collapsed. So the eunuch cracked open the door, twisted a handkerchief into a rope to plug his nose, and crept inside. Once inside, he saw Lu Yao slumped over the table, seemingly asleep. Seeing her apparently unconscious, the eunuch was relieved and muttered to himself, Eunuch Hai has taken a fancy to you. You can't blame anyone else. Blame yourself for being too conspicuous. Wait here for Eunuch Hai. As he spoke, he moved to carry her onto the bed. But the moment he touched her, a hand suddenly seized his wrist. The eunuch was startled, and before he could react, he was yanked forward and slammed onto the tabletop. Lu Yao lifted her head, her expression calm. She pressed the eunuch's head onto the table as if cracking an egg and knocked it against the wood with a crisp sound. With a thud, he was knocked unconscious. To her, the only scent that could truly unsettle her was the pungent, sharp odor of Su Huai. As for these other cheap tricks, aside from being a bit suffocating, they were utterly useless. After escorting Eru to Consort Chang's presence, seeing he had no further duties, he withdrew from the bedchamber, arranged for 2 eunuchs to wait upon them, and hurried off to his own backyard quarters. That little maid was still waiting for him. Just the thought of her slender waist and soft curves made Lord High impatient with eagerness. A woman from a pleasure house was quite a novelty within the palace walls. That certain sixth lady was beautiful to look upon, but her figure paled in comparison to her attendant. Besides, he had no designs on the sixth lady at present, but a mere lowly maid from a brothel was well within his grasp. Though her skin bore a dusky hue and her face was unremarkable, the very thought of her lithe figure drove Lord High to mouth-watering desire. He never cared for a woman's face, he only coveted her body. Among the palace maids and eunuchs, Lord High was infamously known as a depraved monster. Though he was a eunuch, it in no way hindered his depraved appetite for the tender flesh of palace maids. Any maid who spoke his name would shudder with dread. Once a maid fell into his hands, none were ever spared. Those left maimed and crippled was a commonplace occurrence. Upon returning to his residence and pushing open the door, he spotted a figure lying prone on his bed covered by blankets. Of course, he had instructed his subordinates to drug the maid and deliver her naked to his bed. He hurried inside and bolted the door, then approached the bed and lifted the corner of the quilt, revealing a pale, smooth backside. He retrieved a small box from his cabinet and drew back the covers. The person within trembled all over in pain, yet her hands were bound and her mouth gagged. Otherwise, if this young woman were free to move and let out a cry, the whole affair would be ruined. Lord High noticed that her waist was considerably thicker than he had measured with his eyes, and upon throwing off the quilt and turning her over, his expression darkened. What lay upon that bed was not the sixth lady's attendant at all, but rather the eunuch who had previously shown the maid the way. Blood ran profusely between his thighs, cold sweat drenched his brow, and his face was ashen white. Seeing Lord High finally realize the truth, he broke into miserable wails. Lord High removed the cloth gag from his mouth, and the man cried out in torment. With a dark scowl, Lord High demanded, "Where is she?" Tears streaming down his face, the eunuch sobbed, "This humble one truly does not know. This humble one only entered to find her asleep at the table, intending to carry her to your bed, when suddenly everything went black." Enraged, Lord High hurled the cloth at his face. Useless dog, good for nothing, but ruining matters. His rage had no outlet, so he turned his fury upon the eunuch. The man let out blood-curdling screams until at last his voice failed him entirely, and he lay near death. After departing from Consort Chang's quarters, Eru breathed a private sigh of relief. As she was about to ask where Lu Yao was, the eunuch drawled, "The sixth lady may leave first. Your maid will return on her own shortly." Eru replied, "She waits in the side room, does she not? Then lead me to her." The eunuch protested, "How can a mistress ever take the initiative to seek out a servant? It has never been done. Rest assured, sixth lady, I have already sent word to her." Hearing this, Eru had no choice but to follow the eunuch out, for she could not wander freely within Consort Chang's palace. As they reached the outer gate, Eru looked up and saw Lu Yao waiting there. Her tension completely dissolved, and a radiant smile graced her lips. Lu Yao returned her smile. Yet the eunuch escorting Eru out was utterly bewildered. Wasn't she supposed to have been sent to Lord High? How could she be here instead? Lu Yao said to Eru, "They told me the sixth miss would emerge from here shortly, so they had me wait here first." Eru replied, "Then let us go." The eunuch, suspicious and uncertain, asked Lu Yao, "Who told you to wait here?" Lu Yao blinked and said, "The same eunuch who previously led me to the side room to wait." "Little eunuch, is there a problem?" The eunuch stammered, and no. As soon as the two of them exited Concubine Shang's palace gate, he hurried back without delay. Afterward, Eunuch High would inevitably want to know who had botched the matter. This eunuch ran back to report to Eunuch High, saying that according to the maid's own words, it was this very eunuch from Eunuch High's quarters who had let the girl go. The eunuch's breath grew faint, too weak even to defend himself. In the end, Eunuch High glanced at him and commanded, "Deal with him." "Eunuch, spare my life, please." After Lu Yao and Eru left the back palace, walking through the imperial garden, Eru asked, "They did not make things difficult for you, did they?" Lu Yao raised an eyebrow. "Not really, though the side room was rather secluded." She then asked, "And you? Did Concubine Shang make things hard for you?" Eru shook her head and said, "I lowered my head and showed weakness, so she did not deal with me harshly." Later word came from the emperor that Concubine Shang was to accompany his majesty for noon meal. Since the noble consort needed time to dress and prepare, she finally released me. Upon returning to the warm pavilion, Xiao Lizi was waiting and sighed. "I was thinking both young ladies ought to have returned by now." It was easy to guess. It must have been Xiao Lizi who went to report, otherwise the emperor's side would never have timed the message to Concubine Shang so precisely. Xiao Lizi asked, "How did it go? Did the noble consort not make things difficult for you too?" He then turned to Lu Yao and said, "None of the eunuchs in Changshi Palace are decent people. Did they bully you? Tell me, and I will report to the Chancellor, so he may deal with them." Lu Yao said, "Are you certain your Chancellor would help me deal with them?" The fact that he was not applauding and cheering was already showing some conscience. Xiao Lizi said, "Did they really bully you? I shall go tell the Chancellor right away." As he spoke, he actually turned and walked toward the door. Lu Yao called out to him, "Your Chancellor already handles 10,000 affairs daily on behalf of the Emperor. Do you wish to exhaust him to death?" "That would be splendid indeed." Eru smiled and said, "Do not go. The young lady was not bullied." Xiao Lizi pondered for a moment and said, "True enough. If she had truly been bullied, she would hardly look as composed as she does now." Then his face broke into a beaming smile. "You truly care for the Chancellor, so afraid he might overwork himself." Lu Yao thought to herself, if these trivial matters could truly make him worry and toil, she would certainly find 100 or 80 tasks each day for him to handle, striving to exhaust him sooner rather than later. Xiao Lizi then warned them, from now on if you ever encounter that eunuch Hai again, stay as far away from him as possible. Aru asked, what is wrong with eunuch Hai? Xiao Lizi said, he is no good man, and he shows even less mercy toward women. Just take my word for it. Many in our palace have suffered under him, but alas, he is concubine Chang's man, and with her protection no one dares lay a hand on him. That afternoon, Aru was summoned to receive an audience with the emperor. This time it was neither in the imperial study nor the bedchamber. The emperor was strolling through the garden when on a sudden whim, he ordered someone to invite her to the pavilion for a chat. When Lu Yao and Aru went together, they saw the crabapple trees in the garden in full bloom, creating an expanse of floral sea. Outside the pavilion, at every path, eunuchs of the emperor guarded the area. Whenever the emperor was here admiring flowers and enjoying the garden, all others had to detour. The eunuchs spotted Aru and invited her to walk deeper into the sea of blossoms. Lu Yao intended to follow, but the eunuch said with a smile, His Majesty wishes to speak with the 6th Miss alone. Aru then said to Lu Yao, wait here for me for now. The emperor waited in the pavilion. At the reminder of the chief eunuch, he turned his head and saw the woman gracefully approaching from the sea of flowers, her figure and countenance so radiant that even the surrounding crabapple blossoms seemed to lose their color at once. Aru ascended the steps and reached the emperor, bowing with graceful dignity. But before she could lower herself, the emperor reached out to support her, saying, Rise, 6th Miss. No need for such formality. The chief eunuch served tea and refreshments, and then withdrew. Aru said, Your Majesty has summoned this humble one here. Though this place is fine, it is not advisable for your Majesty to rest here. If a chill wind catches you, you may fall ill. Please forgive this humble one for not bringing a zither. The emperor smiled and said, I do not intend to rest here either. I primarily wish to invite the 6th Miss to enjoy the flowers. Aru replied, This humble one is overwhelmed by your Majesty's kindness. The emperor picked up a pastry and offered it to her. She quickly cupped the porcelain dish with both hands to receive it, saying, Thank you for your Majesty's gracious gift. The emperor observed with a knowing eye anyone possessing even a spark of wit would have simply opened her mouth to accept the snacks he offered. Watching Aru savor the treats in delicate bites, the emperor found the sight of a beauty dining most pleasing to the eye and suddenly remarked, I heard you visited Consort Chang this morning. Aru hastily set down the snack and replied, The noble consort summoned me to sit for a while. I am grateful she did not disdain me and allowed me to keep her company in conversation. She smiled and rose to pay her respects, saying that I should cause His Majesty such trouble over nothing of consequence. This is my fault. The emperor laughed warmly and said, Let us not speak of that further. 6th lady, stay and keep me company for a while. Aru understood that the emperor had deliberately come to her rescue today. Yet he had thought things through carefully. Had he gone directly to Consort Chang's palace on her behalf, it would only have planted a deeper grudge in the consort's heart. By summoning the consort to dine with him, the emperor had naturally ensured she would have no time to trouble Aru further. Meanwhile, Lu Yao waited alongside the eunuch at a distance of 10 zhang from the pavilion. She glanced back toward the pavilion, almost swallowed by the sea of flowers, with only the faint outlines of a few roof corners visible. Lu Yao thought there was little cause for worry. The last person in the palace who would make things difficult for Aru was the emperor himself. Furthermore, men of status typically had to guard their reputation, making them far easier to navigate than women. Of course, Su Huai, a wretched man of his sort, was an exception. Lost in these thoughts, a eunuch nearby suddenly uttered a soft cry of surprise. Lu Yao looked up and saw him hurry forward with quick steps. She followed the path, and her expression went utterly vacant upon spotting the figure approaching from across the way. Truly, one must not speak of the devil, for the devil appears the moment you do. Even cursing him would not have prevented his arrival. And there, emerging slowly from beneath the crabapple tree, was none other than Su Huai. The man accompanying him was Lord Guangning, whom Lu Yao recognized at once. After the eunuch stepped forward to pay his respects, Su Huai inquired after the emperor's whereabouts. The eunuch replied, His Majesty is currently admiring flowers with the 6th lady. Might I ask if Lord Xiang and Lord Marquis have urgent business? Would you like me to convey a message? Go and deliver it, Su Huai said. As the eunuch went to relay the message, Lu Yao stood stiffly at the edge of the path. Su Huai remained just several steps away from her. Both deliberately ignored each other's presence, acting as though they had never met, a mutual performance of blindness. Lord Guangning, however, grew visibly unsettled. After casting a few more glances at Lu Yao, he recognized her and exclaimed in shock to Su Huai, Isn't she? Seeing no reaction from Su Huai, he lowered his voice and added, Isn't she the fiancée you spent the night with at Jiamu Pavilion? Su Huai acted as though he had just discovered a living person standing nearby. He glanced at Lu Yao and asked, Do we resemble each other? Lord Guangning was rendered speechless for a moment, then retorted, You spent the night with her. Surely you yourself know whether she resembles your fiancé or not. I have forgotten, Su Huai said coldly. Lu Yao, observing Lord Guangning's overwrought reaction, found herself puzzled. He appeared to be a reasonable man. How could such a vicious person have a friend like him? Lord Guangning turned his gaze back to Lu Yao. With an expression of genuine sincerity, she said, I hardly know him at all. Even Lord Guangming faltered in doubt, had he mistaken her for someone else. After a moment's reflection he said, "That young lady does appear somewhat fairer in complexion." Just then the eunuch returned to invite Su Huai and Lord Guangming to join the others. Lu Yao hurriedly stepped back, clearing the way for the two men. She made space as wide as possible, determined not to brush against Su Huai in the slightest. Yet as he passed by her side as though reading her thoughts, he deliberately thwarted her wish for distance. The hem of his robe grazed the back of Lu Yao's hand with the faintest touch. The fabric was silky and cool, and as was his clothing, his demeanor, sending a chill of revulsion through her. Thanks to their arrival, Aru had been freed from the pavilion. On her way out she spotted Su Huai, and Lord Guangming offered a graceful courtesy bow, and then hurried off in search of Lu Yao with light steps. Once Lu Yao had found her, the two departed for the warm pavilion together. Back inside with the door closed, Aru said apologetically, "I am truly sorry for having kept you waiting on so many accounts these past days." "There is no need to apologize," Lu Yao replied. "It has been you who has consistently ensured my comfort." Aru smiled and said, "Being in your company has been both a valuable experience and a blessing for me." Lu Yao asked, "How did things go between you and the emperor in the pavilion?" "Nothing remarkable," Aru replied. "We simply chatted." She paused and added, "I had always thought the emperor remote and untouchable, perched high above all mortals. Now that he is so close before me, I still find it hard to believe this is real." Although the emperor was a middle-aged man, he maintained himself far better than most, conducting himself with mature composure and projecting an aura of imperial majesty. As the son of heaven, it was only natural that women would find themselves captivated by him. Lu Yao glanced at Aru and said, "You must steady yourself before you figure out what you truly desire." Aru heard this and smiled gracefully, saying, "Miss, rest assured. I know my humble origins and understand what lies beyond my reach. Should I truly become infatuated, the noble person I courted could crush me with a single finger." This was precisely why Lu Yao had been willing to keep her company. The girl possessed such clarity of understanding. Aru went on, "Having gained audience within these palace walls before the Son of Heaven is itself a journey well worth taking. Why invite further trouble upon myself?" Lu Yao responded, "In that case, I urge you to exercise greater caution henceforth." Aru then inquired, "When the Prime Minister arrived today, and you were together outside, did you manage to speak with him?" Lu Yao said, "That treacherous man holds deep grudges. I dared not insult him openly, though I certainly offered him my regards and thought." Aru chuckled, "Is insulting him really all you could manage?" Lu Yao shot her a glance and said, "If my intention had not been to insult him, what purpose would there have been in speaking to him at all?" Later, as Aru and Lu Yao reflected upon the matter, Aru remarked, "If we consider only one night as husband and wife, then truly beyond our reach isn't the emperor, but rather." Lu Yao quickly interjected, "Enough." Aru pressed her lips into a smile and said, "Very well, I shall say no more." Though the emperor maintained 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and never refused beautiful women, Aru had learned through experience that this particular man was different. Unless a woman was exactly what he desired, no amount of beauty sent to him would suffice. At best, she would merely become another flower crushed beneath his ruthless hand. That evening, after the emperor retired to the inner palace, Lu Yao and Aru found themselves with some leisure in the warm pavilion. However, when Aru finished her ablutions, she noticed Lu Yao dressed in neat maid's attire, not preparing to rest, but rather tying up her sleeves for greater convenience and agility. Aru whispered, "Miss, are you going out?" Lu Yao replied, "Yes, I'll take a walk." She glanced at her and added, "You sleep first, I'll be back shortly." Aru asked no further questions, simply saying, "Then please be careful, miss." Lu Yao responded, "I'll avoid Xiao Lizi. If he asks later, just say I was with you in the room." Aru asked anxiously, "What if the Prime Minister comes suddenly?" Lu Yao said, "In the past, if he had come unexpectedly, he would have arrived by this hour." Aru nodded and said, "As long as the Prime Minister doesn't come, I'll handle things as they arise." Then Lu Yao, having made herself ready, stepped out of the room. Though she could not employ martial arts, her movements were nimble and agile, allowing her to slip past the palace servants in the warm pavilion with ease. Once outside the warm pavilion, her appearance as a palace maid went unnoticed among the imperial grounds. Yet at this hour few servants wandered about, so she only needed to avoid the night patrolling guards. Lu Yao made her way stealthily toward the Garden of Treasures. Along the route she encountered multiple patrols of the Imperial Guard, dodging and concealing herself repeatedly. Finally, seizing the brief moment when the guards changed shifts, she successfully slipped into the Garden of Treasures. She had only previously surveyed the general layout of the Garden of Treasures and had never personally visited before. Upon entering, she discovered that the guards here were far stricter than she had imagined. Imperial guards patrolled throughout the night in rotation, leaving almost no blind spots. Moving among them as a palace maid outdoors was manageable, but once inside these walls, discovery would mean death, whether she were truly a maid or not. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and covered her face. In the night, several treasure pavilions stood towering their positions, forming what appeared to be the arrangement of the 5 elements. Moreover, the layout of the Garden of Treasures differed from other parts of the palace. While other areas boasted lush flowers and towering trees, here the vegetation was sparse, offering barely any hiding places. Lu Yao barely managed to evade the guard's line of sight and slipped beneath the corridor. When encountering patrols, she had no choice but to hide in the shadows at wall corners or press herself against the eaves, suppressing her presence. Had she not moved so swiftly, she would have been discovered several times. As for these treasure pavilions, she had not yet determined which one held the item she sought. She would need to enter and investigate before proceeding. She waited quietly for an opportunity, but as the entrance to the nearest treasure pavilion drew near, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, "Who goes there?" Lu Yao's heart dropped. Not good. She had been discovered. She had not noticed earlier that guards were hidden at the elevated positions. Once someone spoke, the guards from other posts were alerted and converged on the spot without delay. Lu Yao, discerning the movements of the guards soaring from the heights, knew they were likely not ordinary imperial guards, but rather palace masters. If she were delayed by them at such a time, it would surely end badly. Lu Yao immediately withdrew and retreated, fleeing the Yizhen garden. That night, the tranquil imperial palace was like a stone cast into a still lake, stirring up ripples. All the imperial guards in the imperial garden were dispatched to search for the intruder who had broken into the Yizhen garden. The security was so tight, with experts guarding the place, that not even a fly could enter. No wonder the treacherous scoundrel had so generously told her the location of the Yizhen garden and how many treasure pavilions it contained. He knew that even if he told her, it would be harmless, and if she dared to go, she would only be throwing away her life. Unable to shake off the chaotic footsteps behind her, Lu Yao ran to the lakeside, and without hesitation slipped into the water. She did not jump into the lake, but instead lowered herself into the water with swift, yet almost imperceptible movements. Thus the lake's surface did not erupt with violent splashes or whitecaps, only silent shallow ripples spread out in circles. By the time the imperial guards reached the spot, the ripples had faded to near invisibility. Gazing into the night, the entire lake lay placid. Lu Yao was fully submerged, several zhang away from the shore. In the limited time, she could only dive this far. If she recklessly swam further, she would certainly be discovered. The torches on the shore blazed brightly. Suddenly a night breeze swept through, ruffling the lake's surface, allowing her to conceal herself even better. The torch-bearing imperial guards parted to both sides as someone stepped forward slowly. The person in a purple robe and black boots seemed to stroll leisurely, yet each step was steady and forceful. Lu Yao's ears were keen. She was not submerged too deep, and from a few zhang away she could faintly hear his voice. Did it run this way? That voice was all too familiar. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat upon hearing it. Why was that treacherous scoundrel still in the palace at this late hour? Was the imperial palace his home, that he spent all day lurking about here? Her indignation got the better of her, and in a moment of carelessness, she suddenly let out a small bubble. The tiny bubble rose to the surface with barely any movement, just a small ring of ripples nearly imperceptible in the night breeze. But Lu Yao was uncertain whether he would notice. She was not what she used to be now. Whenever she heard that wretched man, her composure crumbled. Su Huai gazed at the lake with no particular reaction. He heard the imperial guard reply respectfully, "We just saw a figure running this way." After a moment, Su Huai said, "Have the Yizhen garden guards return to their posts to prevent the thief from fainting elsewhere. The rest of you split into 2 groups and search in both directions." "Yes." Lu Yao then vaguely saw the torches divide, and the figures split into 2 teams heading toward the 2 sides of the lake. But the treacherous scoundrel had not left. He stood by the lake as if lost in infinite melancholy, still staring at the water. Lu Yao, struggling to hold her breath, thought, "If you're so wistful, why don't you just drown yourself in the lake?" Then she couldn't hold it any longer and let out another bubble. Su Huai seemed not to notice and finally turned and walked away. After confirming he was gone, Lu Yao slowly raised her head to take a long breath. Seeing the flickering torches not far away, she knew it was dangerous to go ashore now. If that suspicious scoundrel made a sudden return, she would have no place to hide. After a moment's thought, she turned and swam toward the dark, secluded opposite shore. Even in the dark, her sense of direction was accurate. There was a rockery there, its back resting against the lake. She could take temporary shelter there. Even if the imperial guards searched that area, she could dive into the water to evade them. When dawn came, she could blend in with the palace maids and slip away more easily. Lu Yao swam near the rockery. Seeing no torches or traces of people around, she silently made her way toward it. The rockery had a cave. As she reached the stones on the shore and prepared to go up into the cave to take cover. But just as she was about to lift herself out of the water, who would have thought that someone would step out of the cave? Under the moonlight, a faint purple robe with black boots stood right before Lu Yao's eyes. Lu Yao's delicate frame froze. She slowly raised her gaze from the black boots and purple robe upward. The figure was exceedingly tall and slender. She saw the white jade belt at his waist, the neatly overlapping lapels that exuded a hint of austerity and asceticism, and then the face washed in pale moonlight. He was ethereally beautiful, almost demonic, untouched by worldly dust. His eyes slanted slightly upward, giving an impression of both ardor and focus. Su Huai took in the sight of her submerged in the water, looking up at him. She looked somewhat disheveled, but the lake water had washed away the dull color from her face and neck. Drops of water clung to her skin, which was as white and lustrous as a lotus emerging from the water. The moonlight reflected on the lake and refracted into her eyes, where water shimmered and a green radiance surged. Her eyes were exquisitely beautiful. The moment Lu Yao spotted Su Huai, she understood immediately. He must have noticed her earlier by the lake across the way. He had anticipated her hiding here, so he arrived first to wait for her like a patient hunter by the stump. When Su Huai kept his mouth shut, he still looked passably decent, but the moment he spoke, his demonic nature surfaced. I've caught a fish. Should I pan-fry it or deep-fry it? Liu Yao had no intention of being caught by him. She stepped back, then turned to flee elsewhere. He spoke again, his voice warm. If you leave now, you'll never come ashore again. Liu Yao froze mid-step. After a moment, she had no choice but to turn back. Su Huai gazed at her with feigned tenderness and said, either you walk into the net yourself, or you rot in the water. The choice is yours. Ever since she met him, nothing had gone smoothly for her. Liu Yao couldn't fathom what grave misfortune had befallen her to be saddled with such a wretched fiancé. Every time she encountered trouble, he was the cause of it. Watching her face turn green with rage, Su Huai felt immensely pleased. Liu Yao refused to be the only one fuming. Suddenly, she raised her hand and splashed lake water at him. She had hoped to use his dodge to make a quick escape, but Su Huai seemed to read her mind. He didn't flinch, instead he grabbed her wrist. With a splash, he hauled her out of the water. Liu Yao was drenched, and though she hadn't splashed his face, she had soaked his clothes. So the look in Su Huai's eyes turned cold instantly. With no other path, he cornered her into the pitch-black opening of the rockery. He pressed toward her, his clothes still damp. The space inside the cave was cramped as the two entered. Their breathing echoed clearly against the stone walls. The mingling breaths of a man and a woman carried an unmistakably intimate undertone. Liu Yao's back touched the stone wall. She said, my apologies, Prime Minister. My foot slipped just now, and I instinctively waved my hand. I didn't mean to splash you. Su Huai said, lucky I pulled you, or you would have drowned. Liu Yao replied, insincerely indeed. He pressed closer, and she didn't want him so near, so she reached out and placed her hand against his chest. Su Huai said, so how will you thank me? Liu Yao replied, I'm soaking wet, Prime Minister. Better keep your distance, or you'll get wet too. His gaze fell on the sachet at her waist. He reached out, plucked it, and squeezed the water out in front of her. Then he sniffed it, and said regretfully, after soaking in the water, it's no longer fragrant. At that moment, both Liu Yao and Su Huai heard footsteps approaching from afar. It was clearly the Imperial Guards searching everywhere. Liu Yao looked at this treacherous man. They were so close that her nose almost touched his robe, and his scent filled every breath she took. The sachet was useless now. She thought that after grappling with him so many times, even if she was still averse to his scent, she should have grown somewhat accustomed to it by now. But in truth, it still overwhelmed her. Yet she had no time to dwell on it. Her mind raced. The Imperial Guards were coming, and if the treacherous man caught her in the act and turned her in, she would be dead before her mission even began. The guards' footsteps drew nearer. Suddenly Liu Yao heard Su Huai whisper in her ear, what were you looking for in the treasure pavilion? She replied, treasure pavilion. Did you see me go there? Su Huai said, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. If you can still keep silent after tasting every instrument in the Ministry of Justice, that would be a real skill. Liu Yao sneered, is the Prime Minister so fond of extracting confessions by torture? Su Huai said with tender warmth, I am indeed fond of it. Liu Yao suppressed her agitation. She couldn't defeat him in a fight, and now he had a hold over her. To find a way out, she had to soften first. She bargained, what must I do for you to let this go? Su Huai said, let's change the question. Whether you get to visit the Ministry of Justice depends on your sincerity. Liu Yao said, ask quickly. He murmured low in her ear, why do you always use that wretched sachet to fumigate me? Liu Yao was speechless. She tilted her head slightly and accidentally brushed his nose. A thin layer of sweat broke out on her skin. Outside the cave, the moonlight was bright. Su Huai could dimly see a flush creeping up the corners of her eyes. He asked again, is it my scent that makes you uncomfortable? He had noticed long ago. He knew that every time she was with him, she relied on that sachet. That was why he always threw it away. Liu Yao slowed her breathing. She could hear footsteps merely a few zhang away from the rockery and replied softly, yes. Su Huai asked, how are you feeling? Unwell? Liu Yao hesitated a moment before answering, I am allergic to poison fire. Su Huai raised his brows. Allergic? It simply means I am sensitive, Liu Yao said. Su Huai persisted, what are the symptoms? Liu Yao lifted her gaze and shot him a withering stare. Su Huai swept her slim waist into his arm and let his hand trail up her spine. He felt a damp warmth of perspiration and unconsciously bending lower pressed his lips nearly against her ear as he murmured, reddened eyes, rapid breathing, limbs going weak, and sweat breaking out all over. Just as before when we were in bed together, isn't that right? Liu Yao did not want to dignify the scoundrel with a reply, nor did she wish to dredge up the memory of what had passed between them. Su Huai's trailing syllable curled upward. Then does it not amount to the same reaction as taking medicine? Liu Yao gritted her teeth. I have never taken any medicine. I have no idea what reaction you refer to. It was merely an allergy. The moment the words left her lips, she heard footsteps halt abruptly outside the rockery. She immediately drew in her breath and fell silent. An instant later, someone outside spoke with due respect, reporting to the Chancellor, sir. We have searched every stretch along the lake and found no suspicious traces. Liu Yao looked up and glared at Su Huai, wishing with every fiber of her being that she could sink her teeth into that wretched man. The Imperial Guards already knew he was here, which meant he must have instructed them beforehand to gather at this spot and report to him. She could not tell whether he was teasing the company of guards outside or teasing her. Su Huai spoke in a gentle tone, commanderly. The captain of the Imperial Guards beyond the rockery answered at once, this subordinate is present, sir. He drawled slowly, the person you are to take. Before he could finish, Lu Yao's heart leaped, and she rose onto her tiptoes and pressed her hand firmly over his mouth. Su Huai looked down at her through lowered lashes. The corners of her eyes were tinged red, intoxicating in their defiance, yet she still struggled to remain lucid. Leaning close, she whispered against his ear, "We agreed. If I answer your questions, you will not hand me over." Su Huai removed her hand. "I said I would consider it. I have finished considering, and I still must turn you in." Lu Yao hissed, "May heaven strike down a breaker of oaths." Su Huai replied coolly, "If you are permitted to pour water upon me, am I not permitted to hand you over?" She had nearly forgotten. This beast kept a ledger of every slight, remembering grudges longer than anyone she knew. Lu Yao could not wrestle with him directly, so she forced the words out, "I am sorry." Su Huai tilted his head. "What? I did not hear you." Lu Yao's lips brushed the shell of his ear with feather-like pressure, and she ground out each syllable through clenched teeth. "I said, I am sorry." Beyond the cave entrance, the Imperial guards paced constantly, their footsteps and the clinking of armor ringing at intervals. Commander Li could hardly have caught the hushed whispering of two figures who had stilled their breathing within the cavern. Seeing no reply from Su Huai, he ventured, "Chancellor, sir." Su Huai withdrew from Lu Yao's lips, yet she clung tightly to his waist, as if resolved to never let him go. His voice remained flat as he asked, "Whether the person you seek is male or female, did you discern it clearly?" Commander Li grew perplexed and replied, "I have not heard such details from the Asian Garden faction. They likely have not managed to clarify it either." "In that case," Su Huai said slowly, gazing into her flushed and glistening eyes, "continue searching all areas and report back to me." "Yes." The instant Commander Li turned and departed, Su Huai pressed his lips to hers once more. Lu Yao's mind grew hazy, yet she could faintly hear Commander Li's voice outside. "You search over there, the rest follow me." Thus the clamor of clanking armor and pacing footsteps echoed without cease. Amid such disturbance, Lu Yao could no longer restrain herself. Her erratically breathing rose and fell throughout the narrow, confined cave. His lips descended upon her neck. She whispered hoarsely, "Do not bite. I must wear court attire tomorrow." She had presumed the stubborn man would not heed her, yet this time no pain came to her neck. Instead, a chill fell upon her shoulder. Before she could glance down, he had torn away her drenched court dress. Seeing the Imperial guards had departed, Lu Yao sought an escape, but this fellow proved far more recalcitrant than the guards themselves. She struggled only for him to seize her waist and pin her firmly. Unable to overcome him, Lu Yao kicked off her shoes in vain. Her tender feet brushed against his garment hem. His robe had grown somewhat damp, making her soles feel cool and slippery upon it. Panting short breaths, Lu Yao tugged at his disheveled clothing and sank her teeth into his shoulder. Between low gasps, she attempted to reason with him. "Did you not cough up blood last time? If you continue thus, you will surely perish from overexcitement, bleeding to death, your corpse sprawled upon this very spot." Su Huai raised his gaze to her lips, kissed to a vivid crimson, his voice equally hoarse as he asked, "Is that what you desire?" Lu Yao blinked, her eyes shrouded in a mist of tender moisture, and replied, "How could I? I reminded you only because I could not bear to see you harmed thus." Yet scarcely had the moment passed when she sensed the Imperial guards' commotion outside returning once more. Lu Yao's heart tightened, and she urged, "Should they chance upon you indulging with me here, they will accuse you of debauchery within the palace. His Majesty will surely hold deep displeasure toward you." Su Huai paused for a moment. Lu Yao believed the beast had finally taken her words to heart, until she felt his hands upon her waist stir once more. Her expression shifted, and she frantically pressed both hands against his, yet he lowered his head and bit down upon her breast, drawing a soft moan from her lips. All her strength seemed extracted from her body, her weight almost entirely supported by a single arm of his. Su Huai remarked with satisfaction, "In your current state, I find myself far more aroused." "Prime Minister," Commander Li called from outside. Have you searched the nearby areas?" Lu Yao tensed her frame, cursing his ancestors inwardly, yet unable to voice it aloud. Tilting her head against his chest, she sank her teeth fiercely into his torso. His chest was warm and far more solid than it appeared. Biting with pent-up frustration, she tasted the metallic tang of blood. Commander Li reported, "We have searched everywhere, but still found nothing." "Then disband for tonight. Remain vigilant and guard your respective posts." "Yes," Commander Li acknowledged. After everyone had dispersed, Su Huai looked down at the person in his arms, his gaze unusually deep. His hand rested on her waist, sending a flush of heat to her eyes. She truly wished she could tear him apart with her bare hands. Su Huai said, "Let me help you adjust first." Lu Yao retorted sharply, "Adjust my foot." Su Huai said, "You want me to use my head too?" Before Lu Yao could respond, Su Huai said with a straight face, "I could never do such a thing." "Lu Yao." She watched him raise an eyebrow, his expression wicked and unhinged. "Nice figure." Lu Yao's chest heaved with rage. When it came to being shameless and monstrous, who could compare to this man? Lu Yao refused to be angered to death by him. She took a deep breath and said, "Does everyone else know you're such a beast?" But the cave was filled with each other's breath, and her deep inhalations did little to calm her. Her body could no longer support itself, and she slid down the cave wall to the ground. Su Huai adjusted his clothes, picked up his outer robe, and draped it over her head. Lu Yao's voice was cold, yet carried a soft, alluring quality. She said, "If you're truly kind, why not let me go into the lake?" Su Huai said, "Do you think I have such kindness? Then he bent down, wrapped her in his robe, lifted her into his arms, and turned to walk out of the cave. She had left her wet palace dress and a pair of shoes behind in the cave. Leaning in his arms, Lu Yao could not avoid his scent. It was on his robes and his embrace. The waves kept coming, her consciousness grew hazy, sweat covered her body, and as her teeth loosened, soft whimpers escaped involuntarily. To him, they sounded even more pleasing than the entangled sounds from earlier in the cave. Su Huai said, "If you cannot endure it, I'll find another place and start over properly." Lu Yao clung to a shred of consciousness, gritted her teeth, and said, "Endure my foot." Meanwhile, Era waited in vain for Lu Yao's return, tossing and turning restlessly in the room. She was pondering whether to get up and check on her, when suddenly the door was kicked open. With a terrified heart, Era stepped down from her bed and saw that it was Su Huai who had come in the middle of the night. She forced herself to remain calm. "My lord, how?" She saw Su Huai holding something in his arms, but did not immediately recognize it as Lu Yao, for what was wrapped around her was his official robe. Her words trailed off as she stared more closely, only then realizing it was a person. Gathering her courage, she stepped forward and finally saw Lu Yao's face. But she looked clearly unwell. Su Huai asked Era, "How did you handle this when she was at Zhaogu Pavilion?" Era recalled and said, "Cold water. After your lordship left, each time, she would take a cold bath." Era quickly threw on her clothes and went outside to call Xiao Lizi to bring cold water. Su Huai placed the person in the bathtub. In the unlit room, he turned and went to the doorway where he took the buckets from Xiao Lizi, pouring bucket after bucket of cold water into the tub. The next day, when Lu Yao opened her eyes, she was still somewhat dazed. Era, who had been watching by her bed, sighed with relief. "Miss, you finally awakened." Only then did Lu Yao realize she had returned to the warm pavilion, but she had no memory of how she got there. She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. "What time did I come back last night?" Era replied, "Well, past the Z hour." Pausing, she added, "Your lordship brought you back." At the mention of that treacherous man, Lu Yao slowly closed her eyes again. Then fragments from the previous night surfaced in her mind at the most inappropriate moments. Seeing Lu Yao's unusually grim expression, Era couldn't help but worry. "Miss, are you still feeling unwell? Shall I call a physician?" Lu Yao asked her, "If you wanted to make a man wish for death, but unable to find it, what methods would you use?" She had never encountered such a situation before, but now she felt it necessary to learn more. Once she recovered, she would make that wretched man deeply regret his actions. Era presumably understood who she meant, so she thought for a moment and said, "I don't understand other methods, but I know emotions can torment a person profoundly. If you could make him fall in love with you yet remain unreachable, that would be a form of suffering." Lu Yao fell silent for a while, then said, "What if he cannot possibly fall in love with you yet can obtain you effortlessly?" Hearing this, Era also fell silent for a moment before responding, "Then all you can do is try not to suffer yourself." This time Lu Yao remained silent even longer. The news of the thieves who had struck the Asian garden the previous night had already spread through the palace. What startled Lu Yao, however, was that Xiao Lizi had told her the thief had already been captured. It was said to be a notorious highwayman. Xiao Lizi sighed and murmured, "He dares to steal within the palace walls without so much as considering where the Asian garden lies. The guards are razor-sharp, and all who remain on duty are top-class imperial experts. Even if he were capable enough to escape the Asian garden, his luck was terrible. Yesterday happened to be the day the Prime Minister personally arranged the imperial guards within the palace. Whoever could cause turmoil right beneath his nose and still walk away unscathed has yet to be born." It seemed she had slipped past this particular danger. Yet at the same time, she now had leverage resting in Jian Ning's hands. Could he truly help her so selflessly and without any expectation of return? No, what nonsense about no strings attached. Hadn't she already paid a heavy price last night? The mere thought of it darkened Lu Yao's face, and her temper flared once more. That morning Xiao Lizi had brought her a new set of palace garments and shoes. Lu Yao could hardly recall what she had looked like upon her return the night before. Later, a Ru had told her that she had been carried back wrapped only in Jian Ning's robe. She didn't need a fresh set of palace maid's clothes. But the expression on Xiao Lizi's face as he delivered them was simply too insufferable. He sighed and remarked, "The Prime Minister is quite vigorous indeed. He tore your garments to shreds." He then added in what he clearly believed was well-meaning advice, "In the future, when you meet the Prime Minister somewhere else, do counsel him against being so unrestrained. At the very least, let your clothes remain intact. The palace is full of eyes, and if anyone were to see him carrying you back, it would be impossible to explain away." Lu Yao replied, "If they made you a eunuch, they have squandered your talents. You ought to be a procuress instead." With that, she snatched the garments from his hands and slammed the door shut with a sharp bang. Xiao Lizi barely avoided having his nose caught in the door. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, still so furious, "After last night with the Prime Minister, surely you ought to have cooled off by now." However, Xiao Lizi's words had inadvertently reminded Lu Yao. Her clothes were likely still in that cave. She needed to retrieve them as soon as possible. Later, Lu Yao went for a walk by the lake with Aru. Following the lakeside path to that spot, and taking advantage of the absence of any onlookers, she slipped into the cave to take a look. By daylight, the cave was considerably brighter, yet still quite cramped as she had perceived the night before. The wall on one side curved inward slightly, forming a niche just large enough to accommodate both her and Su Huai. The memory instantly ruffled Lu Yao's temper once more. Every corner and crevice was plainly visible, yet not a trace remained of the clothes and shoes that the bastard had stripped from her the night before. Most crucially, her sachet was missing as well. She remembered him having taken it off and tossed it aside, but she had searched every nook and cranny and found nothing. When Lu Yao emerged from the cave, Eru immediately saw her empty-handed and understood she had found nothing. She said, "The Prime Minister is thorough in all matters. He likely disposed of them himself. Since you were with him last night regardless, he cannot entirely absolve himself of responsibility." Lu Yao gave a cold sneer. He cannot absolve himself. If that cunning official wished to, he would have countless ways to wash his hands of it. On her way back to the warm pavilion, she reflected that last night's incident had only alerted the snake in the grass. With the Asian garden, her current strength alone would not suffice to investigate further. She would need to find another way. As for the Emperor, Lu Yao had been progressing gradually with him. He was now able to achieve roughly 2 shurchen, approximately 4 hours, of deep sleep each night. Beyond those 2 shurchen, even in his lighter state of slumber, the Emperor could clearly perceive that his sleep had improved dramatically compared to before. Moreover, the sensation of truly deep sleep made him feel extraordinarily comfortable, and his energy the following day had improved significantly as well. The Emperor was exceedingly pleased and bestowed yet more generous rewards upon Eru. In the afternoons, he no longer felt the need to nap, yet he still summoned Eru as was his custom. Sometimes he invited her to share tea and conversation, and other times to admire the flowers or stroll through the gardens. It was most delightful. Eru had harbored no desire to go, but the Emperor's summons left her no room to refuse. Meanwhile, Eunuch Hai spoke before Consort Chang. "Your Majesty, it has been said that the 6th lady receives the Emperor's audience every single day." Consort Chang offered no reply. Eunuch Hai continued, "Day after day it is admiring flowers or viewing the scenery. Yet I have not once heard her play the zither to relieve the Emperor's fatigue or aid his sleep. I fear she has forgotten her proper duty." That day Xiao Lizi approached Eru and whispered, "I just saw someone from Changshi Palace lurking about nearby. They're likely trying to see if the 6th Miss has been summoned to attend the Emperor." Eru also felt a twinge of worry, for Consort Chang was clearly someone not to be trifled with. Eru instinctively glanced at Lu Yao and asked, "Miss, what should I do?" Before Lu Yao could speak, she let out a self-deprecating laugh and sighed. "Look at me, already losing my composure. You've never had to navigate these social intricacies, and yet here I am turning to you for guidance." No matter how skilled she was at dancing between competing interests, she found herself caught in an impossible dilemma. Lu Yao pondered for a moment before saying, "From now on, unless the Emperor specifically requests your zither playing, you need not attend if you do not wish to. If Consort Chang summons, you simply decline outright. Once the Emperor's restlessness is soothed, we shall leave the palace. How does that sound?" Eru smiled faintly and replied, "You are quite straightforward, but not everyone thinks along these lines. Besides, those of us in our profession cannot openly refuse no matter how unwilling we feel inside." As she spoke, a messenger arrived from the Emperor's quarters and addressed Eru. "His Majesty felt somewhat weary this afternoon and finds himself unable to sleep. He may wish to hear the 6th Miss's exquisite music. Kindly accompany us." Eru instinctively looked toward Lu Yao. These past days, Lu Yao had played the part of a devoted maid to perfection, waiting nearby or standing at a distance at all times, sometimes for as long as an hour. Though Lu Yao herself did not mind, since her role was arranged upon entering the palace, and Eru had gone out of her way to shield her, Lu Yao ought to fulfill her duties in return. Yet Eru felt genuinely uneasy about it. Eru replied to the eunuch, "Today, I am not feeling well, and fear I am unfit to accompany His Majesty. I beg you to convey my apologies to the Emperor. Thank you for your trouble." Saying this, she offered the eunuch a respectful bow. The eunuch, unable to press the matter further, returned to report. After he left, Lu Yao raised an eyebrow and looked at her, saying, "Didn't you just say one should not bluntly refuse?" Eru did not mention that she was considering Lu Yao's safety, only explaining, "Consort Chang's people are keeping a close watch. If I do not keep my distance now, I risk incurring her wrath." Lu Yao asked, "Are you not afraid of offending the Emperor?" Eru replied, "The Emperor is the ruler of a nation. He would hardly hold a grudge against a lowly woman like me. Moreover, our interactions these past days have not been strained. Besides, the Emperor's insomnia treatment is only halfway complete, and he still relies on us. Therefore, there should be no serious consequence." After a while, Lu Yao noticed her growing restless despite her composed words and teased, "You speak so confidently, yet your behavior tells a different story." Eru admitted, "It is my first time refusing the Emperor, so I do feel somewhat apprehensive." Pausing, she added with a wry smile, "I suppose I must be the first courtesan to ever turn down the Emperor." Lu Yao replied without hesitation, "Absolutely." Upon hearing this, Eru offered a faint smile, her radiant beauty illuminating the room. Lu Yao thought to herself, if she were Consort Chang, witnessing such a breathtaking woman would surely make her feel threatened as well. What set Eru apart was not merely her intelligence, but her clarity of mind. The temptations before her were undoubtedly alluring, yet she could see clearly that every concubine in this inner palace hailed from noble and powerful families. Should she dare compete with them for the Emperor's favor, she would perish without even understanding how. Her desire was not for anything grand. Having entered the palace merely to witness its world and receive generous rewards from the Emperor, her greatest wish was simply to exit through those palace gates with her life intact. That was more than enough. Aru remained restless for some time, but when no one came again from the emperor's quarters, she gradually felt a measure of relief. But who would have guessed that deep into the silent night, Xiao Lizi came rushing over in a fluster, his expression uncertain as he announced, "Miss, the emperor has arrived." Aru had barely processed this when Xiao Lizi urged her again, "Sixth Miss, quick. Go receive his majesty. He has already crossed the outer gate." Lu Yao and Aru then hastily rose, adjusted their attire, and went out to greet him. As they reached the central courtyard, the two women saw the emperor approaching from the opposite direction, accompanied by eunuchs. To their surprise, Su Huai was among them. That fellow seemed rooted in the palace. Why was he everywhere? Lu Yao followed Aru in offering her respects. The emperor stepped forward and lightly gestured for her to rise, saying, "I heard the sixth miss was unwell. How are you feeling now? Have you seen the imperial physician?" Aru replied, "Thank you for your majesty's concern. I am fine, though I felt a bit stifled this afternoon. After resting for a while, I have recovered." The emperor wished to sit for a while, so Aru guided him to a pavilion in the garden. The emperor looked at Aru and instructed Lu Yao, "The night wind is strong. Go fetch a cloak for your mistress." Lu Yao thought to herself, wasn't he just trying to send her away, finding her presence a nuisance here? Yet she still had to obey and turned toward the rear courtyard chambers, not fearing that the emperor might do anything, for after all, the warm pavilion was crowded with eyes and ears. The emperor too must care about his reputation, unlike certain beasts who had no shred of shame. As Lu Yao walked through the corridor, she sensed someone following behind her. She turned and saw a figure emerging slowly from the shadows of the side corridor. Without even needing to see his face, his silhouette and demeanor told her who it was. Lu Yao lowered her voice and said, "Tonight the emperor is here, and yet you dare to come." Su Huai stopped at an appropriate distance, his form blending perfectly into the night, yet from Lu Yao's angle, she could still see the palace lanterns faintly illuminating the lower half of his face. Flawless in every way. Su Huai said, "I came to have a chat with you." Lu Yao bristled. "What could we possibly have to talk about?" Su Huai replied, "There's plenty to discuss. For instance, how your experience was that night." "Lu Yao," he asked, "shall we talk here or in the room?" Lu Yao fumed. "Do you believe I'll call for someone? Let everyone see how the honored prime minister stalks people. What a pervert." Su Huai said, "Go ahead, call them. Let them all witness my perversity." Lu Yao was left utterly speechless. Should she return to the room or not? While she hesitated, she watched helplessly as the despicable man pushed open the door and entered as if it were his own. Moments later, she heard him ask from inside, "Is this bundle yours?" "What's inside?" Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. This rogue was rummaging through her things again. She hurriedly rushed into the room. But upon entering, she saw no one by the cabinet. Following her instincts, she turned and found Su Huai standing by the side of the door, watching her with an air of leisurely composure. Seeing her flustered arrival, he even seemed to give a roguish smile. She realized she had been tricked. He had lured her in. Su Huai casually closed the door. Lu Yao sneered coldly, strolling around the palace late at night. "Is the prime minister so idle? Don't you ever sleep? Checking the patrols occasionally is one thing, but if you stay in the palace every single night, people might think you intend to take up residence here. That would hardly reflect well on the bond between you and the emperor." Su Huai said, "A few days ago there was a thief in the relic garden. Thanks to her, the palace patrols need to be readjusted." Lu Yao retorted, "Then the prime minister must be very busy and shouldn't have time to be here." Su Huai said calmly, "I've made some progress on the matter of that night's thief." As he spoke, he opened his hand to reveal a sachet hanging between his slender fingers. He said, "This was left behind by the thief. If handed over, it might lead to some clues." Lu Yao. So her clothes and sachet had indeed been taken by him. Lu Yao steadied her mind and asked, "How can you prove this was left by the thief?" Su Huai replied, "I have 100 ways to prove it." He then asked, "Were you just sneering at me?" Lu Yao knew she couldn't confront him directly, so she said, "Absolutely not. I was smiling at my beloved." Su Huai, seeing her standing far away, said, "Come here, my beloved." Lu Yao met his gaze, her heart sinking. She had no choice but to obey, walking slowly toward him as she said, "I came back for my cloak. The emperor is waiting you. I can't delay too long." "You'd better." Before she could finish, when she was still 2 steps away, Su Huai reached out and hooked his hand around her sash, pulling her toward him. The force was a bit strong, and Lu Yao, caught off guard, collided with him. He noticed she was holding her breath, but said nothing. In the next moment, just as she thought he would undo her sash again, she widened her eyes, but instead saw Su Huai lower his head and tie her sachet back onto her waist. Su Huai said, "When I tire of playing with you, I'll hand you over to die." Lu Yao snapped back to reality, her face darkening. Truly a beast, for no human words ever came from his mouth. He looked at her and added, "Reluctant to return my official robe." Just then hurried footsteps sounded from outside, and Lu Yao remained silent. Shortly after, someone knocked on the door saying, "Is the young lady in her room?" "The 6th young lady's cloak is needed. I've come to fetch it." Recognizing Xiao Lizi's voice, Lu Yao replied, "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." She turned to fetch Aru's cloak, opened the door, and was about to step out, when Xiao Lizi blocked the entrance, snatched the cloak, and said with a grin, "You need not bother, young lady. I'll deliver it myself." Lu Yao tried to grab it back, but Xiao Lizi ran off with it, adding, "Leave the chance to show face before his majesty to me." "Rest well, young lady." Lu Yao was speechless. Interrupted by Xiao Lizi, Su Hui also seemed to lose interest, saying, "I'll come for my official robe later." He had left a robe there. the one he had wrapped around Lu Yao when bringing her back. Lu Yao had wanted to burn it, but Aru stopped her. At that time Aru had said burning an official's robe must be a serious crime, don't you think? Lu Yao considered it, and decided to stuff it in a corner as a table leg pad. But Aru added if the Prime Minister sees it wouldn't that offend him again. Lu Yao remained silent, and Aru suggested perhaps wash it and return it to the Prime Minister when the chance arises. Lu Yao refused with disgust. I'm not washing his dog skin. Aru said you don't have to wash it. I will. Since the robe couldn't be hung out in the open, Aru washed it, dried it in the room, folded it neatly, and handed it to Lu Yao. Lu Yao casually tossed it somewhere. After Su Hui left, Lu Yao searched the room, and finally found the robe in a dusty corner, brushing off the dirt with her hand. She felt perfectly at ease thinking that the villain had once thrown her belongings around, so this was her revenge. The Emperor came for a while, and finally left. Aru returned to the room. After they washed up, Aru saw Lu Yao adding several more bolts to the doors and windows. Then Lu Yao went out again, and forced Su Hui's official robe into Xiao Lizi's hands, asking him to pass it on. Watching Lu Yao come back to close the door, and carefully check the bolts, Aru chuckled, are you that afraid the Prime Minister will come at night? Lu Yao replied, solemnly beware of fire thieves and villains. A few days later, Consort Chang held a tea gathering in the rear palace, inviting all the imperial concubines to Changshi Palace. Early in the morning, Eunuch Hai arrived at the warm pavilion, and said to Aru, today the mistresses of the rear palace are going to Changshi Palace for tea and amusement. Her Highness has sent me to invite the 6th young lady. Given your exceptional skill on the zither, you may go and grace the ladies with your playing. The mistresses have all heard of the 6th young lady, and are quite eager to meet the flower queen of the dawn and dusk pavilion. Please prepare yourself, and come with me. These words were full of contempt, as if she, a courtesan, should consider it a great honor to play for the mistresses. Aru, as if oblivious to the derision, gracefully accepted with a curtsy, and said, since Her Highness commands, I shall do my utmost. Aru was about to go back to change clothes, but Eunuch Hai shot her a glance, and said, no need to change. Don't keep Her Highness waiting. If you delay any longer, the mistresses will have arrived at Changshi Palace. Do you expect them to wait for you? Aru said, then I'll just go back for my zither. Eunuch Hai replied, no need for the zither either. Her Highness has fine instruments there. Are they inferior to yours? So in the end, Aru took Lu Yao and followed Eunuch Hai without further delay. Eunuch Hai glanced back at Lu Yao several times, his expression dark and sullen. What a pity she had escaped last time. But as long as they remained in the palace, they wouldn't get away for long. Upon entering Changshi Palace, the servants were busy arranging fruits and refreshments. They waited outside Consort Chang's courtyard while Eunuch Hai went in first to report. After a moment, Eunuch Hai came out, looked at Aru haughtily, and said, the consort summons you, 6th young lady. Come with me. Since the eunuchs were all occupied that day, no one came to lead Lu Yao to a side room to wait. Lu Yao could only wait outside alone. Aru entered the imperial consort's bedchamber. At that moment, Imperial Consort Chang was seated before her dressing table, attended by a matron and palace maids who were helping her with her toilette. Aru knelt and performed the customary bow. Imperial Consort Chang did not speak, so Aru remained kneeling. After Imperial Consort Chang had finished her toilette, she rose slowly with the support of Eunuch Hai and walked over to the daybed, where she sat down. Her beautiful eyes dropped to rest on Aru as she said, you have come. Aru replied, when your ladyship summons, this humble woman dares not slacken. Imperial Consort Chang raised her slender jade hand, and a palace maid began to apply cinnabar to her nails. She said languidly, I have heard that these days you have been attending the emperor every day, is that true? Aru's heart sank. She knew this was unavoidable. Cautiously she replied, when His Majesty summons this humble woman, it is the same as when your ladyship summons me today. It is merely to help His Majesty dispel his boredom and fatigue. Imperial Consort Chang said, is that so? And when His Majesty goes to your warm chamber at night, is that also to dispel boredom and fatigue? Aru hastily prostrated herself and kowtowed, saying, your ladyship sees clearly. This humble woman had no idea His Majesty would come to the warm chamber, and I have absolutely no improper intentions. The palace maid, in a moment of carelessness, smeared the cinnabar onto Imperial Consort Chang's fingertip. Trembling, she immediately knelt. Imperial Consort Chang glanced at her finger, and her expression darkened. You can't even handle such a trivial task. Take her away. Mercy, your ladyship. Mercy. The palace maid cried out incessantly as she was dragged away. Imperial Consort Chang turned her gaze to Aru and said in a slow, deliberate tone, you told His Majesty that you were unwell. Wasn't that precisely to make him come and see you? Aru shook her head. This humble woman has absolutely no such intention. If His Majesty requires this humble woman to play the zither to help him sleep, I am duty-bound to do so. But if it were for other matters, I would not wish to take up His Majesty's time. Moreover, I truly was feeling somewhat unwell, and that is why I declined His Majesty's presence. Imperial Consort Chang said, a mere courtesan, and yet you dare to have His Majesty personally visit you. She reached out and lifted Aru's chin, scrutinizing her face. Do you know what crime it is to seduce the emperor and bewitch the Sacred Heart? Aru's face turned pale. This humble woman entered the palace solely to relieve His Majesty's insomnia. Once my mission is complete, I will leave the palace and return to my original place. Your ladyship, this humble woman has self-awareness. I am a woman of the wind and dust, and I dare not defile the sacred grounds of the palace. Imperial Consort Chang said, but your face is born with a bewitching allure. At that moment a eunuch reported, Your Ladyship, the Imperial consorts and concubines have arrived one after another. Finally Imperial Consort Chang released Aru's chin and said, Look at this pitiful appearance. Even I feel soft-hearted when I see it. She looked at Eunuch Hai. Take her away. Eunuch Hai hastily bowed and said, This servant thanks your ladyship 1,000 times. Liu Yao had been waiting outside Imperial Consort Chang's courtyard. She waited for quite a long time. Later some palace maids and matrons came and went, and seeing her idol, not knowing which palace she belonged to, one of them ordered, What are you standing there for? Can't you see everyone is busy? Go take this to the central hall. With that she thrust 2 repaired flower vases into Liu Yao's hands. Liu Yao took one in each hand. The matron glared and scolded, What are you waiting for? Go. With no choice but to comply, Liu Yao followed the palace maid to the central hall. After delivering the vases she returned to her original spot and waited for a long while, but still saw no sign of Aru coming out. Eventually she saw Imperial Consort Chang emerge from the courtyard surrounded by a throng of palace attendants heading to the central hall to meet the assembled Imperial consorts and concubines. Liu Yao saw that Aru was not among them. After Imperial Consort Chang had passed, Liu Yao grabbed a palace attendant and asked, Where is the 6th miss? The palace attendant recoiled in disgust, avoiding her touch, and said coldly, The 6th miss came out long ago. Liu Yao was surprised. Already out. She had not been delayed long at the central hall. Only a brief moment when she entered the hall and couldn't watch the outside. The rest of the time she had been keeping an eye on the people coming and going from Imperial Consort Chang's courtyard, and she had not seen Aru. After Imperial Consort Chang left, Liu Yao glanced into the courtyard, but saw no trace of Aru. Then she went to the central hall, and even to the palace gate, but she could not find Aru anywhere. She asked several of Imperial Consort Chang's attendants, and all of them told her that the Imperial Consort had already released Aru long ago. Liu Yao felt increasingly uneasy. Hadn't she been summoned to play the chain for the palace concubines to enjoy? And now before the performance had even begun, they were letting her leave. Almost immediately Liu Yao realized she had not once laid eyes on Court Eunuch Hai. Her heart sank and she hurried toward the remote back courtyard she had visited last time. Today Changshi Palace was crowded with visitors, and no one paid any mind to her, so she went unchallenged along the way. Meanwhile, after escorting Aru out of Consort Chang's sleeping quarters, Court Eunuch Hai did not depart through the front gate, but instead took the back door. Aru asked, Court Eunuch Hai, shouldn't we be heading that way? Court Eunuch Hai walked ahead and replied, The masters and mistresses have all arrived. Every one of them is of the noblest and most precious lineage. If you exit through the front, do you intend to offend them? The noble consort originally intended for you to play the chain and entertain the hostesses, but she has since changed her mind. Given your humble station, you must naturally take the back door. Aru said, But my maid is still waiting outside. Court Eunuch Hai pinched his voice and replied, She is a living person. Do you think anyone could have simply swallowed her? Aru could only suppress her doubts and followed Court Eunuch Hai all the way to the back door. Passing through it, she entered the rear garden. Fewer palace attendants lingered there, and the path grew increasingly secluded. It certainly did not seem like they were seeing her out. On the surface Aru remained composed, but her unease deepened with every step. Ever since returning from Consort Chang's quarters last time, she had listened carefully as little Lizzie recounted everything he knew about Court Eunuch Hai. He was a complete pervert. He violated palace maids without the slightest hesitation. Therefore, if one ever had to go to Changshi Palace out of necessity, one must avoid Court Eunuch Hai at all costs. If he set his sights on someone, the consequences would invariably be dire. Aru sensed things turning increasingly sinister, so she stopped walking. Court Eunuch Hai noticed she had fallen behind, and turned to look at her, saying, Miss Sixth. Aru curtsied and replied, I beg your pardon, your honor. I suddenly remembered there is something I forgot to report to the noble consort. I shall return at once to inform her. As she spoke, she turned to leave. But the 2 eunuchs trailing behind would not permit it, and immediately stepped forward to seize her. Aru's expression shifted as Court Eunuch Hai said, Her Highness has gone to entertain guests. She has no time to hear your report. Aru insisted, It is a matter of utmost importance. It concerns the emperor. Court Eunuch Hai replied, Then you will have to wait until after Her Highness finishes entertaining her guests before seeing you. Take her away. The 2 eunuchs then escorted Aru forward. Aru struggled and cried out. Seeing this, one of the eunuchs struck her on the head, and she fell unconscious. When she gradually came to, she found herself lying on a bed in a chamber. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Court Eunuch Hai handling that jade object, and her face turned ashen. What are you planning to do? She gasped. Court Eunuch Hai let out a shrill chuckle. Last time your maid managed to escape. This time I certainly won't let you slip away again. Aru immediately scrambled upward in an attempt to flee, but he grabbed her ankle and dragged her back onto the bed. Court Eunuch Hai delivered a sharp slap and sneered. You courtesans don't pretend to be pure and virtuous. You are nothing but toys for men to play with. Aru struggled desperately. Court Eunuch Hai continued. With a face like yours, you are indeed a temptress. But I wonder what you are like in bed. Aren't you afraid the emperor will discover this and punish you? Aru demanded. Court Eunuch Hai replied coldly. The noble consort handed you over to me, meaning I am to handle you as I see fit. Do you really believe the emperor would take an interest in a courtesan like you? He merely seeks novelty. a new plaything to amuse himself. Aru retorted furiously. Even if I come from a brothel, I demand mutual consent. Court eunuch Hai struck her again, scattering her hairbun. Aru screamed for help, but he laughed as he tore at her clothes, saying, the front is in uproar today. Even if you scream until your voice breaks, no one will come here. Aru's voice softened pleadingly. Please spare me, court eunuch. Once before the emperor, I will surely speak well of you. Court eunuch Hai asked, speak well of me. I am already the chief eunuch attending the noble consort. Above me, only the chief eunuch by the emperor's side holds authority over me. Could your good words truly secure that position for me? With that, he lunged upon her. Aru gathered all her remaining strength and fought back with everything she had. Aru's nails raked across his face, leaving burning wounds. When he touched the gashes and saw blood coating his fingers, he was taken aback. He had never imagined a courtesan could be so fiercely defiant. Consumed by rage and humiliation, court eunuch Hai seized Aru's head and slammed it repeatedly against the bed frame. After several brutal strikes, she lost consciousness. Lu Yao made her way to the rear courtyard, where very few people could be seen. She found her way skillfully to the rear courtyard of Eunuch Hai, but it too was empty and desolate. She quickened her pace. The door was ajar, and as soon as she pushed it open and stepped inside, Lu Yao's brows furrowed. There was the scent of blood in the air. Her gaze fell upon the disordered bed, where someone lay hidden beneath the blankets. A tangle of dark hair was visible, and from under the covers emerged a pair of fair, delicate feet, and a glimpse of smooth calf, strikingly vivid. A sharp pang tightened in Lu Yao's chest. She crept forward on light, silent feet, and slowly lowered herself onto the edge of the bed. After a moment, she reached out and brushed aside the messy hair. Seeing Aru's face bruised and swollen, her gaze dropped to the disheveled blankets that barely covered her, and after a long stare, she pulled them away. Her expression turned grim and frightening. Aru lay completely exposed, her body covered in deep purple bruises, the sheets beneath her stained crimson with blood. Eventually, Aru stirred her eyelids, aware that Lu Yao had come. Her lips trembled slightly as she whispered, I did exactly as you said. I spoke plainly to the noble consort, but it made no difference. Her voice brimmed with helplessness and grievance. Lu Yao gathered the dresses from the floor, lifted her into her arms, and dressed her piece by piece, murmuring softly, I'm sorry. I gave you a terrible idea. Aru leaned against her chest, slowly raising her head to look at her, and muttered, It's not your fault, miss. This palace has never been a place where reason prevails. Lu Yao said, I failed to keep you safe. Aru shifted slightly and gasped in pain, forcing out through her suffering, I never went out the front door. They took me through the back. Lu Yao fell silent, gently dressing her and carefully arranging her hair. Once she was tidy, Lu Yao lifted her into her arms and carried her out of the room. The injuries between her legs were severe, so Lu Yao couldn't carry her on her back. She had to hold her. Aru was slender, and Lu Yao was strong enough to bear her weight. But given Aru's condition, Lu Yao had to avoid the main hall where the bustling gathering took place. Fortunately, she encountered a maid from Changshi Palace along the way and asked her for directions. The maid was startled by the expression on Lu Yao's face, and seeing Aru covered in wounds, she began to understand what had happened. Pity welling up in her chest, the maid said, The noble consort and the other ladies are currently in the main hall. If you're discovered, you won't be able to leave. Follow me this way. I'll show you an exit that avoids them. Lu Yao followed the young maid, taking a detour through side paths. Pointing to the gate ahead, the maid said, I can only escort you this far. You'll need to exit through there. Lu Yao glanced down at the identity tag at the maid's waist, then bowed, while holding Aru, saying thank you. Noticing Lu Yao seemed unsteady, the maid quickly reached out to steady her and urged, Don't mention it. Go quickly. With that, the maid hurried off to attend to her duties. Lu Yao carried Aru back to the warm pavilion, and when Xiao Lizi saw their condition, he immediately understood what had transpired. Without hesitation, he set off to summon the imperial physicians. Lu Yao stepped inside without looking back and commanded coldly, Fetch water for me. Stay here and tend to her. Do not leave this room. Xiao Lizi startled, slightly surprised that a servant girl from the 6th Mrs. quarters could command such authority. He hesitated, but the 6th Mrs. condition. Lu Yao cut him off sharply, Do as I say without question. Xiao Lizi hurried to prepare warm water and summoned another maid to assist. After the maid helped clean Aru's body, Lu Yao applied the medicine, though Aru refused all help and treated her own wounds. Lu Yao drew the bed curtains closed and waited just outside. Now that Aru had regained some strength, she offered comfort instead, saying, It's nothing serious, just some bruises. I'll heal in time. I was never pure to begin with, and I've endured worse. Yet her voice trembled with pain. When Lu Yao had seen her in Changshi Palace earlier, she had looked so utterly wretched. Lu Yao knew that if not for her, Aru would never have entered the palace and suffered this torment. She fetched her chin, sat cross-legged on the footstool beside the bed, and let her fingers draw forth a slow, soothing melody. Aru's spirit gradually settled, and she murmured, Are you playing this for me, miss? Lu Yao didn't answer. Aru continued softly, To hear you play for me is a blessing beyond 3 lifetimes. Sleep well, Lu Yao said. Lost in the melody, Aru scarcely felt the pain anymore. Her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into a peaceful slumber. The lingering notes of the qin drifted faintly from the warm pavilion. At that moment, Su Huai had entered the palace and was not far away. Hearing the music, his footsteps faltered slightly. The eunuchs behind him had not yet noticed, so he continued walking forward. Aru woke to find the pain in her body had indeed eased considerably. She looked at Lu Yao and said, "Miss, I had a lovely dream." "What did you dream?" Aru leaned against the headboard and smiled faintly. "I dreamed I was in the countryside fields with flowers blooming everywhere and butterflies fluttering about. The air was fresh with a delicate fragrance." While Aru slept soundly, Lu Yao prepared a special medicinal paste tailored to her condition. She had prepared the regular medicines before entering the palace. Since a body search was inevitable upon arrival, she had hidden them in a secret compartment beneath another zither that rarely saw use. Aru's injuries were relatively severe and required adjusting the dosage before carefully applying the medicine. She opened the porcelain lid of the medicinal paste and gently wiped the bruises on Aru's face, saying, "I will need the rest on your body later. It eases pain and disperses swelling." Aru caught the scent and paused. "So this is the medicinal fragrance from your hands." Watching Lu Yao apply it to her face, she suddenly asked, "Would you disdain me for being a courtesan?" Lu Yao replied, "I would not. If I were a man, I would surely marry you." Aru laughed at this, but winced as the movement pulled at her bruises, drawing in a sharp breath. "Then you understand men too little. Men enjoy conversing with courtesans about romance and poetry, yet no man ever wishes to take a courtesan home as a wife." Lu Yao said, "There are plenty of men who have no interest in such romantic dalliances or visiting brothels. The world is full of honorable men." Aru remarked, "That doesn't sound like something you would say. Do you ever harbor such longings?" Lu Yao replied, "I do not dream of them, but that does not negate their existence. One cannot judge all men by the worst of them, can one?" While applying the medicine, she added, "These bruises will fade within 2 days." Her fingers brushed gently over the cut on Aru's forehead. "And it will not scar. Once you heal, you will be beautiful once more." Xiao Lizi lingered outside the door. When Lu Yao opened it, he spoke with gravity. "Miss, should we report what happened today to the Emperor? Miss Lu has been wronged, and the Emperor." Lu Yao looked at him. "Report to the Emperor how?" "Seek vengeance for Miss Lu by having the favorite of Consort Chang executed. Regardless of whether that man surnamed Hai would confess, do you truly believe this is possible?" Xiao Lizi also knew it was unlikely, and without evidence, if Elder Hai denied everything, there would be no recourse. He said, "Then we cannot simply let Miss Lu suffer this injustice without consequence. Then I should report to the Prime Minister and let him make the decision." Lu Yao said coldly, "Even the Emperor would not execute Elder Hai. Do you think involving the Prime Minister would help? He would be caught in an awkward position. It is best to keep your mouth shut. Does Miss Lu not care about her reputation?" Xiao Lizi said, "Even if he cannot be executed, he can at least be punished." Lu Yao asked, "What good would punishment do?" Aru, hearing this from inside the room, spoke up, "My status is humble. I am not worth the Emperor or the Prime Minister troubling themselves over. If this were to escalate, even if the Emperor could shield me temporarily, could he protect me forever? Provoking Consort Chang completely would only make my situation worse." Xiao Lizi thought this was reasonable. Aru added, "I do not wish to stir up further trouble. Let us follow her judgment." Yet later that day, when Xiao Lizi encountered Su Huai in the palace, he hesitated before speaking. Su Huai initiated the conversation, asking, what was the matter with the zither music in the warm pavilion? Since the Prime Minister had asked, Xiao Lizi dared not conceal anything and recounted everything. How Lu Yao and Aru had been taken by Elder Hai to the Changshi Palace to meet the consort, and how Lu Yao had subsequently brought Aru back from the palace. Su Huai asked casually, "Is Miss Lu all right?" Xiao Lizi replied, "With her maid's care and comfort, she is stabilized. However, Miss Lu specifically instructed that we not report to the Emperor fearing offense to Consort Chang." Su Huai said, "She cannot afford to provoke Consort Chang. Watch over her carefully." After giving this instruction, he departed. That evening, Lu Yao dined with Aru in her room, but Aru barely touched her meal and set her chopsticks down. Lu Yao did not urge her to eat more. Later that night, when the Emperor sent someone to summon her, Aru had already retired early. The Emperor too understood not to force the matter. Lu Yao and Aru lay together, and Lu Yao whispered softly, "Sleep now." After a while, Aru said, "I slept deeply during the day, and now I find I have no desire to sleep." She was afraid of sleeping. During the day in the Changshi Palace, she had been struck unconscious, and even in her dimming consciousness, she could feel that piercing agony threatening to tear through her intestines and lungs. Yet what terrified her most was her complete powerlessness to resist, forced to submit entirely to their will. Lu Yao then played another melody for her to guide her into peaceful slumber. By the time she finished, Aru's breathing had grown steady and even, and she had fallen asleep. Lu Yao looked at Aru from the bedside, but instead of lying down, she dressed in her palace attire and slipped out quietly into the night. Lu Yao avoided the palace servants and made her way directly out of the warm pavilion. Her expression was unreadable as she headed straight for the Changshi Palace. Changshi Palace was guarded by sentries, and with so many palace maids inside, the guards on rotation could never know everyone by sight. Therefore, the sentries usually only recognized the waist tags. Lu Yao had disguised herself, and at the palace gate, she flashed her waist tag. It was one she had conveniently lifted earlier that day from the palace maid who had shown her the way. As for that palace maid, after finishing her duties for Consort Gui's gathering, she only realized her waist tag was missing when she idly patted her waist. That was a waist tag for entering and exiting Changshi Palace. Every person within the palace was issued one. If it went missing, not only would coming and going become inconvenient, but she would also face punishment. The palace maid was so frightened that she dared not approach the gate for the rest of the day. Now the guard glanced at the waist tag Lu Yao presented and let her pass without question. Lu Yao walked brazenly through the palace gates. At this hour Eunuch Hai was still attending to Consort Gui in her sleeping chambers. He would only withdraw to his own courtyard after Consort Gui had retired for the night. Eunuch Hai entered the room, lit the lamp, and upon raising his eyes was startled to see someone still standing inside. He was truly frightened and about to cry out when he realized the visitor was none other than that servant girl from the 6th Mrs. side. Eunuch Hai was overjoyed inwardly. Subconsciously he stepped to the door and bolted it, then feigned anger and said, "You impudent servant! How dare you intrude into my room? How did you even get past the palace gates?" Lu Yao replied, "I slipped in secretly. I have something I must beg you for, Eunuch Hai." Eunuch Hai felt a measure of pleasure, his expression softening. "What is it you wish to ask of me?" "Today my 6th miss was grievously injured. I know she has displeased Her Highness Consort Gui. Could I beg you to speak a good word on her behalf? She truly had no intention of making an enemy of the consort." Eunuch Hai watched the earnest expression on Lu Yao's face and let out a couple of high-pitched laughs. "You want to beg me? Do you even know how to beg properly?" "I do not. I implore you to instruct me." Eunuch Hai turned toward his cabinet to retrieve something. He had never imagined the fish that had escaped last time would willingly return to his hook. The mere thought of her curving that slender waist and flattering him stirred such satisfaction that every pore in his body seemed to open wide. As Eunuch Hai reached into the box, he said, "Since you seek my favor, then you just..." But before he could finish, a woman's faint fragrance drifted up from behind him. He had no time to turn before his eyes widened in shock. Behind him, Lu Yao gripped his head with both hands, and in a split second twisted hard to one side. Eunuch Hai had no chance to react whatsoever. He could almost hear the crack of his own neck snapping. Not another word escaped him. His eyes bulged like those of a dead fish, and his entire body slumped lifelessly downward. With an expression as though she had merely wrung a rotten fish's head, Lu Yao held his head firm and skillfully twisted the neck back into place, resetting the vertebrae. She then released her grip, and the body lay at her feet, like a limp, lifeless fish. Lu Yao extinguished the lamp, and as though nothing had happened, walked out of the room, closing the door gently behind her. But barely had she stepped out, when someone sauntered leisurely into the courtyard. Su Hui pushed open the door, and by the dim light from elsewhere immediately spotted a body lying on the ground. He need not have examined the body to know Eunuch Hai was already dead. The posture alone spoke volumes. Lu Yao had finished her business, and was preparing to leave Changshi Palace, but when she reached the gate, she discovered it had already been locked. She had waited too long in Eunuch Hai's room, and missed curfew. Now that the gate was sealed, she could not exit. If she tried to approach with the waist tag, the guards would certainly interrogate her. Her only option was to remain concealed and wait until the palace gates opened the following morning. That was exactly Lu Yao's plan. She had even already chosen her hiding spot. But who could have predicted that from somewhere within Changshi Palace a shout suddenly rang out? An assassin. An assassin has breached the palace. Lu Yao's brows twitched. Had she been discovered? No. If she had been found, they would have come after her by now. And the commotion was not heading in her direction.